announcements.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Madam Speaker, it is with sadness that we learnt of the passing away of Dr. Diwakar Bandhan, former member of the National Assembly, on the 2nd of March of this year in India. Dr. Bandhan contested the 1982 general elections for the National Assembly under the banner of the alliance MMM-PSM for constituency number 5, Pamplemousses, and he was returned as third member of the said constituency. On the 18th of June 1982, he was appointed Minister of Youth and Sports, a portfolio he held until March 1983. On the 5th of April 1983, he was appointed Minister for Employment and Social Security and National Solidarity, a post he occupied until August 1983. Madam Speaker, Dr. Bandhan stood again for the general elections of 1983, again for constituency number 5, under the banner of the MSM Labour Party, and he was returned as second member. On the 6th of September 1983, he was appointed Minister for Employment and of Social Security and National Solidarity, a portfolio he held until March 1986. Subsequently, on the 18th of March 1986, he was appointed Minister of Industry. On the 8th of September 2006, Dr. Bandhan was appointed Chairperson of the Mauritius Post and Cooperative Bank Limited. Madam Speaker, may I kindly request you to direct the Acting Clerk to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family. Thank you.
Yes, Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On behalf of the Opposition, I wish to associate myself with the tribute paid by the Honourable Prime Minister to late Dr. Diwakar Bandhan. And Madam Speaker, may I kindly request you to direct the Acting Clerk of the National Assembly to convey our deep condolences to the bereaved family. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you. Honourable Members, I associate myself with a tribute paid to the memory of late Diwakar Bandhan, former Member of Parliament, by the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and I direct the Acting Clerk to convey the deep condolences of the Assembly to the bereaved family. Honourable Members, I have an announcement to make with regard to the appointment of the sessional select committees pursuant to Standing Order 69 of the Standing Orders and Rules of the National Assembly 1995. With regard to the Committee of Selection, chaired by myself, I'm pleased to inform the House that following consultations held with members of the Assembly, I have today, pursuant to Standing Order 69(1)(b), nominated the following members to serve on the said committee. The Honourable Kuvalayan Kugan Parapan, Junior Minister of Social Integration, Social Security and National Solidarity. Honourable Marie-Geneviève Stéphanie Anctil, Government Chief Whip. Honourable Pianivel Venkatasamy, Deputy Chief Government Whip. Honourable Gilbert Tony Apollon. Honourable Balakrishna Babaji. Honourable Francisco François, Honourable Kushal Lubin, and Honourable Mohamed Reza Somtani. The Committee of Selection will soon meet to nominate members to serve on the following parliamentary committees, of course having due consideration to both members of the Opposition and independent member. The Public Accounts Committee, the Standing Orders Committee, the House Committee, the Broadcasting Committee, and the Parliamentary Gender Caucus. Thank you.
Papers have been laid. Questions?
Honourable Leader of the Opposition,
Thank
you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have given notice of the following private notice question, which is addressed to Dr. the Honorable Minister of Education and Human Resource, whether in regard to bullying, drug possession and consumption amongst students in public and private primary and secondary schools. He will state the number of reported cases thereof since January 2025 to date, indicating the measures being taken by his ministry for the control and eradication thereof. Thank you,
Minister?
Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the honourable member for putting this question on harassment and bullying, substance abuse in educational institutions. Let me remind the Leader of the Opposition and the public at large and everyone that the issue of bullying, drug possession, consumption among students in public and private primary and secondary schools does not date back to a few months ago. I hope the Honourable Leader of Opposition, being a cabinet member of the previous government, must have on several occasions asked the previous Minister of Education about same. And I hope he got the right answers from her. Bullying has always been a major problem in all our schools. We are not like them going to hide the truth, to hide the problem. It was and it is a problem. If you allow me, Madam Speaker, as a former rector myself, I can vouch, even at that time, there were cases, but cases escalated enormously during the past 10 years. I can see in front of me a former deputy rector, Honorable Jaman, Honorable Manan from Rodrigues, an educator. On my left, I have Honorable Reza Samtali, Honorable Ramkelawan, members of the fraternity. For the past 10 years, managing discipline, especially drugs, harassment, was a real headache because there was no willpower. There was no political willpower. But now, changement is here. We have a clear mandate by the population to set things right. The Honourable Leader of Opposition in a recent press conference was talking about population paysannes margots. Who planted the margots? They plant the margots, and today, when we are reaping the margots, he finds it bitter. The same question, this drug issue, under their tenure, has escalated to such proportion. Perhaps, bénéfice du doute, he is coming to do his mea culpa. We grant him this, so that he goes home and he feels he has now started doing the right thing. Had he been doing it for the past 10 years, we wouldn't have reached here. When we, members of the opposition, the MMM, Labour Party, and members of Nouveau Démocrate, we were fighting this scourge, what did we find? Fortunately, you are on the chair, Madam Speaker. We had another person on the chair, and that person would prevent us when Honourable Reza Outim would be putting questions on how many drug lords were arrested. When we were putting questions, when I was putting questions, we were prevented to talk. Today, la parole est libre, la pensée est libre, le pays est libre. Et maintenant, on va commencer, dans cette situation de liberté, d'adresser ce problème qui nous concerne tous comme une nation, comme un pays. I remember, again I will say it as a rector of a secondary school, the problem had not attained that level as it has attained today. And today we have inherited that from them. I have noticed that in the last 10 years, and when I became MP, and was not part of the formal education system, there was an abrupt recurrence of bullying as well as consumption of illicit drugs or substance in our schools. Pathetic. We feel sad about this situation. We are not happy about that situation because we are talking about our kids. We are talking about the kids of the Republic. Those parents whose kids have become victims of that situation, they may vouch what we are talking today. How can I forget that all my questions relating to this crucial matter were shut down by the previous speaker? Loudspeaker. Sorry, Madam Speaker, for calling him. Goalkeeping skills led to this alarming situation. Not only him, the previous government didn't want to really look at that problem. Zot fin fané, nous pour nettoyer. Zot fin fané, nous pour nettoyer. And the problem they have brought to our threshold, we are committed with this Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister and this August Assembly, everyone present here. We have the mandate, we have the conviction. Together, we are going to do our maximum to address these issues. For the past 10 years, some students, unfortunately, have interiorized this bad habit of bullying, school violence, and made it to believe, they have believed that they could do whatever they wish, just like a certain Franklin, Deodani, and others of this country. These had become, unfortunately, the role models for some. Unfortunately. I hope now the country and the students are going to have other role models so that they can emulate better role models than they had in the past. And this has led to a lot of frustration among youngsters. And it is sad to know that bullies are coming from a younger and younger age bracket, Madam Speaker. It is sad. In the past, bullies were of a certain age. Today, we have bullies even in primary and pre-primary schools. And it is dangerous for a country. Did they address that issue? And another thing that I am highlighting, we have bullies, même au sein de la famille. Harcèlement, même au sein de la famille. Il faudra changer la mentalité pour commencer au sein de la famille même. Et ensuite à l'école. Et ensuite dans la société. Un peu partout, il faudra adresser ce problème épineux. Madam Speaker, today we have the strong political will to announce that our Prime Minister means business on this front. And there will be no piecemeal approach as they were doing, as his former government was doing. As Minister of Education, I cannot do it alone, nor the officials from the Ministry of Education can do it alone. We need full support of the population, which gave us a clear mandate in the last general elections. The message is clear. With us, no dilly-dallying.
Keep an eye on the time, please.
With us, no dilly-dallying. Like they had the je m'en foutisme attitude, the MSM government. The MSM government catered only for one thing, money politics, and drug was the primary thing which entered in our society. That is why some of us, we had nicknamed MSM, Mouvement Soutien Mafia. Mouvement Soutien Mafia has led us to this situation today. And many, they were soutirés. And now we are uprooting the evil which set its tentacles in our society. It has become our arduous task, all of us present here. But we are hopeful. For the sake of the kids of this country, we will stand united as a nation in order to fight these scourges. They pretended to do what? Casse les reins mafia. But at the end of the day, they ended up caresser les reins mafia. And this problem gradually moved from the society and entered the premises of schools. How unfortunate. They had the time, they had the opportunity, they had the mandate to protect schools. They didn't. They didn't do it. And today the leader of opposition is coming and asking this question. It amounts to intellectual dishonesty.
Minister,
but the population outside...
Minister, may I?
Yes.
You will have at one point to tell us what are you going to do?
I will. It is coming in piecemeal, I know, but the leader of opposition will have to wait for that, because the country waited for 10 years in order to bring the right recipe to solve this problem, because our La Cuisine is not like their La Cuisine. Madam Speaker, this year, I'm coming to the answer. Yes. This year, for the past 2 months, since the resumption of schools in January 2025, I am informed that across the 4 educational zones, we have 59 cases of harassment and bullying involving pupils of government primary school. 2, 67 cases involving students of state secondary schools. 3, 21 cases involving students of private secondary schools out of 108 private secondary schools. In the past, I have shown concern on this issue about substance abuse, whether inside or outside Parliament. This August Assembly will recall PQB 476, which was related to substance abuse, as well as PQB 795. Now, let me enumerate the measures that my ministry has taken in order to address this serious problem of bullying, drug abuse, and so on. Bear with me, Leader of Opposition. I'm going to enumerate them now, which is part B of the PNQ. Madam Speaker, we have undertaken the following actions. There will be 14 of them.
Address me.
Yes, there are 14 of them. Let me start with the first one. We are going to set up an education council comprising of representatives of a wide cross-section of all education sectors to address the issue in a holistic manner and for alignment of actions, developing consensus on a wide range of issues. 2, institutional networking and collaborative partnership with several stakeholders such as police force, CDU, Brigade pour la protection de la famille. 3, reinforcement of the student care and counseling desk in state secondary schools to provide necessary support to students facing emotional and other psychological problems with a view to promoting positive behavior through listening and supporting students and the training of educators involved in providing these services. 4, placing a strong focus on value-based education and life skills in the school curriculum. 5, reviving the inter-college competitions in collaboration with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, with the support of Honorable Nagalingam, thereby giving them a sense of purpose. This is what we are going to do, both ministries. 6, helping pupils better manage their emotions through the implementation of the social and emotional well-being program. 7, strengthening the National Education and Counseling Service through the recruitment of additional educational psychologists and educational social workers at the level of ministry and private secondary school authority. 8, carrying out sensitization of students by the National Education and Counseling Service. 9, setting up of pastoral care committees to support students with behavioral issues. 10, ensure that disciplinary committees look into actions to be taken against students involving cases of indiscipline and violence. 11, ensuring the installation of CCTV cameras in some secondary schools. 12, posting of daytime security guards in risk-prone schools. 13, provision of a gatekeeper to control access to school compounds during the day. 14, regular police patrolling and vigilance around the risk-prone schools and at bus terminals. Madam Speaker, this question is not a simple P&Q. It concerns our kids. It concerns the future of this country. It concerns our children, and that is why we are serious about it. Madam Speaker, I would like to inform the House that this government means business and we leave no stone unturned to tackle school violence, bullying, and substance abuse through the support of all stakeholders. Since I took office, Madam Speaker, in December 2024, I had several meetings with different sections of my ministry, and we jointly analyzed the situation in our schools. It was noted with concern that very little was done to mitigate the problem of drugs in our schools. One drug prevention education program, namely the Get Connected program, is being run for grade 8 students only. A program being run only for one specific grade, grade 8, whereas this problem concerns everyone. We are going to look into this issue. Despite the extensive help being provided by the United Nations Office on Drug and Crime to run the above program, the previous regime, through its recklessness, failed to kickstart saving schools. Madam Speaker, drug and substance abuse in schools is not a problem for grade 8 or grade 10 only. It is a problem from pre-primary to tertiary level. This matter has also been highlighted by the National Audit Office in January 2025. Madam Speaker, I wish to highlight that all aspects related to indiscipline in school will be further discussed in consultation with all stakeholders during the forthcoming Assises de l'Éducation with my ministry, which my ministry will host in mid-April 2025. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Supplementary question.
Yes, Madam Speaker. This has been a very long reply from the Minister. I hope I'll get enough time to put my supplementary questions.
You put your question. Put your question.
Yeah, my first question is with regard to a protocol. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether there is a protocol applicable to all educational institutions, that is public and private, with regard to drug possession and drug consumption?
Yes. Straightforward, please.
Madam Speaker, yes, there is, but as someone coming from that fraternity, I wish to inform the Honourable Leader of Opposition the number of problems, hurdles that rectors, educators face in order to search the bags of students. Sometimes when they have suspicion that some students may be in the possession of illicit substance, it is not easy for them to do that. That is why, in the weeks to come, I would solicit the help of the Attorney General's office in order to see what can be done in order to empower our rectors, deputy rectors, teaching and non-teaching staff in order to ally them in this combat against substance abuse in our schools.
Thank you. Yes.
So I understand that now we do not have one protocol for all the institutions of the country. Now we are going to look into the possibility of having one protocol for all those institutions. Can the Honourable Minister inform the House of the various types of drugs seized in our educational institutions and whether there is a follow-up from his ministry on cases of drug possessions by the
That
students.
is a very tall order, Leader.
Yes, Madam, this is a very important subject.
And I don't see how he can wind up in such a short time. And there is...
All the time, Madam Speaker. This is very unfair. I agree, this is a...
Straightforward,
Like the many fallacies, spread by the previous government. The leader of opposition again is coming with a fallacy that there is no common protocol in the schools in order to detect drugs. He's wrong. We have a common protocol which applies in all schools for his information. Now, the type of drugs he has asked, okay? Unfortunately, we are talking about cannabis, we are talking about synthetic drugs, heroin and cocaine. He must have known it on his own.
No comments. No comments. 1 moment. Yes? Your friend is asking for...
Yes.
I give you one, and then we'll wind up.
You cannot do that, Madam
No,
Speaker.
we can't.
This is such an important subject on a PNQ.
I know.
I have only 3 questions.
Of
This is the
course.
first time, Madam Speaker. It is such an important subject.
I have 30 minutes for P&Q. We can come back on the subject. Don't you think
Yeah.
I am interested in the subject?
If you've given him so much time
I
for his
tried
reply, at
to
least give
stop
us
him.
time to
You're
put
wasting
questions,
Right
Madam
now, you're wasting
Speaker.
time.
Oh, this is very
ahead.
unfair.
At the 11th hour.
Go ahead.
No. Will the Honourable Minister, if I've heard well what he has said, will he consider conducting random searches in educational institutions with the collaboration of the police force, as this will deter drug peddlers to operate in the vicinity or within the premises of educational institutions?
Short and sweet. Short and sweet.
Yes, that is what we are saying. It took him 10 years to come with that enlightening,
No
wise
comments.
decision.
No
I have
comments.
answered it.
No comments. Mr. Duval, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the last available report of the National Drug Observatory report states that there is an increased consumption under 18, including under 14 years old. Now, given that this increase is concerning and concerns schools mainly, and in fact, in view that there was a promise to set up the Select Committee on Drug to come up with a master plan, a promise to do so 1 week after the election. We are now 16th week. And the Minister, therefore, can the Minister, therefore, tell us whether this has been relegated on the agenda?
It has never and will never be relegated. For his information, let me inform him and the House. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker.
You call him Honourable Member.
Honourable Member. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, I cannot compare or even carry out a status of the different categories of indiscipline in different schools. Why? The answer comes from the National Audit Office. The National Audit Office says the previous government failed to collect and analyze data for the various types of indiscipline on a regular basis. I am not saying this. I am not saying this. Had there been proper organizational collection of data, various data-driven measures could have been initiated and would not be where we are today. But we are going to redress that situation.
Okay. Another question.
Yes, I have, not only one, more. Madam Speaker, can the Honourable Minister inform the House whether teachers in our primary and secondary institutions during and after school hours hold classes with the students on moral values such as respect, honesty, responsibility, empathy, compassion and integrity, which foster positive relationship and ethical behavior?
Straightforward answer.
Yeah, I want straightforward answer.
Yes.
My motto, in fact, my motto.
Had the former Speaker of the Assembly followed that class, it would have been much better. Yes, these classes are conducted, Honourable Leader of Opposition. Yes, I assure you, in our different schools, whether private or state secondary schools.
Thank you.
Address the Speaker.
You're not the speaker today.
He's passing comments on me.
Let me.
He should apply the rules.
Honourable Duval, let me put order in the House.
May I, Madam
Please,
Speaker, in
Mr.
view of the prevailing
Yes.
situation in our educational institution concerning discipline, bullying and drug abuse, will the Honourable Minister consider having a standing committee comprising of the various stakeholders and meeting at regular intervals? I'm talking of a standing committee.
Madam Speaker, I think he's not following what is happening in this country. All right? He's not following because on Monday I've already started with Zone 1. Next Monday we are meeting Zone 2, Zone 3, Zone 3. We have already met almost all stakeholders in December. So for his information, he should come with the right information while talking about that.
Maybe I can suggest, since this is such an important issue and it concerns all our children, whatever be our political opinions, our community, why don't you come with a paper? You come with a statement with all information. Please, Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good suggestion. And I'm inviting the Leader of Opposition pour les Assises de l'Éducation, which will take place on 15, 16, and 17th of April.
Okay. Invitation.
Madam Speaker, when I mentioned a standing committee with all stakeholders, I made reference to Parent Teachers Association and students also. Will that committee include Parent Teachers Association, members of Parent Teachers Association, and students also?
Madam Speaker, yes. The answer is yes.
Yes. Yes.
With regard to the current legislation in force, will the Honourable Minister consider reviewing same to tighten the law so as to deter such practices and make our educational institutions safer, be it for students or for teachers, Madam Speaker?
Yes, Madam Speaker. The answer is yes.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Members, I have to beg to be excused. I have forgotten, and ce n'était pas méchant. It seems that I have forgotten to mention Honourable fourth member for Montaillon as a member of the Select Committee. But I did say that we would give due respect to the opposition. So Honourable Duval is also a member of that committee. Thank you. Alors, du coup, où nous en sommes? I think j'ai perdu mes questions là. Yes. I'm sorry, one moment. Honourable members, the table has been advised. There's no changes, I think. Honourable second member for Rivière des Anguilles and Souillac.
Madam Speaker, question B128, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the construction of the new air traffic control tower at the Siusagoram-Gulam International Airport was initiated in 2012. In 2013, a policy decision was taken to entrust the responsibility to airports of Mauritius, company AML, to implement the project on behalf of the Department of Civil Aviation. However, it was only 4 years later, that is in December 2017, that an open international bidding exercise was carried out by AML to the Central Procurement Board. With regard to Part A of the question, at the closing date of the 6th of March 2018, 3 bids were received as follows. 1. Hivec Stéphane Lutti Stocks JV. 2. Tianli Construction Company Limited. And 3. JV Patco and Dem. On the 14th of May 2018, the contract was awarded to Patco and Dem, which was the lowest evaluated and substantially responsive bidder for the corrected sum of 621,058,680 rupees and 97 cents. That is inclusive of VAT and excluding discounts of 18,114,862 rupees and 99 cents. However, the COVID-19 pandemic confinement caused a stoppage of works as from the 19th to the 2nd of June 2020. Subsequently, Patco and Dem went into voluntary administration on the 7th of July 2020 and abandoned the work site. The initial contract was terminated on the 17th of December 2020. In June 2021, AML launched a selective bidding exercise for the conduct of an independent valuation for the completion of the remaining construction works. On the 26th of October 2021, Chateau and Partners Limited, the successful bidder for the evaluation, submitted that the remaining works would cost around 827 million rupees, exclusive of VAT. In other words, the original cost was around 621 million, Madam Speaker. Now they're saying 827 million. That is an increase of 206 million rupees. The board of AML approved on the 29th of December 2021 that a detailed bid be requested from Hyvec Stefan Nuti Stocks JV, which was the next lowest bidder. The invitation bid was issued on the 3rd of February 2022 and on a direct emergency procurement basis. The closing date initially set for the 14th of March 2022 for bid submission was extended twice, up to 19th of April 2022, on which date the bid was received. To give effect to this decision, on the 19th of July 2022, the Board of AML approved that AML would have recourse to emergency procurement for the completion of the project. It should be pointed out, Madam Speaker, that the estimate was updated to around 910 million rupees in July 22. In other words, an increase of 289 million now on the original of 621. The overall project, initially estimated at 790 million, was then revised to 1,296 million rupees, inclusive of VAT, and representing, Madam Speaker, an increase of 64% on the original price. That is an increase of 675 million rupees. In other words, more than twice of the original price that was decided. Following a consultation with the Procurement Policy Office and advice from the Attorney General's Office, AML was informed on the 5th of August 2022 by the External Communications Division of the Prime Minister's Office that with regard to emergency procurement, it would have to comply with Section 21 of the Public Procurement Act. Regulation 5C of the Public Procurement Regulations of 2008, as well as Directive 60 issued by the Procurement Policy Office. After apparently a thorough assessment and numerous clarifications sought from the bidder, the bid was considered to be non-responsive. The bidding exercise was cancelled in August 2022. To bypass the provisions of the existing legislations, surprisingly, Madam Speaker, on the 21st of December 2022, that is roughly 4 months afterwards, the Public Procurement Amendment of Schedule Number 4, Regulations 2022, were promulgated to exempt AML from the application of the Public Procurement Act. Subsequently, AML resorted to its own internal procurement procedures for the completion of the remaining works. Given that the construction has been kept in abeyance and that the existing infrastructure was deteriorating, on the 8th of December 2023, the then government agreed to Airport Holdings Limited, contracting in part a bank loan and in part using its own funds to finance the completion of the project. I'm also informed, Madam Speaker, that AML launched a bidding exercise for the pre-qualification of contractors on the 19th of February 2024. 2 applications were received, mainly from Hivec Stefanuti Control Tower JV and JV of China State Construction Engineering Corporation Limited and Nandan Gopi and Company Limited. The offer of Hivec Stefanuti Control Tower was retained for pre-qualification by AML's tender committee. The pre-qualified bidder was accordingly invited on the 20th of May 2024 to submit his bid by 26th of June 2024. The bid amounting to 1,325,506 rupees and 506,553 rupees and 42 cents, excluding VAT, was received from Hivec Stefanuti Control Tower. In other words, another increase of about 704, a bit more than 704 million rupees on the original price quoted. That is, now it's more than twice the amount. As for Part B of the question, I'm informed that the overall completion of the project is around 35% as at 17th of December 2020. Since that date, no further works were effected. And today we are faced, unfortunately, with a decrepit infrastructure whose completion will entail additional public funds. Furthermore, I'm informed, Madam Speaker, that with regard to the evaluation of the offer of Hivec Stefanuti Control Tower for the completion of the project, on the 17th of February of this year, of 2025, AML's tender committee recommended that its offer be deemed non-responsive as the bid price exceeds the cost estimated by over 45%. An amount of 322.2 million, excluding VAT, has already been disbursed by AML. With regard to Part C of the question, I'm informed that once the contract is awarded, the duration of the works would be around 90 months.
Yes. Yes. Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Grand-Port.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. TQ B129, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on the 19th of December 2017, a contract was signed between the Mauritius Police Force and Mauritius Telecom for the sum of US $466 million, that is around 21 billion rupees, for the implementation of the Safe City project. On the 19th of August 2019, the system came into operation on an operating lease basis for a period of 20 years. The Safe City project comprises the following main components: 4,000 intelligent video surveillance cameras, 300 intelligent traffic surveillance cameras, 9 convergent command and control centers, an emergency response management system, and a radio communication system. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the following 5 companies have been subcontracted by Mauritius Telecom, which is the main contractor for the implementation of the project: Huawei Technologies Company Limited, Teleconvergence Infosystems Mauritius, Rod Auto Limited, Power Show Limited, and MEP Engineering Limited. As regards to Part B of the question, given the high cost of the project, and though the system was designed supposedly for public safety and security, it is obvious that the utilization of the system was well below expectations. Very often, the Safe City cameras were used instead to track the movements of political opponents and to spy on Mauritian citizens. The House will also recall how in the process to elucidate certain atrocious crimes, Safe City cameras in specific areas were conveniently found defective or non-operational. The case of Kisnani is a good example. I'm thus proposing that an independent assessment of the Safe City project be conducted in order to ensure first and foremost the safety and security of the Mauritians and prompt elucidation of crimes and not to spy on Mauritian citizens.
Yes. Yes, honourable member for Flac and Bonacay. Oh, you want, I'm sorry. You didn't catch my eye in time. Yes. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Hold it, monsieur.
May I ask
Vous
the
attendez.
May I ask the Honourable Prime Minister, with regard to those safe city cameras, are they equipped with the facial recognition technology software?
In fact, they are equipped with that technology, but it's not being used because it is in contravention with our data protection laws.
Of course. Yes. Honourable member for Flac Bonacay.
Oui, Madame la Présidente, B130, s'il vous plaît.
Merci. B130.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Economic Development Board that since the introduction of the Smart City Scheme in 2015, 19 projects have been issued with the Smart City Scheme certificate, out of which 16 have started construction. I'm further informed that the total aggregate of land area for the 19 projects is 6,332 arpents. Based on the information submitted by the Mauritius Revenue Authority and the Registrar General's Department, the amount of exemptions granted in the scheme as at date in terms of income tax is 693 million. Exemption for value-added tax is 5.8 billion rupees. Customs duty exemption is 34.8 million, and land transfer tax is 82.6 million. That is a total of 6.61 billion rupees of exemption. Insofar as the Morcellement fee is concerned, the Morcellement Act is not applicable to the excision of the purpose for the purpose of transfer of land to a smart city project or to a Morcellement under the Smart City Scheme. As such, no Morcellement fee is collectible. But based on the information provided by the Economic Development Board, it is broadly estimated that the Morcellement fee exempted would amount to some 373 million rupees for the 19 projects.
Yes.
Can the Honourable Prime Minister please inform the House how does he have the figures for the land conversion tax, the amount of exemption obtained under the land conversion tax?
I'm not sure of the question, but the land transfer tax is, the amount is 82.6 million.
Yes. The Honourable Fourth Member for Port Louis North and Mortailon.
Yes. QB131.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that on Tuesday, the 12th of November, 2024, to Wednesday, the 12th of March, 2025, 1,076 drug cases have been reported to the police. With regards to Part A of the question, 942 persons have been arrested in connection therewith. As regards Part B of the question, I'm further informed that 460 persons have been charged with for possession of dangerous drugs. 433 persons have been charged for the possession of dangerous drugs with an averment of drug dealing. 44 persons have been charged for possession of dangerous drugs with an averment of drug trafficking. And in the course of investigation of these drug cases, 4 persons have been charged for money laundering and 1 person for perverting the course of justice. Madam Speaker, as stated in the government program of 2025-2029, the fight against drug trafficking and use will be one of the major priorities of my government through the provision of additional resources to the police to increase its capacity to deal more efficiently with drug trafficking and related issues. In addition, a national agency for drug control, that is the National Drug Policy Monitoring and Coordinating Agency, is being set up with a central hub bringing together various institutions to coordinate efforts in combating drug trafficking, providing rehabilitation services, and supporting families by substance abuse, who are affected by substance abuse. Madam Speaker, I've already informed the House in my reply to PQB3 during the sitting of Tuesday, the 4th of February of this year, that Mr. Sam Lutan will be the chairperson of the agency. In addition, Dr. Faisal Suleiman will be the Chief Executive Officer of the agency. He has wide experience working with governments and NGOs in the field of substance abuse, both locally and in the African region. In fact, he has worked extensively with the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime until his retirement in 2022. A bill has already been drafted for the establishment of the agency, and consultations are being held with stakeholders. As soon as this is over, the bill will be introduced in the House.
Thank you. Yes?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I'm interested with drug dealing and trafficking. These cases notoriously take a long time before being translated in a form of charge. The main reason being the forensic science laboratory taking such a long time dealing with so many cases. The second reason being the itemized bill, as we call them, call logs and SMS logs, also taking a long time. Will the Prime Minister see to it urgently that these two be revamped so that cases which now take on average 5 years to 6 years are dealt with swiftly?
Honourable member is right. It's taking a long time, and the reason is the AFSL is not doing the work it should be doing. I had brought in a foreign expert from Scotland, if I remember, who was here to advise. And she told me, you will never get results the way the AFSL is operating. They send people to court instead of doing the work in the lab. When you need to send people to court, you have to send, but not go there day in, day out, wait for the case to be taken, it's postponed, come back to the lab. This is how it's been done. We are looking at this. I can assure the honourable member to correct this.
Thank you. Okay. Yes?
Speaker, second question. We have been promised a master plan on drug, including a select committee in the House. Now, I put the question to him. This had been promised. It has still not come today. Can the Prime Minister give us a time frame for coming up with the setting up of the select committee as well as with the master plan?
Prime Minister?
The law for the agency, which I just mentioned, is coming to Cabinet this Friday. It will be set up.
Very good. Next question, please. Honourable First Member for Lacavie and Phoenix.
Yes, B132, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, with regard to Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that following the retirement of the Commissioner of Prisons on the 8th of December 2024, Mr. Raj Raghubir, the most senior Deputy Commissioner of Prisons, has been assigned the duties of Commissioner of Prisons as from the 9th of December 2024. With regard to Part A2 of the question, I'm informed by the Acting Commissioner of Prisons that as at 13th of March 2025, the official bed capacity of the prison system in Mauritius is 3,744. With regards to Part A3 of the question, I'm further informed that as at 13th of March 2025, the total population, prison population, is 2,722, out of which 1,424 detainees have been convicted and 1,298 detainees are on remand. With regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed by the Acting Commissioner of Prisons that there is no overpopulation as the prison in general, as the prison is currently occupied at 72.7% of its optimum capacity, out of which 52.31% of the prison population have been convicted and 47.69% are on remand. I said generally because, however, at the Petit Verger prison, which has a bed capacity of 308, it is presently accommodating 322 detainees. The surplus of 14 detainees are being transferred to Grand Rivière Northwest Prison and Richelieu Open Prison. The women prison, which has a capacity of 160, is presently accommodating 169 detainees, and most of them are on remand. The surplus of 9 detainees, again, are being directed to the open prison for women. I'm further informed by the Acting Commissioner of Prisons that there has been no incident directly related to overpopulation in the prisons. As regards staffing, a manpower assessment exercise has been carried out in July of 2022 by the Manager Human Resources of the then Prime Minister's office. It has recommended, among others, the creation of some 150 additional posts in the grade of prison officers, senior prison officers, and 15 additional posts in the grade of women prison officers or senior women prison officer. And it has recommended that it is done in a phase-wise manner over a period of 3 financial years. These additional staffs will be reinforcing the team responsible for the rehabilitation program. A committee was set up in September 2024 to look into the implementation of the recommendation of the manpower assessment exercise. We are currently reviewing the staff situation in the prison with a view to ensuring an optimal utilization of manpower resources. Madam Speaker, the prison services is laying focus on rehabilitation of prisoners through various programs so that they can successfully reintegrate into their communities without reoffending and become responsible and law-abiding citizens. Moreover, the prison service provides vocational training in different fields to empower the detainees to be employable following their release from prison. Some of the trainings being offered are carried out in collaboration with the Mauritius Institute of Training and Development. And I'm informed that a total of 402 detainees have followed such trainings during the year 2024. Furthermore, non-governmental organizations also provide counseling, psychosocial support, and life skills programs among the detainees.
Yes. The Honourable Second Member for Savannah and Black River.
Madam Speaker, please. B133.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Development Bank of Mauritius that there are actually 2 buildings at Suivez Cemetery Road. One building has 2 floors with a gross covered area of around 2,880 square meters. The other building also has 2 floors with a gross covered area of around 1,858 square meters, and its construction is not fully completed. Both buildings on leasehold state land. Regarding Part A of the question, the DBM has been managing the buildings since August of 2019. On the 16th of August 2019, the DBM purchased the buildings from Aqua Plus Limited, which went into receivership in January of 2017. Regarding Part B of the question, I'm informed that by the DBM that the buildings are currently not operational. Since acquisition in August 2019 to date, total maintenance costs amounted to 848,200 rupees, and a total payments amount to 24,787 rupees and 580 rupees. The total payments comprise the purchase price, the rent for the state land, security services, utilities, insurance costs, maintenance costs, and other expenses. Madam Speaker, this is not yet another blatant example of wasting of public funds. I've given directives for an audit of all DBM buildings be done so that unutilized spaces could be made more profitable and rented to needy small entrepreneurs if they want.
Thank you. Yes. Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you. B134.
Madam Speaker, that question would be very, very long to answer. I'm proposing to table the information.
Thank you.
Okay. Honourable Fourth Member for Port-Ris North, Mr. Duval.
Yes, B135.
Madam Speaker, as it has been clearly spelled out under the heading Restoring Sound Macroeconomic Fundamentals in the government program of 2025-2029, government will broaden the mandate of the Public Accounts Committee and make it mandatory for it to look into annual audit reports with accounting officer in attendance. We will also ensure that the report of the Director of Audit is debated in the National Assembly and it is submitted to relevant institutions for investigation where appropriate. In view of your statement this morning, Madam Speaker, all this will be discussed in the appropriate standing committees.
Thank you. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, yes, I'm putting the question. Madam Speaker, it's 4 months have gone by, and you're talking about...
I can't hear.
Yes, 4 months have gone by. You're talking about increasing the mandate of the Public Accounts Committee. Budget is coming soon, but there is still no Public Accounts Committee. So can we know?
It's coming.
Yes. My question is, the previous regime had done it two weeks after the election. Why, in this case, is it taking so long?
There's no need to answer, Prime Minister. I mentioned this morning, Honourable Member, I mentioned this morning that the select committee on which you will be sitting will be meeting soon. So we will be starting committee work very soon. Don't worry. Okay, Honourable Third Member for Beaubassin Petite Rivière, Mr. Kina.
B136. Madam Speaker, I'm informed by the Commissioner of Police that at around 1:20 hours on Sunday, the 9th of March 2025, at Chemin-Grenier Police Station, Mr. J.F. and his father, Mr. J.F.2, requested for police assistance as the relative and friend were being assaulted at St. Felix Public Beach. Upon reaching St. Felix Public Beach at around 1:30 hours, police found Mr. A.F. and Mr. J.M.D.L. seriously injured. They were conveyed to Suivez Hospital, where they were both examined by government medical officer. The injured persons were subsequently conveyed to Jawaharlal Nehru Hospital for further treatment. Police could not record their statements immediately as they were injured and were receiving treatment. However, police recorded the statement of Mr. J.M.L.D. at 15:45 hours and that of Mr. A.F. at 15:50 hours on the same day. In his statement, Mr. J.M.D.L. affirmed that he, along with 3 persons, had proceeded to St. Felix Public Beach on Saturday, the 8th of March at 22:00 hours for a prayer session. On Sunday, the 9th of March, at around 1 o'clock during the prayer session, a group of persons assaulted them with offensive weapons. The persons claimed that Mr. J.M.D.L. and his congregation were dealing with witchcraft, and the persons took 2 gold chains and a sum of 400 rupees which belonged to him. I'm further informed, Madam Speaker, that by the Commissioner of Police that on Monday, the 10th of March, one Mr. R.J. and one Mr. Z.I., both residing at Chemin-Grenier, voluntarily called at the Chemin-Grenier police station, accompanied by the lawyers, to surrender themselves in connection with the incident. While being interviewed by the police, they opted to keep their right of silence. The 2 persons were arrested on the same day. On Tuesday, the 11th of March, they were provisionally charged with larceny with violence before the District Court of Savane. The police objected to their release on bail, and they were remanded to police cell up to Monday, the 17th of March, that is yesterday, date on which the magistrate of the District Court postponed the hearing to Thursday, the 20th of March of 2025. On Saturday, the 15th of March, Mr. J.M.D.L. gave a further statement to the police, and he identified Mr. H.A.B. as being the person who assaulted him and stole his golden chains and the sum of 400 rupees. On Monday, the 17th of March, Mr. H.A.B. was provisionally charged for larceny with violence before the District Court of Savane in relation to the incident which occurred on the 9th of March at the public beach. The 3 persons were remanded to police cell up to Friday, the 21st of March, pending their hearing on bail on Thursday, the 20th of March. Inquiry is still going on in the case.
Yes.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Au vu du témoignage d'une des personnes agressées, un pasteur de surcroît, le Premier ministre peut-il dire à la Chambre s'il y a eu une possible complicité entre les agresseurs et certains policiers ce matin-là? Car, il faut bien le dire, à leur arrivée sur le lieu de l'agression, les policiers étaient, semble-t-il, très amicaux avec les agresseurs. Et deuxièmement, il y avait réticence à enregistrer la déposition du pasteur dans son intégralité.
Well, I'm not aware of this. The police inquiry is ongoing. I'm sure we'll find out about this.
Of course, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Is the Honourable Prime Minister aware that the thugs, vagabonds proches de l'ancien régime, close to a former senior minister to the MSM, was involved in that assault?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything of what you're saying. Are you on this question?
Yeah.
Same public beach?
I am, yes.
Yes.
Thank
Speak
you.
out.
Okay. Is the Honorable Prime Minister aware that thugs, vagabonds proches de l'Ancien Régime, to a former senior minister close to the MSM, was involved in that assault? Will the Honorable Prime Minister agree with me that we need stiffer penalties for those who plays with our social and religious facts? Thank you.
Yes, I tend to agree that we have to have tough penalties. I'm aware of it, but I don't want to go into a public inquiry, police inquiry, which is going on.
Exactly, yes. Last question.
Oui,
I'm
merci
sorry,
Madame la
time is
Présidente.
almost up.
Donc ce n'est pas la première fois que des personnes se font agresser à cause de leurs croyances religieuses. Le Premier ministre compte-t-il prendre des actions pour s'assurer que tous les Mauriciens soient libres de pratiquer leur religion, et si oui, quelles sont ces actions?
Certainly, we have already said that many times. Nous serons intransigeants avec ceux qui veulent déstabiliser notre pays. We are going to look at all the laws that are here. We're going probably to stiffen them.
Thank you. Time is up. I'm sorry, honourable members. I have to inform you that the table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn: B143, B139, B140 and B141. Now we move to questions. Questions to ministers. I call on Honourable First Member for Rodrigues, Ms. Colette.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B144, please.
Madam Speaker, I'm informed that the Confédération africaine de volleyball Zone 7 entrusted the Mauritius Volleyball Federation with the responsibility to host the 29th edition of the Volleyball Club Championship for the Zone 7 region, which was held from 1st to 8th March 2025. The competition sites were Pandit Sahadev Gymnasium at Vakwa, le Quorum Gymnasium Plaisance Rosil, and the University of Mauritius Gymnasium. It is a yearly regional competition of teams from the Zone 7 region. The members of Zone 7 are Réunion, Madagascar, Seychelles, Mayotte, Comoros, and Mauritius. Regarding Part A of the question, I wish to inform the House that 29 teams, that is 14 men's teams and 15 women's teams, participated in this competition. The breakdown of participation by country is as follows: Réunion, 4 men's team, 4 women's team; Madagascar, 1 men's team, 2 women's team; Seychelles, 1 men's team, 2 women's team; Mayotte, 3 men's teams and 1 women's team; Mauritius, including Rodrigues, 5 men's team plus 6 women's team. The championship is a pool of league tournament where the 2 best teams of each group goes to quarterfinals, semi-finals and finals. Country members may send 2 to 4 teams, and club champions of respective countries participate at the competition. Réunion won the tournament, and it is an honor for a team from Rodrigues to have reached the semi-final. Madam Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, the competition has been beneficial to all participating teams, as it has largely contributed to sportsmen to have access to international exposure. Furthermore, the influx of foreigners have enabled to showcase Mauritius as a sporting destination. In addition, the competition attracted large number of spectators in our gymnasium. The event also created a keen interest in the public, as witnessed by the enthusiasm shown by youth and trainees from local volleyball academies who were given the opportunity to serve as volunteers during the competition.
Yes. I have one supplementary question. I thank the Honourable Minister for his answers. Madam Speaker, will the Honourable Minister indicate whether his ministry would be willing to consider Rodrigues as participant in the African Volleyball Club Championships?
Madam Speaker, the 2025 African Men's Volleyball Championship will take place in Libya from 17 to 30th April 2025, while that of women will take place in Nigeria. Any request from financial assistance from the Rodrigues Orange Club Sporting d'Amitié will have to be examined by the ministry. Besides, funds are provided by the central government to the Rodrigues Regional Assembly for various sectors, as listed in the 4th schedule of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act. The 4th schedule lists youth and sports as one of the areas of responsibility to be exercised by the Rodrigues Regional Assembly.
Yes, Mr. Kira.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable ministre peut-il dire à la Chambre quelle a été la contribution de son ministère en ce qui concerne l'organisation de cette compétition?
Minister?
My ministry have provided different facilities as regards to transport and other different facilities from the ministry as what the Federation has asked the ministry, and we have provided the facilities.
Thank you. Yes. Honorable Second Member for Belrose-Catrebon.
Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. B145.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I have been informed by the Municipal Council of Catrebon that the La Source football playground was originally equipped with sports facilities, including a football playground, a gradin, and a cloakrooms. According to the Municipal Council, FIFA recommends that a standard football field should be 105 meters long and 68 meters wide. However, in December 2022, the National Development Unit, that is the NDU, under the previous government, began upgrading works on the playground. These works mainly involve improving the football pitch and creating a jogging track. As part of this project, the NDU and its contractor installed concrete curbs around the playing area, reducing the field's length to only 61 meters. As a result, the football grounds is no longer in compliance with FIFA standards. Another major concern is the safety of the players. In February 2023, the Municipal Council received a petition from football players, coaches, and École de Foot, highlighting the risk posed by the concrete curbs. The Council then informed the NDU about this safety issue. Despite these requests, the NDU continued with the installation of the concrete curbs, placing them only 2.8 meters behind the goal post and all around the field and the jogging track. Madam Speaker, on 8 August 2024, a meeting was held under the chairmanship of the Mayor of Catrebon with representatives from the NDU. During this meeting, the Council once again requested the removal of the curbs and the installation of a proper water drainage system around the football field. However, no action has been taken so far. This situation clearly demonstrates how the previous government has failed in the planning and executing projects. Their poor designs have not only resulted in football fields that do not meet regulations, but also put our players at risk. To address these issues, my ministry sent 2 official letters to the NDU on 30 December 2024 and on 16 January 2025, requesting urgent remedial works.
My ministry is closely monitoring the situation in coordinating with the Ministry of National Infrastructure. Madam Speaker, I have also been informed that the cloakroom and the toilets at the La Source football playground were not obligated by the NDU and are currently unusable due to the needs of major repairs. To resolve this, the Municipal Council of Catebon has put forward proposals to carry out the necessary works using its in-house labor. Additionally, at its Public Infrastructure Committee meeting on 14 February 2025, the Council decided to remove all concrete curbs and restore the playground exclusively for football. Furthermore, the Municipal Council of Catebon requested the NDU to officially hand over the project site to allow works to begin as soon as possible. The handover of La Source football ground was completed on Friday, 14, 2025, and also I wish to inform the honourable member that these works started today itself and are expected to be completed by the end of this month. And the cost of 500,000 rupees for the repairs will be covered under the Small Community Projects Fund. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, one supplementary.
Yes. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente. Dans sa réponse, le ministre évoque une allocation de 500 000 roupies afin de corriger ce projet bidon, bancal et dangereux de l'Ancien Régime. Au nom des habitants de la Source, je le remercie. Le ministre peut-il confirmer à la Chambre si la compagnie KJMC Contractor Limited, qui entretient des relations, des liens très étroits avec l'ancienne PPS, Diol, est bien responsable de la construction de cette structure en béton sur ce terrain de foot au coût de plus de 1 million. Je vous remercie, Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker.
You just have to confirm.
The contract of the project was allocated by the NDU. So I will advise the honourable member if she could direct this question to NDU for a comprehensive response, because the contract was allocated by the NDU.
Okay. Honourable members, Chief Whip, I'm trying to talk. Honourable members, the table has been advised that PQB 192 will be replied by Honourable Minister of National Infrastructure, and then PQ 148 and 189 have been withdrawn. Okay, next question, and then we'll end. Honourable First Member for Savane and Black River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. B146.
Madam Speaker, the Flic-en-Flac B34 road starts at Cascavel and ends at Wolmar. Presently, the Flic-en-Flac village is accessible through this single road, limiting entry and exit options. I am informed that the Road Development Authority is presently undertaking the construction of a new road extending from La Vigie to Flic-en-Flac near Xavier. I wish to inform the House that upon assuming office, I queried as to why the road does not connect till Flic-en-Flac village. I am pleased to announce that due to savings on the existing project as a result of an optimization in the design of an initial 72 meters long bridge over River Rampart near Bossons into a hydraulic tunnel of 10.5 meters by 8 meters culvert, the project will now extend till the Flic-en-Flac coastal road near the cemetery. This new link is scheduled to be completed by September 2025. As a continuation of this project, and with a view to providing a connection to the Flic-en-Flac coastal road, I carried out a site visit on 5th February 2025 with elected members of the constituency and officers of the RDA to explore possible options to connect the village of Wolmar to Tamarind. During the site visit, it was noted that a private road of a stretch of 1.3 kilometers already exists and serves the Tamarind Golf project. I was astonished to see that no proper survey was carried out so far to open that road, but I came to know that the road is aside a famous hotel which we all know belongs to whom. Madam Speaker, the RDA has accordingly been tasked to work on a technical proposal to extend the existing private road to connect the Fricanflac B34 road to the Black River A3 road over a total length of 2.6 kilometers. Currently, the RDA is assessing the extent of land required for the proposed link road from Wolmar to Tamarind. Once this assessment is completed, further discussions will be held with Medin Limited regarding the modalities and cost implications associated with land acquisition and the project.
Yes. Honourable Second Member for Quartier Militaire and Moka.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question B147, please.
Madam Speaker, with your permission, I'm tabling the information as provided by the Mauritius Multisport Infrastructure Limited. I wish to inform the House that for the period July 2024 to February 2025, on average, some 14,000 people have been making use of the sport complex for sport activities on a monthly basis, among which 3,100 were sports professionals and 11,000 were non-sport professionals. As regards to the second part of the question, the prices for the community activities and booking of facilities have been kept below market rates at the Côte d'Or Sport Complex to allow an even greater number of people to benefit from this facility. Furthermore, I have given instruction to the newly constituted Board of Directors to work on a turnaround plan, including devising ways and means to make the site more accessible to the public for the practice of sports and physical activities. The introduction of new sport discipline is also being envisaged.
Yes.
Can we actually have the ministry require or request the erection of a bus stop for local people to access the complex, please?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Land and Sport was consulted, and the latter has informed that following a request from the senior administrator of Côte d'Or National Sport Complex, a shuttle bus service started on 15 January 2024 from Saint-Pierre Bus Station to Côte d'Or National Sport Complex via Helvetia by United Bus Service Company Limited to facilitate the convenience of the staff of the complex, approximately 125, and other sport complex users. 3 trips were performed in the morning, 1 during the day, and 2 in the afternoon. Due to low ridership, UBS Company Limited ceased the service in April 2024. Prior to the discontinuance of the service, a few surveys have been carried out by the Inspectorate, which reveal a marginal flow of passengers along that corridor. Nevertheless, I will liaise with my colleague, the Minister of Land Transport, to look into the matter.
Yes, Mr. Kira.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'honorable ministre est-il informé que c'est un haut cadre, dans un passé récent, je veux dire juste avant les dernières élections générales, ont utilisé ce complexe à des fins personnelles, pour des anniversaires ou autres fêtes familiales, free of charge? Et peut-on savoir quelles sont les mesures qu'a prises le nouveau conseil d'administration pour mettre fin à ces pratiques?
Yes, Minister.
The honourable member is right, and actually we are conducting an inquiry about this situation.
Yes. Okay. I think we can, at this stage, I suspend the sitting for 1.5 hours.
Honorable members, I have been informed that B152, B156, B161, B180 has been withdrawn. Thank you.
This was in case there was not enough time, so I have not withdrawn my questions.
This is what I've been informed by the clerk, so I go according to the instruction given to me by the clerk of the Assembly. So we now proceed with the PQs. The Honourable Second Member for Rodrigues.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B149.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that my ministry had adopted a comprehensive approach to strengthening the cancer care ecosystem. This includes enhancing primary healthcare services, improving early detection, expanding access to treatment, and providing supportive care. The National Cancer Center, inaugurated in 2024, is at the forefront of cancer care in the country. This 200-bed facility offers comprehensive services including radiotherapy, chemotherapy, imaging, surgery, and palliative care. The center provides modern radiotherapy treatments such as three-dimensional conformal radiotherapy and the installation of high-dose rate HDR brachytherapy is currently underway. The radiology unit is fully equipped with X-ray, CT scan, MRI, echography, cardiac imaging, fluoroscopy, and mammography machines. Additionally, a nuclear medicine unit has been established with PET-CT and SPECT-CT equipment, with PET-CT awaiting commissioning that is not yet operational. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, chemotherapy services are being delivered in a patient-friendly environment with approximately 70 patients receiving chemotherapy daily. Since 2025, chemotherapy services have been decentralized to the 5 regional hospitals, ensuring greater access for patients across the country. Efforts are also in progress to approve and introduce new chemotherapeutic agents to expand the range of available treatment options. In the field of surgical oncology, the National Cancer Center has 4 fully equipped operating theaters with regular visits from foreign experts in surgical oncology to enhance the quality of care. The visits also serve in training of our healthcare professionals to identify early signs of cancer, allowing for timely referrals to specialists and improving the likelihood of successful treatment. In addition, basic laboratory investigations are available at the center to support diagnosis and treatment decisions, and the pharmacy operates until 22 hours daily to ensure that patients have access to essential medications. The hospital formulary is also regularly updated to include the latest chemotherapeutic agents, ensuring that patients have access to the most effective treatments available. It is important to note that cancer prevention education has also been integrated into school curricula, and community outreach programs are being carried out to raise awareness, reduce stigma, and encourage early intervention. As part of prevention strategy, the human papilloma virus HPV vaccination program for boys and girls aged 9 to 14 years is being prioritized. Furthermore, nationwide screening programs such as Caravan de Santé initiative are being rolled out to promote early detection of cancers like breast and cervical cancer. Health professionals are conducting regular mammography sessions and clinical examinations to ensure that cancers are identified at an early stage, leading to better treatment outcomes. My ministry has also taken significant steps to improve palliative and psychosocial care, including mental health counseling for cancer patients. In addition to hospital-based palliative care, home-based care models are being envisaged with the aim to alleviate the burden on hospitals and provide patients with comfort of receiving care at home. This integrated approach reflects the government's commitment to providing comprehensive cancer care, from prevention and early detection to treatment and support, ensuring that every individual has access to high-quality care throughout their cancer journey. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that according to National Cancer Registry Report 2023, cancer accounted for 13.1% of all deaths in the Republic of Mauritius. With regard to Part C of the question, I'm informed that the 5 most common cancer sites in Mauritius for men are prostate, colorectal, lung, mouth, and pharynx and stomach. I'm further informed that for women, the 5 most common cancer sites are breast, colorectal, corpus uteri, ovary, and cervix uteri.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Thank the Honourable Minister for his answer. Well, we are not doctors. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether his ministry is planning to implement over advanced diagnostic for cancer, like using AI or molecular diagnostic? Advanced.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, we have just started, and I can assure the Honourable Member that everything is being done to make use of the most modern, sophisticated equipments which may be available outside Mauritius.
Just a last supplementary. Is there any statistics on the survival rate for cancer patients in our Republic? Survival rate?
I don't have that information with me right now.
Honourable First Member for Port-Vino and Mont Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B150.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to thank the Honourable First Member for Port-Vino North and Mont Island for this question. I wish to inform the House that presently there are 64 public schools in Mauritius that provide facilities to some 225 children with autism. With regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the 225 children with autism who attend these 64 public schools are between the age of 5 years to 20 years old. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard to Part B of the question, I'm informed that the logistic supports that are being provided to children with special needs, including children with autism, are as follows. 1. Payments of grants in aids to NGOs and RCEAs registered with the Special Education Needs Authority, SENA, to cover the following items. A. Salary of managers, teachers, assistant teachers, carers, handy workers, and drivers. B. Per capita expenditure, which include basic grant, teaching aids, and other school requirements, utilities, furniture, and equipment for specialist support services. C. Hot meals. And D. Special support services, occupational, speech, and physiotherapists on sessional basis. 2. Transport facilities for the pickup and drop-off of the children are provided by my ministry, free of charge for those attending the SENRDCs. Children attending the SENIU are given free bus pass to attend schools. A refund of bus fares is also provided by the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security, and National Solidarity to parents who accompany their children to specialized schools, integrated units, and mainstream schools. 3. Provision of occupational, speech, and physiotherapy services to children who attend the SENIU, SENRDC, primary and secondary schools. 4. Provision of ICT classes and the Sankoré program. 5th, children with severe autism and orthopedic impairments are entitled to 100% excise duty concession on motor vehicle by the Ministry of Social Integration, Social Security, and National Solidarity. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to pay tribute to one and all who are daily involved in looking after our children with autism, be it at home or at school. With your permission, I am tabling details of the specialized institutions, NGOs, SENRDC, SENIU, and RCEA catering for children with autism in Mauritius. As regards children with autism who attend public primary and secondary schools, they are accommodated in the mainstream, inclusive setup and are provided with the services of assistant teachers and carers for their daily learning support and living skills, respectively. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Will the Honourable Minister state the current protocols and frameworks in place for the assessment and diagnosis of learners with autism spectrum disorder, ASD in Mauritius, including the role of educational and paramedical professionals in the process? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will come with an elaborate answer for this particular question. Thank you.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, as the Minister is aware, for this type of school, we have also private school. Either Minister indicates the House is the same logistic and control and facilities being given by his ministry to those private schools.
Definitely, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the same provision because we treat all our children on the same footing.
Honourable members, before we proceed, I've been informed by the acting clerk that there has been a misunderstanding regarding the withdrawal of the question of Honourable Rukni. So the question is back on the roll, if I may speak. Honourable second member for Belrose and Cadbourne.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. B 151.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to thank the honourable member to give me the opportunity to shed light on the status of the drain project at La Louise. The region of La Louise has often been subjected to flooding in the past years and has been declared as a high-risk flood-prone area by the Land Drainage Authority. With a view to addressing the flooding issues holistically in the region of La Louise and mitigating the incidence of flooding thereat, I am informed by the NDU that a contract for consultancy services for the design, supervision and management for flood mitigation measures in the region of La Louise, La Source and Candos, Quatre-Bonnes, was awarded to Vias Consulting Engineer Limited on 15 November 2023. With regard to part A of the question, I am informed that the detailed design report has not yet been finalized due to the complexity of the project and the site conditions. In fact, the region of La Louise is densely populated with both residential and commercial buildings and an extensive network of underground services such as the sewer lines, the CWA pipes, and the empty lines. These services would need to be relocated during the implementation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that the consultant has highlighted the absence of a nearby outlet at La Louise, which would result in the construction of a drain network over a longer stretch with a discharge point at River Rampart in order to mitigate the flooding problem thereat. Moreover, Vias Consulting Engineers Limited has also conveyed that there is no room for upgrading works on the existing water course, namely Canal Nélan, which is under capacity and is obstructed with construction of around 200 houses. Canal Nélan passes through several private premises and there is no visibility on its structure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am further informed that the consultant is working on a master plan for the whole region, which, amongst others, would require the construction of 10 kilometers of drain. The whole project is expected to cost some 5.6 billion rupees. However, the consultant has proposed the implementation of the critical part along La Louise, comprising the construction of 2 kilometers of drains along Lal Bahadur Shastri Street, Candos Road, Nehru Road, and Phoenix Beauchamps Road, up to the outlet at River Rampart, which would also include the construction of drain of 11 meter deep at some locations over a length of 300 meters. This is expected to cost some 1.3 billion. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, due to the high risk and cost of the project, it is warranted that a geotechnical investigation be carried out with exploratory works to finalize the detailed design report with a view to, first, confirming the feasibility of the project, second, validating the methodology for excavation, and third, identifying the buried services and the soil strata. I am informed that the draft bidding document for the geotechnical investigation and exploratory works is being prepared, and the report is expected by the end of August 2025. Thereafter, the detailed design report is expected to be finalized by mid of October 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to part B of the question, I am not in a position to confirm the dates for the implementation of the project at this point in time, as we shall await the finalization of the detailed design report in the first instance. However, I wish to inform the Honourable Member that I have requested the NDU to closely monitor the situation and expedite matter for an early implementation.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Ce problème d'inondation perdure depuis plus de 10 ans dans la région de la Louise. Could the Minister inform the House what interim measures, if any, have been put in place to mitigate flooding in the area of La Louise? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, so far, unfortunately, no mitigating measures, short-term, have been implemented. However, regarding the situation and the complexity of the work and the cost implication, what we are proposing is that we can propose some short-term temporary measures depending on the geotechnical investigation that will be carried out. And the short-term temporary measures will include the construction of an absorption drain and gravity drain up to a quarry in La Sousse. There is a quarry in La Sousse. We can consider the possibility of short-term absorption drain and gravity drain. The temporary and short-term measures, we must understand, it will not solve the problem. It will solve it around 50%. And water accumulation flood will still occur, but to a lower level. And these short-term measures, if we implement it, will cost 500 million rupees as temporary measures.
Please, another one. The last one, please. Monsieur le Vice-président, à chaque forte pluie, les habitants de la Louise, les commerçants, les taximens, les collégiens vivent dans une grande angoisse. Face à cette détresse grandissante, est-ce que le ministre accepterait-il de se rendre sur place afin de constater l'ampleur du problème aux côtés des habitants? Et s'il vous plaît, merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, obviously I will have no objection. I will be more glad than to have a site visit together with the members of the constituency.
Don't forget me as well.
Equally the Deputy Speaker. I will have no objection to have a site visit. But we must understand, as I said it, the cost of the whole project is high, 5.6 billion. And when we are talking about the outlet, unfortunately there is no outlet. The outlet will be at Bossons. This is what we call River Rampart. So the drain will have to start from La Louise to go over a stretch of nearly 10 kilometers, as I say. So I will be happy to come for a site visit and we can explain to the people there.
Your second question, or second member for Belrose, B15. Is that so? No, we go to B152, which is back on the road.
B152, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur le Président, j'ai été informé de l'état déplorable de nos routes mentionnées par l'honorable membre à Triolet et à Baie-du-Tombeau. Il convient de souligner que le revêtement temporaire d'un tronçon de 620 mètres a déjà été réalisé au chemin Macadam à Baie-du-Tombeau. Pour la partie A et B de la question, la CWA m'a informé que le coût estimé pour la réintégration permanente du chemin va coûter environ 2 millions de roupies et que la durée des travaux sera d'environ 2 semaines. Quant à la route de Trio à Triolet, d'une longueur d'environ 900 mètres, j'ai été informé que la ADA procédera à sa réfection permanente pour un coût estimé à 7 millions de roupies. Les travaux ont débuté le 17 mars 2025 et devraient s'achever le 31 mars 2025. Monsieur le Président, j'ai été informé que la CWA avait lancé un appel d'offres pour la réfection permanente de plusieurs routes dans le Nord. Cependant, je dois préciser que l'appel d'offres ne peut pas être attribué. La CWA n'ayant pas respecté le management de la CWA, je vais dire avant les élections, n'ayant pas respecté les procédures de passation du marché public dans la gestion de ce projet. C'est avec consternation que j'ai appris de la direction de la CWA, enfin de ce qu'il reste, comment les projets de remplacement des tuyaux ont été mis en œuvre à la CWA. Le budget 2024-2025 prévoit une dotation d'une valeur d'1 milliard de roupies sur 3 exercices financiers pour financer des travaux de remplacement des tuyaux de la CWA de 1 km à 3 km. Et ça s'applique pour toutes les régions du pays. Donc, l'entrepreneur, ce PME éventuel, à entreprendre les travaux suivants. Donc, l'approvisionnement en tuyaux et raccords, des pipes and fittings, dans ce projet, l'attribution des contrats à des petites et moyennes entreprises, donc la CWA qui donne, et la remise en état de la route, de ce que l'honorable membre parle ici. Cependant, au lieu d'étaler cette dotation d'1 milliard de roupies sur 3 exercices financiers comme prévu dans le budget 2024-2025, je suis informé que la CWA a émis en 2024, l'année dernière, des contrats d'une valeur supérieure à 1 milliard 500 millions de roupies pour le projet. Ce qui est contraire aux dispositions de la loi sur le marché public. Il va sans dire, Monsieur le Président, que des centaines de millions de roupies de contrats ont été alloués juste à la veille des dernières élections générales. Donc, en 2 mois, 1 mois des élections générales, des millions de roupies de contrats ont été alloués sur papier sans qu'on respecte ce barème d'1 milliard de roupies. Donc, dans l'état actuel des choses, l'appel d'offres, Monsieur le Président, Monsieur le député, lancé par la CWA pour refaire le revêtement de ce que vous voulez, d'un certain nombre de routes dans le Nord, dont votre question, ne pourra pas être attribué en raison de l'irrégularité subventionnée. Mon ministère devra maintenant s'adresser au ministère des Finances pour demander une augmentation du montant du projet et obtenir l'approbation du gouvernement pour un montant revisé dorénavant de 1 milliard 595 millions de roupies, qui a été déjà alloué. Les contrats sont sortis, conformément aux procédures applicables au projet d'investissement. Ce n'est qu'à ce moment-là que l'appel d'offres pour la remise en état de la route pourra être attribué et que les paiements en attente, je dis bien que les paiements en attente aux fournisseurs et aux petites et moyennes entreprises pourront être effectués.
You have a supplementary question? Mr. Deputy Speaker, considering the suffering of my constituents that have arisen mainly because of this major irregularity, can we obtain from the Minister if actions will be taken against those who have caused this situation?
Monsieur le Président, et certainement, il y aura, les gens responsables de cela auront à répondre. Mais, Monsieur le Président, la difficulté du moment, ma difficulté du moment, Monsieur le Président, est que tous ceux qui ont la responsabilité de me donner des renseignements et des informations sur votre question ont été des proches collaborateurs, sinon des complices de l'ancien directeur général, M. Prakash Mantora. C'est ça mon souci ici. Et ces mêmes personnes aujourd'hui, ces officiers, j'ai les noms, 7 officiers en particulier, et les grades, ont été impliqués ou ont été partie prenante dans diverses décisions et pratiques de ce qu'on parle aujourd'hui, sautant d'1 milliard de roupies pour arriver à 1 milliard 595 millions de roupies, sans passer par des appels d'offres. Vous savez, c'est très important de faire comprendre que ce qui s'est passé dans le temps, il y avait ce projet de 700 millions de roupies de Pipe Replacement Programme que je parle à chaque fois et qui est entre les mains de la Financial Crime Commission à l'heure où je vous parle. Ce qui s'est passé, c'est que l'ancien directeur général donnait des instructions, pas écrites, verbales, donc des menaces. Ceci dit, il fallait à tout prix respecter ce seuil de 10 millions de roupies. De 10 millions de roupies pour chaque projet. Donc si nous avons 700 millions de roupies de projet, il va diviser en 70 projets, mon mathématique est bon, 70 projets de 10 millions de roupies pour pouvoir éviter le Central Procurement Board, éviter les appels d'offres et donner directement. C'est pour cette raison qu'on se retrouve aujourd'hui dans cette situation et il me faut aller demander une révision de ce barème au ministère des Finances, au gouvernement, pour que nous puissions compléter ce projet.
Second member for Bill Rose-Cadbon.
Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. B153. Merci.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed that my ministry enlisted the services of a consultant in 2019 to develop design standards for the integration of cyclists as a means of commuting in Mauritius and proposing a detailed cycling network plan for 4 specific regions, including Rose Hill, which is the subject of the question. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard Part A of the question, I am informed that the scope of works for the project comprises a total of 6.1 kilometers of cycle network covering the areas of Eben to Rose Hill and Balfour to Beaubassin metro station as follows. Number 1, 1.55 kilometers of segregated cycle track from Eben Gymnasium till Eben Recreational Park through Mont-Sailmont Eben and linking École Hôtelière and MITD Eben with the network. Number 2, 1 kilometer of segregated cycle track from Eben Metro Station till Eben Recreational Park and linking residential zones of Eben Cyber Village and Mont-Sailmont Obujumon with the network. Number 3.95 kilometers of segregated cycle track from Eben Recreational Park to Rose Hill Metro Station and Place Morgeo. Number 4, 0.1 kilometer of segregated cycle track from Place Morgeo to Loreto College. Number 5.35 kilometers of cycle street from Loreto College to Notre-Dame de Lourdes Church. Number 6.95 kilometers of cycle lane from Notre-Dame de Lourdes Church to Montmartre, Church, Municipality of Beaubassin, Rose Hill, Plaza, St. Mary College, and lastly, number 7, 1.2 kilometers of cycle street from Balfour Garden till Beaubassin Metro Station and Sacré-Cœur Church. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the infrastructure for the cycle network also included 78 cycle racks installed at 7 key locations, road markings and traffic signs. The total cost of the project amounted to 63 million rupees, 435,715.16 inclusive of VAT. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that the cycle network is not yet operational. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, cycling is an eco-friendly mode of transportation and it is integrated with the public transport network in many countries. In fact, it has been announced in this government program 2025-2029 that cycling infrastructure would also be developed into the country's largest strategy mobility. In fact, making cycling safe is one of the mottos of the UN these days. Thank you.
Yes,
Monsieur le Président, pour être honnête avec vous, je suis abasourdi. Je suis abasourdi quand je vois la somme qui a été dépensée, 63 millions pour un projet qui ne bénéficie à personne. Enfin. Alors, would the Minister inform the House whether the bike lane has been gazetted and incorporated into the Road Traffic Act? Please, thank you.
Okay, sir, this is a very pertinent question. The contract was awarded on 8 December 2022 and was completed on 15 November 2024, 1 week before I became minister. I wish to inform the House, and on a note of concern, that no appropriate regulations under the Road Traffic Act have been made so far. So, the priority of those implementing the project was to implement the project for 63 million rupees, but the legal part was not done. So, we are working on it now, and once this is done, hopefully soon, then we can start sensitizing the public to use it, if the regulations are approved. I cannot take it on me right now, but if they are approved, then it will be this way.
Monsieur le Président, je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président. Franchement, vous dire, c'est scandaleux. Scandaleux. Je voudrais, s'il vous plaît, déposer 2 photos. D'accord? Une première à l'Assemblée nationale, sur la table de l'Assemblée nationale, concernant ce fameux bike lane à Eben. Okay? À peine 2 ans, et la peinture verte qui est déjà partie. Et ensuite, Rosil, derrière le collège Sainte-Mérise, 2 lanes. Au lieu de faciliter la circulation, ces 2 lanes sont venus rétrécir la route et du coup, et en plus, les automobilistes ne peuvent même pas utiliser la partie verte vu que c'est pas gazetted, ils auront une offense, etc. Alors, Monsieur le Vice-président, le ministre pourrait-il indiquer à la Chambre le coût de cette peinture verte? Ça m'intéresse, ok? Au mètre carré, ça m'intéresse. Et au vu aussi de ce qu'on a entendu, est-ce qu'il envisage d'ouvrir une enquête pour déterminer si des commissions ont été versées, ok? Et si tel est le cas, si le rapport sera soumis à la FCC. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Vice-président.
Yes, fortunately, I brought the bill of quantities together with me. So, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, sir, the painting that the honourable member is referring to, and which is faded away, costed taxpayers 1,632 rupees per meter square. Yeah. Much more expensive than bitumen of 50 millimeters thick, which costed 922 rupees. So I'm quite baffled by the photo that you are showing that painting are being washed away with great facility. So the point is taken, an inquiry will be done on this. I can table since the member is interested, I can table a copy of the bill of quantities.
Okay, thank you. The Honourable Third Member for Portrush North and Mount Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. PQB 154, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that the District Council of Pamplemousses had on 29 September 2023 appointed Vyas Consulting Engineer Limited as consultant for the new morcellement at Mamzelle Law. It had to conduct an assessment and propose a holistic flood mitigation plan instead of adopting a piecemeal approach. Thereafter, the consultant submitted an initial report in December 2023 and a finalized report in November 2024. The proposed scope of works at Mamsel Law comprises the following: the construction of a reinforced concrete collector drain measuring 700 millimeter wide by 700 millimeter deep along Mamsel Law Street with metal gratings at 3 meters interval over a length of 100 meters, and the construction of a reinforced concrete collector drain measuring 1,000 millimeter wide by 1,000 millimeter deep, discharging into the natural drain towards River Tambo over a stretch of 105 meters. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm further informed that the District Council of Pamplemousses will proceed in a first instance with the construction of the 100 meters of drain. Bidding documents are under preparation. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regard Part B of the question, I am informed that once financial clearance is obtained, the District Council of Pamplemousses will be able to start the work by end of May 2025. Project duration has been proposed to be 3 months.
The Honourable Third Member for Bobassa Petitrevière.
Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to inform the House that the procedures adopted in the event of a cyclonic and torrential rains are spelled out in the National Disaster Scheme 2015, and my ministry is responsible for the opening and manning of evacuation centres during these events. Evacuation centres are open either when a cyclone warning clause 3 is issued by the Mauritius Meteorological Services or following a request from the National Emergency Operations Command, NEOC, in the event of torrential rain, flooding, or any other national disasters. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am informed that for cyclonic season 2024-2025, 166 evacuation centres have been finalized across the island. For the recent passage of the cyclone Garance, all the 166 evacuation centres have been supplied with basic necessities such as bottled water, biscuits, baked beans, and yoga mats. In addition, the new government has also included canned tuna in the latest food pack. All the evacuation centres fall under the purview of the Ministry of Gender, Equality and Family Welfare and the local authorities. Before finalizing the list, an assessment of each of these centres is carried out by my ministry in collaboration with the appropriate stakeholders to ensure their suitability to be used as evacuation centres. My ministry employs on needs and ad hoc basis 3 officers, namely a supervisor, an assistant supervisor, and a caretaker to operate each of the evacuation centres. The list of evacuation centres, together with the list of staffing, are updated yearly prior to the start of cyclonic season. The present list was established under the previous government. After the present cyclonic season, this list might be reviewed. In the public interest, I am tabling in the National Assembly the full list of evacuation centres for the benefit of the public. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, though evacuation centres are not classified constituency-wise, I am nevertheless informed that there are 8 evacuation centres in constituency number 20, Beaubassin and Petite-Rivière, namely Montroche Social Welfare Centre, Barclay Community Centre, Colonel Mangor Community Centre, Coromandel Community Centre, Petite-Rivière Social Welfare Centre, Albion Community Centre, Gros Caillou Community Centre, and 8 Canot Community Centre. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part B of the question, I am informed that arrangements for the transportation of refugees to these centres are made as and when required by the police through the NEOC to ensure safety during national disasters time. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir.
Président, je remercie l'honorable ministre pour sa réponse. Dans la liste qui avait été circulée au niveau du public lors du passage du dernier cyclone, par rapport à la circonscription numéro 20, d'après cette liste, je n'ai constaté que 4 centres de refuge. Et là, l'honorable ministre parle de 8. Peut-être qu'il y a eu un malentendu quelque part. Je suis en train de dire que l'honorable ministre ne dit pas la vérité. Mais je pense qu'il y a eu probablement une erreur au niveau de la liste qui avait été circulée pour la circonscription numéro 20, où uniquement la partie rurale, je parle de Canotte, Gros Caillou, Petite Rivière et Albion, au niveau de cette partie de la circonscription, uniquement, il y avait des centres de refuge. Donc l'honorable ministre conviendra que il faudrait, je pense, quand on circule une liste, qu'on s'assure effectivement que ce soit la bonne liste avec tous les centres qui englobent toute la circonscription. Je vous remercie, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you. The list circulated mentioned, the list I am tabling in the National Assembly mentioned the 8 centers. I am not aware of the list that you have mentioned, but I can confirm to the House that in constituency number 20, there are 8 evacuation centers.
Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousses.
B156, Deputy Speaker, sir.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, upon receipt of an alleged case of medical negligence within the public health institutions, my ministry initiates the necessary action to refer the case to Medical Council of Mauritius for an in-depth investigation. I wish to inform the House that my ministry has referred 155 alleged cases of medical negligence registered within the public health institution to Medical Council of Mauritius for the period of January 2020 to date. Out of these 155 cases, 140 cases have been investigated and 15 are awaiting investigation. Of the 140 investigations initiated at the level of Medical Council of Mauritius, 130 cases have been put aside and 10 cases have been referred to Medical Disciplinary Tribunal. Regarding the 10 cases referred to the Medical Disciplinary Tribunal, 4 cases have been referred to the Public Service Commission for inflicting sanctions, while 5 cases are still under investigation and 1 has been withdrawn. With regard to Part B of the question, the sanctions that were imposed in confirmed cases of medical negligence are in accordance with Section 46E, Part 5 of Public Service Commission's regulations. I wish to inform that the sanctions taken depends on the severity of the case, and I am also informed that 1 medical practitioner has been interdicted so far. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I must confess that I am not satisfied at all with the way complaints have been dealt with so far. At times, complainants have had to wait for years to know the outcome of inquiries. This is the reason for which my ministry is revamping the procedures for investigating cases of alleged medical negligence within our public health institutions. These new procedures have been designed to streamline investigations, ensure greater accountability, and ultimately enhance patient safety across our healthcare system. There is now a preliminary investigation at the level of regional health hospitals for each case of suspected medical negligence to ascertain the facts and determine whether an appropriate course of action is taken. In addition, a medical negligence board is being set up within the ministry. The medical negligence board may call any officer concerned and the complainant or complainants for further explanations if required, and eventually submit a report to the acting senior chief executive of my ministry with its recommendations for further actions. Moreover, the implementation of clinical auditing is being planned with the setting up of a clinical audit committee in each specialty chaired by the relevant consultant in charge. The committee will identify key areas for auditing, collect and analyze relevant data, and compare the findings against established clinical guidelines and best practices. The ministry has also introduced a weekly mortality meeting, which is chaired by the regional health director in each hospital. These meetings involve relevant consultants and are dedicated to scrutinize all deaths within the hospital. The primary aim is to identify any preventable causes and ensure that there are no lapses in care. To complement these measures, the Medical Council Act will also be amended to further streamline and expedite the procedures for dealing with cases of alleged medical negligence. This will ensure that investigations are conducted promptly and efficiently, allowing speedy actions where necessary.
So, Deputy Speaker, sir, considering the fact that it has been taking quite some time for investigations to reach an end, is there any provision in the procedures to allow victims and families of victims to have information about where the investigations have reached?
The Deputy Speaker, sir, that is the reason I have mentioned I am not happy at all survey things were being conducted. That is the reason why we have instituted the different committees have been set up, and I can assure the honourable member this is being done in all transparency so that the complainant will come to know what is being done. He will be called as and when required.
Yes, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Honourable Minister, you mentioned there has been a withdrawal in a case at the level of this disciplinary committee. Can I know the reason of the withdrawal? Among the number of cases.
There has been one withdrawal.
Yeah.
I'm told, which I have read, that the Medical Council itself had dropped the case because the case was not brought properly before the Council. This is what impression was being given. They had not properly prepared the case.
I'm having one last question on this. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. May I ask the Honourable Minister whether he will consider having retraining courses for those who are sanctioned repeatedly by the Medical Council at the level of his ministry? Thank you.
I'll take note of these suggestions.
The Honourable Third Member for Rosebel.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. PQ1B157, please. Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I would like to thank the Honourable Third Member for Vieux-Rampeau and Rosebel. To be brief, yes. In fact, the primary and secondary schools many of them, most of them, in a deplorable state. And also the physical infrastructure, the hygiene facilities are deplorable. And I wish to inform the House that there are currently 208 government primary schools and 63 state secondary schools. Most of the primary schools date back to some 50 to 70 years, while our secondary schools date back to some 15 to 20 years back. I have to add that my ministry has injected funds to the tune of some 775 million over the last 3 years in the maintenance and upgrading of our school infrastructure. Unfortunately, there has been only an ad hoc management of infrastructure over the recent years where only nominal maintenance has been undertaken. In fact, no infrastructural audit of all buildings has been carried out, as yet to find out the state of the buildings in terms of structural stability and soundness. The ministry has embarked on a primary school renewal project, which was implemented over 3 phases. However, from records available, the program did not bring the intended outcome, and there is need to have an overall review in collaboration with the Ministry of National Infrastructure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, based on the financial situation of the current financial year, and since most buildings date back to some 50 to 70 years, a few of them might require major upgrading or full revamping. Accordingly, I intend to propose a comprehensive consultancy for an audit of all civil and electrical works required, not only for classrooms, but also for other amenities. For example, washrooms, demonstration rooms in the next budget. The audit will also be extended to cater for the diminishing number of students joining the primary and secondary education sectors so as to have a clearer picture of the actual space requirement. At the same time, one of the terms of reference of the audit would be to propose a segregated action plan ranging from short-term to long-term, extending to 5 years. During this mandate, I intend to ensure that at least 60 to 70% of the infrastructure is brought to acceptable norms, which would satisfy SDG 4, ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong learning opportunities for all. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards hygienic facilities, it is noted that occupational safety and health officers posted at my ministry carry out regular site visits in all government primary schools and state secondary schools. It has been reported that there are serious hygienic shortcomings in some schools. However, the lacunas are looked into as and when the issues are reported. It is to be highlighted that my ministry has a contract. My ministry has a contract with Mauritius Facilities Limited for the daily cleaning of the school premises, including the cleaning of toilets. I am informed that there are 135 technicians responsible for the cleaning of toilets and 435 technicians for yard cleaning. However, numerous complaints have been received pertaining to service delivery. This is taken seriously by my ministry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am sure after the audit, my ministry would be in a better position to have a relook in the sector in terms of infrastructure and as well as associated costs, including all HR requirements.
Yes.
Thank you. I thank the Honourable Minister for his reply. Could the Honourable Minister enlighten the House, obviously, in the light of the answers provided by himself, could he enlighten the House as to any concrete remedial measures, if any, taken by himself, by his ministry, since he assumed office, with a view to tackle, to mitigate those problems enumerated by himself? Thank you.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, yes, we have a lot of problems. When I joined this ministry, I went to Cabinet and fortunately my colleagues agreed to provide 75,000 rupees for primary and 100,000 rupees for secondary schools, for each, in order to mitigate, in the first instance, the shortcomings. But also, I wish to inform the House that with a view to ascertaining proper implementation of maintenance and upgrading of schools, visits have been carried out in at least some 15 primary and secondary schools by myself and other colleague ministers, junior ministers, and backbenchers. And they reported the matter, and in some cases, we remedied the situation. Subsequent visits will be carried out in order to see to it that our kids benefit from the best infrastructure and hygiene facilities in primary and secondary schools.
You have a question, Honourable Siban? Yes, brief. Direct question.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Would the Honourable Minister also consider extending this exercise to the MITD educational institutions as well, being given that the students are meant to be treated equally, and some of those schools need urgent attention, in particular the one in Rosebel?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, yes, MITD institutions fall under the purview of Ministry of Education, and the kids who go to these institutions are our kids, and definitely we should look after them as well.
Okay. The Honourable Third Member for Portino and Mount Island.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B158, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the outset, let me make it clear that I'm going to answer a very sensitive question, so I hope we keep it at that level, because we are talking about our kids. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry has been informed of an unfortunate incident which occurred on 10th March 2025 involving students. I'm hesitating, but I have to take the names of the institutions because I don't want them to be stigmatized afterwards. But the question being there, I will name the schools. Involving students from Terre Rouge State Secondary School and Professor Hassan Rafa State Secondary School. It has been reported that during the incident, the students from Terre Rouge State Secondary School threw stones at Professor Hassan Rafa State Secondary School, which resulted in 2 broken window panes and 1 student, namely Mr. P.E., who sustained an injury under his right eye. The injured student was immediately given first aid and has since made a full recovery and returned to school. Police were called to the scene and conducted an inquiry, which is underway. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in response to the recurring nature of these incidents, the Director Zone 1 of my ministry, the Directorate, conducted a survey to assess the infrastructural vulnerabilities and student safety protocols. As a result, several infrastructural upgrades are being recommended, including raising the boundary wall between the 2 secondary schools and installing perforated iron sheets atop the wall to act as a physical deterrent. These measures aim to ensure the safety and security of students of both institutions. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with a view of preventing similar incidents in the future, the Zone 1 Directorate has also recommended a series of remedial actions. Rectors from both schools have been advised to conduct sensitization sessions to, first, promote proper behavior, 2, encourage positive conduct, and 3, employ restorative practices to resolve conflicts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, moreover, mediation sessions between students from both secondary schools will be introduced to eliminate hostility and foster mutual respect. This has not been done over the past 10 years. We are going to do, most probably next week. Close monitoring at sensitive points, especially near boundary areas during break and dismissal times, will be intensified. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, collaboration between these 2 schools will be reinforced through joint activities and discussions with the stakeholders, including the Child Development Unit and the Crime Prevention Unit, who will conduct awareness sessions on the legal consequences of vandalism and violent behavior. Regular workshops on conflict resolution, empathy building, and peer mediation will further strengthen positive student engagement. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I also take this opportunity to clarify that my ministry has already taken a firm policy decision regarding Terre Rouge SSS. The school is being progressively phased out and will become an exclusively girls' school. The intake of boys has already ceased, and this transition is ongoing. In the spirit of good neighborhood relationships, I will personally ensure that a meeting is convened shortly to consolidate ties of friendship between these 2 neighboring institutions. The students will be sensitized to view this proximity as an opportunity for enrichment rather than conflict. They will be encouraged to leverage shared infrastructure, promote a culture of respect, and foster a sense of belonging. These schools exist not to be divided by hostility, but to thrive through collaboration and mutual growth. In the future, many joint projects can be developed to transform this shared space into a model of cooperation and unity. Thank you.
The Honourable Second Member for Savane and Bakuda.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B159.
Thank you. I am informed that the plot of land situated at Martiniere Road, Suriname, was initially vested under the Ministry of Local Government on 14 December 1988 and subsequently allocated to the then District Council of Grand Port-Savane for the purpose of operating a waste disposal site. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, following the commissioning of the Mauritius sanitary landfill in 1997, the dumping site at Mauritius Martiniere Road was officially closed. Since then, it has been utilized solely as a temporary dump site for the collection and removal of post-cyclonic green waste. This arrangement was made with the agreement of the Solid Waste Management Division of the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change, which is responsible for transporting post-cyclonic waste from the temporary site to the landfill. In accordance with Section 59 of the Local Government Act 2011, as subsequently amended, first, the Permanent Secretary is mandated to formulate policies and strategies. And second, waste minimization and resource recovery. And B, storage, collection, conveyance, and disposal of waste. Second, the Permanent Secretary, in compliance with regulations established by the Minister, is responsible for A, the operation and management of disposal sites and waste management facilities, and B, control of private operators in the field of waste management sector. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the Local Government Act 2011, as subsequently amended, outlines in Section 60 the responsibilities of local authorities with respect to waste management. Specifically, local authorities are required to, first, implement programs and establish mechanisms for waste minimization, storage, collection, and conveyance to designated waste disposal sites or waste management facilities. And second, ensure that waste is placed in appropriate storage receptacle for collection. And third, arrange for regular collection of waste within their jurisdiction and its transfer to disposal sites or waste management facilities as necessary. Following the reallocation of ministerial portfolio after the general election of 2014, the responsibility of solid waste management now falls under the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change. Consequently, it is the responsibility of the Ministry to develop and implement the necessary regulations for the effective operation and management of waste disposal sites in accordance with national policies and environmental standards. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is important to highlight that on 13 November 2024, an annual cyclone preparedness meeting was convened at the Solid Waste Management Division of the Ministry of Environment, Solid Waste Management and Climate Change. The meeting was chaired by the Director of the Solid Waste Management Division and was attended by representatives from my ministry, local authorities, and contractors appointed by the Solid Waste Management Division. The discussion focused on the following key issues. First, the use of former dump sites for the reception and temporary storage of cyclonic waste following cyclonic events. Second, the identification of new sites for temporary disposal of cyclonic waste. And third, the revision and updating of contingency plans for the management of cyclonic waste. During the meeting, each local authority provided updates on their respective temporary dump sites. The District Council of Savane, in particular, reported that a plot of land at Martiniere Road had been identified as its temporary dump site. It was further agreed that this site would be utilized for the disposal of cyclonic waste in the event of a cyclone, where substantial amount of green waste would likely be generated following its passage. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the chairperson has instructed that contractors of the transfer stations must accept normal waste, whereas green waste is to be directed to temporary dump sites. At these sites, contractors are responsible for cutting, sorting, and processing the green waste before transporting it to their respective transfer station. I have been informed that following the fire outbreak at the Mauritius landfill on 10 December 2024, the scavenging lorries of the District Council of Savan were denied access to the landfill. Consequently, with the agreement of the Solid Waste Management Division, household waste was temporarily deposited at Martiniere Road to ensure continuity of waste disposal service. Upon the reopening of Mauritius landfill, all waste at Martiniere Road was completely removed. Furthermore, no dumping signs were installed at the site, and access to Martiniere Road has been permanently restricted with boulders to prevent unauthorized dumping. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, unlike the previous administration, this government is committed to action. We are deeply invested in environmental protection and are dedicated to implementing concrete measures to uphold this commitment. The Council has decided to, henceforth, the site will be properly fenced to ensure effective management and environmental compliance. Additionally, there are plans to develop a plant nursery and a composting facility on part of the land at Martiniere Road, while the remaining area will continue to serve as a temporary dump site for the disposal of post-cyclonic waste. And the total cost of the project is estimated at approximately 30 million rupees, and the provisions for its execution will be included in the next financial proposal budget.
The Honourable Third Member for Party of the Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B160.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I am informed by the National Land Transport Authority, NLTA for short, that there are currently 6 vacancies at the administrative and management level of the NLTA, namely in the post of Deputy Road Transport Commissioner, Transport Planner, Transport Controller, Chief Vehicle Examiner, and Administrative Manager. As regards the Inspectorate and Enforcement Department of the regulator, I am apprised of some 40 vacancies spread over the posts of Chief Road Transport Inspector, Principal Road Transport Inspector, Senior Road Transport Inspector, Road Transport Inspector, and Traffic Warden, including some 30 vacancies at the level of the Road Transport Inspector per se. I wish to highlight that while some of the vacancies at the management level date back to 2019, those in the Inspectorate cadre have occurred since 2023. The situation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, undoubtedly showcases a lack of succession planning at the NLTA. The absence of senior officers at administrative and management level impact significantly on the overall operation of the department, entailing delays in the processing of applications, attending to public complaints and grievances, and solving the problems of customers calling daily at the NLTA office. We've seen many articles and outcry from among the public in respect to this state of affairs. The state of affairs resulting in the lack of inspectors is even more severe and is reflected every day in the numerous complaints received from the travelling public in respect of the poor level of service being provided by bus operators along most of the routes throughout the island. My colleagues in the House would know what I'm talking about. The bus operators are taking advantage of the absence of inspectors to either not observe their established timetable of operation, or even not to operate their buses while claiming the full amount of their fee travel compensation and other subsidies, which I'll remind the House amount to some 2.5 billion rupees per year. With regard to Part B of the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed that all vacancies have already been reported to the Public Service Commission, and same will be filled as and when decided by the latter, and subject to funds being made available as well. Moreover, what is more surprising is that since 2023, nothing has been done in respect of the post of road transport inspectors. I am informed it is only after the dissolution of Parliament on 4th October 2024 that applicants were called for interview by the then Commission, which is outright against the principle of good governance, and unfortunately the recruitment exercise will have to be conducted afresh for obvious reason, therefore entailing further delay in the process, notwithstanding the fact that these road transport inspectors are much needed to redress the state of affairs of the regulator and to assist in the improvement of the poor level of bus transport services across the island, that like I mentioned earlier. Now, nevertheless, my ministry will ensure close follow-up for the filling of the aforementioned vacancies within the best possible delay. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to put on record that since I took office at the ministry, I have had several meetings regarding the shortage of staff at the NLTA, and the latter has been urged to come up with concrete measures with a view to facilitating the recruitment process while ensuring the right person at the right place. I wish to reiterate to the House that my ministry has already initiated procedures to enlist management support officers to strengthen the NLTA inspectorate pending the recruitment of substantive staff. This is not quite a given because MSOs are supposed to work in office, but now we are deploying them onto the site. So there is a process to follow to get the approval for this. These MSOs will be daily deployed on bus stations and along bus routes to ensure NLTA presence and compliance with a schedule of bus services. Thank you.
The Honourable Third Member for Pamplemousses.
Deputy Speaker, sir, B161.
Thank you very much. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed that the number of fishermen cards allocated to the aforementioned regions for the past 3 years, that is from 2022 to 2024, as follows. Bézitombe 64, Pointe-au-Piment 6, Drobiche 34, Grand B 30. As regards Monsoirgie, I understand that the Honourable Member is referring to Pointe-au-Cadenet Fish Landing Station. I'm informed that 2 fishermen cards have been issued for that region in the year 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with regard to Part B of the question, I've been apprised that for the 5 sites under reference, 2 persons have been booked and contravened for illegal fishing from 2022 to 2024. Moreover, 4 persons have been booked and contravened for period January to February 2025 for illegal fishing at those sites. Regarding the last part of the question, any unlicensed fisherman who wishes to regularize his or her situation should submit an application for fisher's card. In case an applicant fisher fulfills the set criteria, we circulated this criteria when the question was put to me some time back. Now he will be granted a fisher card.
Another question? Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, is the Minister aware that there is a yearning demand of many unlicensed fishermen who go to fish and catch for us on a daily basis and to earn for their families, but they still haven't been considered for a license? Will his ministry consider to allocate proper licenses to these fishermen in the near future?
The Honourable Member should be aware that none of us is insensitive to the plight of a fisher. There are some who unfortunately do not have a fisher card, and therefore they're involved in what we would call illegal fishing activities. But certainly we will entertain as and when required, because we cannot have far too many fishers, because we have to think of also the stock that is in our lagoon. But certainly we'll give due consideration.
With regard to the Pointe au Piment and Montsoisy? Fisherman at Pointe au Piment and Montsoisy.
As the Minister aware that these cards has been delivered at the eve of the last general election without any control and good vetting, will the Minister ensure the House that the future cards that will be delivered will have a better vetting, and also, after issuing this card, if regular verification will be done to ensure that the real fishermen are having their cards? Thank you.
This exercise has been carried out, but of course, you know, as a responsible government, we are not going to disrupt a system violently. Those who are deserving cases, certainly those cases will be entertained, but in relation to those who have obtained fisher's card against, you know, set criteria, certainly appropriate action will be taken.
The Honourable Third Member for Rivière.
B162.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to thank the Honourable Member for this question, which provides me with an opportunity to enlighten the House on this program that was launched under the previous government and which contains many weaknesses. I'm informed that further to the adoption of the National Sports and Physical Activity Policy 2018-2028 in October 2018, the Mauritius Sport Council had developed an active Mauritius strategy that was launched in July 2019. The active Mauritius strategy is aligned with the philosophy of the policy and advocates for the widespread practice of sport as a means to achieve the policy's objective. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm informed that 14 programs that are run by the Mauritius Sport Council under the active Mauritius strategy are categorized accordingly to the following target audience. First, Move It, for those aged from 7 to 13 years old. Second, Youth on the Move, for those aged 14 and 24 years old. Third, Aging Well, for those aged 25 to 65 years old. And fourth, Elderly Fitness, for those aged above 65 years old. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as regard to Part A of the question, I'm informed by the Mauritius Sport Council that the amount of funds allocated in favor of active Mauritius on a yearly basis is as follows. For financial year 2018 and 19, 38 million rupees. For financial year 2019-20, 35 million rupees. For financial year 2020-21, 36 million rupees. For financial year 2021-22, 47 million rupees. For financial year 222-223, 47 million rupees. For financial year 23-24, 65 million rupees. For financial year 2024-25, 64 million rupees. In view of the substantial amounts allocated to the Mauritius Sport Council over the past years, I have some serious concern about the running of these programs. I have already instructed the new board to carry out an evaluation, therefore, and my permanent secretary to cause a full-scale inquiry to be carried out. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, as regards part B of the question, I'm informed by the Mauritius Sport Council that the coaches who deliver the programs of Active Mauritius are not employed on a region-wise basis. The number of coaches employed, the detail of their respective discipline and allowances are being compiled by the Mauritius Sport Council. Once available, same will be placed in the library of the National Assembly.
Des Sports, dans sa réponse, a fait état des faiblesses par rapport à ce programme. Peut-il effectivement nous dire quelles sont les faiblesses qu'il a constatées depuis sa prise de fonction par rapport à Active Mauritius?
All information are being compiled, and I will lay in the National Assembly all the details about what we have witnesses and what we are still being witnesses in these markments.
Même si je ne suis pas très satisfait de la réponse du ministre, je ne vais pas aller plus loin par rapport à cette question supplémentaire. J'aimerais savoir, vu que ce programme d'Active Mauritius est un projet du gouvernement sortant, est-ce que l'honorable ministre compte continuer dans sa forme actuelle ou bien il compte apporter des changements de façon à ce qu'on puisse satisfaire les sportifs et toute la population en général?
Certainement, nous allons revoir le tout dans son ensemble.
The first member for Savannah and
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. B163.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the villages of Tamarind, La Preneuse and Black River are connected through the Black River A3 road. The western region, including these villages, is witnessing increasing urban development, and as a result, the A3 road in its present configuration is quite limited to cope with the rising demands of vehicular and pedestrian traffic. In this context, the Road Development Authority has enlisted the services of a consultant, namely Lux Consult, Mauritius Limited, to work out the preliminary design of the proposed Tamarind bypass, which will extend over approximately 8.5 kilometers, providing an alternate route between Yemen and Grande Rivière Noire. The main aim of the project is to, inter alia, reduce traffic congestion and travel time along Rivière Noire Road A3, as well as enhance accessibility by providing an alternative route from Tamarind via Yemen towards Grande Rivière Noire on A3 road and vice versa. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I'm informed by the RDA that the consultant has already submitted the following reports in respect of the project. First, an inception report. Second, a traffic impact assessment report. And third, a draft environmental impact assessment report. It should be highlighted that the proposed project is quite complex and is characterized by several constraints, mostly associated with the hill at Yemen La Coupé and river crossings along the proposed alignment. To address these issues, appropriate geotechnical and environmental investigations are currently underway, and same, together with the final preliminary design report, are expected to be completed by May 2025. Upon completion of the preliminary design, the RDA will take into consideration the recommendation of the consultant as well as cost implications, and will accordingly recommend a timeline for the implementation of the project.
The Honourable Fourth Member for Rodrigues.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, B164.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, in the context of our strategy to have an inclusive and value-based education while reckoning the specificity of Rodrigues, my ministry is giving due consideration to promote the Rodriguan values and culture. In fact, in the primary school textbooks of history and Geography, Creole Mauritian, English and French of different grades, several topics on Rodrigues are covered. Moreover, my ministry has already taken steps to ensure cultural relevance in the curriculum, such as 1. The teaching of Creole Rodrigues in primary schools in Rodrigues since 2020. 2. The inclusion of Rodriguan stories and contexts in English, French, and Creole Rodrigues curricula. And 3. The coverage of Rodriguan history and geography in the respective curriculum. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, moreover, as the House is aware, my ministry will hold the Assises de l'Éducation in April 25, wherein the representatives of the Rodrigues Regional Assembly will also be invited to participate. As Honorable François, second member for Rodrigues, has informed the House on 4th March 2025, Rodrigues is seeking an educational reform and model that align and adapt with its socio-economic realities. All the proposals of the stakeholders, including Rodrigues, will be taken on board, and the outcome of the Assises de l'Éducation will pave the way forward for a review of the present educational system and the formulation of new policy direction as from the year 2026, including the review of the curriculum. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will soon set up the National Curriculum Advisory Board, which will inter alia advise my ministry on a national policy for the development of the school curriculum with regard to the overall economic, social, and cultural context of the country, including Rodrigues. Besides, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, my ministry will also set up the National Education Council in order to inter alia review the implementation of plans, policies, strategies, programs, and projects for the provision of education in Rodrigues. A representative from the Rodrigues and Outer Islands Division will also be nominated on the Council in order to take on board the proposals of the stakeholders in Rodrigues. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I wish to reassure the House that we envision to further integrate elements of Rodriguan history, culture, tradition, and values in the school curriculum in Rodrigues. We would welcome any proposal from the Rodrigues Regional Assembly in this regard, such as the revisited curriculum meets the needs and aspirations of the people of Rodrigues. Thank you.
Honourable, you have a question?
If you will allow me, excuse me for my voice, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with the coming assizes, may I ask the Honourable Minister whether participative approach consultations have been or will be held with all stakeholders in Rodrigues, not only the Regional Assembly, with all stakeholders in Rodrigues? If so, when?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it is being planned that prior to les Assises in Mauritius, which will be held on 15th, 16th, and 17th of April, a delegation from the Ministry of Education will go to Rodrigues and sit down with those involved in that, listen to them, so that that participation, that input is discussed during les Assises de l'Éducation.
Okay, the first member for voting.
The Deputy Speaker, sir. Question B165, please.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regards to Part A of the question, I wish to draw the attention of the House that as per Section 4 of the Legal Aid and Legal Assistance Act, for a person to be eligible for legal aid in regards to civil or criminal proceedings, including a bail application or an appeal to the Supreme Court, he must not be worth more than 500,000 rupees, excluding his wearing apparel and tools of trade, and his total monthly earnings shall be less than 15,000 rupees.
The same eligibility criteria apply to a detainee or an accused party, where the latter seeks legal assistance during a police inquiry or for bail applications. These ceilings were last looked at in the year 2018 and have not been reviewed, notwithstanding the increases to pensions and the basic wage over the last few years. In addition, at district court level in criminal matters, legal aid is only available for a limited list of offences. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, amendments will be brought in the coming weeks, sooner than later, to the Act, as already alluded to during my address to the House on the 2025-2029 programme. The amendments will focus on a rise of the ceilings so that these are more in line with what obtains in terms of revenue and ownership today, with particular attention to the accessibility of the service for citizens from economically disadvantaged backgrounds and vulnerable groups. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, with regards to Part B of the question, I wish to inform the House that, as the law currently stands, a person has to make an application to the court to obtain legal aid or legal assistance. What is, however, clear is that many citizens are not aware that they may be eligible to obtain legal aid or legal assistance in certain cases, civil or criminal. Indeed, the Act as it stands today lists in a schedule the various sections of the criminal law which would find application without actually saying what offences they relate to. So even if one reads the Act, it gives no adequate and proper indication to the citizen. To render justice accessible, this will have to be tackled by an appropriate amendment, so that a citizen would be able to see for himself for which offences he may apply for legal aid. There are also a number of offences which should have been listed in the Act, but which are not. We will review this too. Finally, and that is the end of my answer, Mr. Speaker, sir, in the same vein, we will also bring amendments to the Act so that the court will have a duty to inform a person when he is not represented by a legal practitioner that he may apply to obtain legal aid and legal assistance in cases where the law provides that legal aid is available, of course, if that citizen satisfies the relevant criteria.
The Honourable Second Member for Rivière-des-Anguilles, Souillac.
Question B166, please. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, at the outset, I make no apology for what will be a long reply to that question by the second member for Rivière-des-Anguilles and Souillac. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me please first to say that this case is a prime example of how the rule of law could be subverted and weakened by government for want of proper legal guidance, of how our courts of justice were considered not so long ago, last year, as an inconvenience that could be bypassed by the powers that be. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I will first briefly clarify the circumstances under which this foreign national came to Mauritius, resided here, and was later forcibly removed. This Slovak national came to Mauritius in February 2019 from Kenya on a tourist visa. On 13th of March 2019, less than a month later, he applied through the EDB for an occupation permit. A month later, it appears that searches made on the controversial list of the Passport and Immigration Office, the Interpol database and WorldCheck, returned no results for him. His application for an occupation permit was thus approved for a period of 3 years. So much for proper due diligence. On 5th November 2020, the Attorney General's Office received a request from the Slovak Republic for the arrest and extradition of that foreign national. He was wanted for prosecution in his country for having at the time allegedly masterminded from 2015 to 2018 a criminal group providing ingredients to produce dangerous drugs to the tune of 16 million euros. In January 2021, the Attorney General's Office wrote to the appropriate authorities in Mauritius to confirm the presence of the foreign national in our country. And having received confirmation, we prepared draft applications for his arrest and extradition. However, these applications were kept in abeyance due to the second COVID-19 lockdown. Upon the reopening of the Mauritian borders in October 2021, the Attorney General's Office inquired whether the Slovakian authorities were ready and willing to remove that foreign national from Mauritius should an extradition order be made against him. On 15 February 2022, the Attorney General's Office received confirmation from the Slovak authorities, and the applications for the arrest and extradition of the Slovak national were consecutively lodged on 22nd of February 2022 before the District Court of Port Louis. He was arrested on the same day and was bailed out on the 9th of March 2022. In the same month, the Slovak national applied for a renewal of his permit as well for a clearance certificate in order to marry a Mauritian national. However, on the 15th of April 2022, the then Prime Minister deprived that foreign national of his status of resident in exercise of his discretion under Section 6 of the Immigration Act, after being satisfied that it was in the public interest to do so. Notice of this change in his status, although decided on the 15th of April 2022, was only served on the foreign national at his last known address on 22nd of April 2022. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, up to this point, clearly we had due process. We had a person who had entered the country legally, became the object of extradition proceedings at the instance of his home country, and who, whilst these proceedings were still underway, also became a prohibited immigrant. From there on, there were two ways that this foreign national could be removed from Mauritius legally. Either the court in the extradition proceedings reached the decision that it was to send him back to Slovakia for prosecution, or as a prohibited immigrant, he could be subject to a deportation order under that act. But this was possible only after the procedure under Section 5 of the Deportation Act was followed, which involved allowing that foreign national the opportunity to show cause why such an order ought not to be granted. Here we have to point out, I have to point out, that there is a deficiency in the deportation process, in that the deportation order to be made by a minister, here the Prime Minister, under Section 4, has to be in a prescribed form. And funnily enough, as at now, no such form has been prescribed. This is a lacuna that this government intends to address very soon. Irrespective, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I have to inform the House that on 26th of April 2022, an order in the form of an interim injunction issued by a judge of the Supreme Court was served on the State of Mauritius, the Prime Minister's Office, the Passport and Immigration Office, the Attorney General's Office, and the Director of Civil Aviation, prohibiting and restraining them from either deporting or extraditing the foreign national. In spite of this, I am informed that on the very same day that the injunction was granted, the foreign national was arrested anew, purportedly on the basis of the Immigration Act, conveyed by the police to the Sir Siusagar Ramgoolam International Airport for his forcible removal by Slovakian authorities, which had been dispatched by a special flight with its own law enforcement officers, ready to take custody of their foreign national on our soil. The flight took off just before 4 p.m. at a time when the state, the PMO, the PIO had already been served with the court order. The justifications for this course of action were given to this House by the then Prime Minister on the 10th of May 2022 in his replies to PQ 525 and 530, and in a communiqué by the Prime Minister's Office dated 30th of April 2022, and as well as on many public occasions by the former Attorney General. I will summarize them as follows. One, they said, the Immigration Act allegedly provides for a route distinct and independent from the Deportation Act or the Extradition Act, allowing for the arrest of the foreign national and his conveyance to the Slovakian agents to forcibly take him away. 2, they said, since the procedure followed was neither that of a deportation or extradition, the court order was not flouted, because those were the only routes which had been stated in the court order, deportation or extradition, and neither were used, they said. 3rd, they said, in any event, the police was not subject to the court order. You remember, it was PMO, PIO, Civil Aviation, and Attorney General. And we all know who the Attorney General represents. In any event, they said that foreign national was a dangerous criminal that had to be removed, but who had been granted an occupation permit within 60 days of his arrival as a tourist in Mauritius. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, their reasoning is alarming. Let me dispatch the first reason they put forward by stating that nowhere in the Immigration Act, as it stood in 2022, is there power to deport someone who had been residing, albeit illegally, in Mauritius. There are provisions to declare one a prohibited immigrant, and there are provisions to lawfully detain persons seeking admission to the country. Section 20, invoked by the previous government, does not create any new standalone power to arrest or detain an illegal resident. Those powers fall squarely under the Deportation Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this is legal interpretation, and this is clearly not the place to debate it. I will readily concede that a legal question may have as many answers as there are lawyers to answer it. However, even a mistaken reading of the Immigration Act could not justify the rest of the previous government's reasoning. I stand advised that there is an action for contempt regarding this case presently before the Supreme Court awaiting judgment. I shall therefore not say more. This new concept of removal, quote unquote, which involves placing the person in question in the hands of foreign agents on our soil, is devoid, in my humble view, of any legal substratum. No explanations was ever given as to the legal basis for Slovakian agents to use legitimate force on our national soil in order to take away their national. No explanation was given, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, because there is none. Because, as the Prime Minister's Office itself stated in its communique, this was not done under either the Extradition or the Deportation Act. There is, in fact, a name for this, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, a name often used in human rights discussions around the world. This was a disguised extradition, whereby a wanted fugitive is handed over to a foreign state by means other than the classical extradition, bypassing the usual safeguards of the law and the scrutiny of the courts. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the most extraordinary part of the previous government's justification is this insolent insistence on the fact that, I quote, at no material time was the police the object of a court order. It cannot be disputed that the Commissioner of Police is but an agent of the state, and an order against the state necessarily implies that its agent must comply with that order. It would be inappropriate, of course, at this juncture to opine on the consequences of what happened, and this would fall squarely in the realm of the court proceedings awaiting judgment, as I alluded to earlier. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, it does not matter if that foreign national was later sentenced in Slovakia to 22 years of imprisonment for the illicit production, possession and trafficking of drugs. Of course, such persons are not welcome in Mauritius. They should never have been granted an occupation permit in the first place. But the only way we will truly tackle the drug trafficking, illegal immigration, or any other crime is by making sure, first and foremost, that everyone respects the law, including the state. That is the rule of law, or else our grand speeches in this august assembly would not mean a thing. Here we are left to wonder how this person was granted his occupation permit in such short a period of time by the authorities. We are equally baffled by the alacrity shown by the authorities to dispatch that person out of the country. Is there a correlation? I wonder. That being said, this is the rule of law which we want to restore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, and this is how I will therefore answer the second part of the question of the honourable member. There is no other way in order to avoid such occurrence in the future than to learn from the mistakes and flaws of our predecessors and for me and members of my office to adhere strictly to the rule of law, irrespective of the cost that it entails. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The table has been advised that the following PQs have been withdrawn. B187, B191, B194, B190, B195, B176, B170, B174, B179, B183, B182, B184, B168, B188, B180, B193, B175, B186, B181, B177, B167, B171. Time is over for question time. Madam Speaker, we resume the chair.
Please be seated.
Motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that all the business on today's order paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2, Standing Order 10.
The question is that all the business on today's paper be exempted from the provisions of paragraph 2 of Standing Order 10. Those in favour say aye, those against say no. Ayes have it. The motion was seconded by the Deputy Prime Minister.
Statement by Ministers. None. Public Bills, first reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the representation of the People Amendment Bill number 4 of 2025 be read the first time.
The motion needs to be seconded. Again, Deputy Prime Minister.
Public Bills, second reading.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister. Floor is yours.
Floor is mine, and I seem to have left my bill in there, but never mind, I can speak.
Happens to all of us.
Yes. I beg to move that the representation of the People Amendment Bill number 4 of 2025 be read the second time.
Thank you. The motion needs to be seconded.
Seconded.
Yes? Okay.
Madam Speaker, for this bill, as it explains in the explanatory memorandum, clearly is to amend the Representation of the People Act so as to provide the compilation of a new supplementary register of electors for the forthcoming municipal and municipal town council elections, or for such other election as may be prescribed. And this will be compiled immediately after the writ of elections, thus allowing qualified, unregistered persons to submit their claims to be registered and have their names included in that supplementary register of electors. This is being done Madam Speaker, so that every elector has a right to vote until when the elections are called. Madame la Présidente, pendant la campagne électorale, nous avions dit et redit que nous allons approfondir la démocratie à Maurice. One of the ways that we've canvassed before with the Electoral Commissioner and the Electoral Commission, that very often, this is a problem. A lot of people turn out to vote for an election, their name is not on the register. There are many reasons for this. First of all, the canvasser who goes around to register electors, he might press the door button, nobody answers. He's supposed to come back. I am told that very often they say, maybe he came back, nobody was there, or else he never came back. These people think because they voted in the last election, the name will be on the register. We do a lot of advertising in our party at least, that they should go and check their names. They don't very often. With the result that the names aren't there. And they turn up to vote, they are told that the names is not on the register. There can be nothing so frustrating as you wait for 5 years to go and vote, and then you don't find your name on the register. You're told you're not going to vote. In the last general elections, in the last, I think, municipal elections, there were some 1,900 something of electors who did not manage to vote. Officially, this is the number. But unofficially, I'm sure it is higher, because many people, when they're told they cannot vote, they protest, but they do not protest officially, they go home. So the numbers are not counted in that number. So we end up with this situation where people are not able to vote. Secondly, I think it is absurd that the register is compiled on the it closes on the 15th of August of whatever year. A person who is born on the 16th of August of that very year cannot vote until the register is recompiled the following year. So that person has turned 18 but cannot vote. This is what the situation was until now. What we are doing, Madam Speaker, is to correct an injustice. You know, Professor Albi Sachs, who came and reported on the electoral system, had this to say, I'm quoting offhand, he said that it is unbelievable that a person who is born on the 16th of August cannot vote in any election until the following year, that is after the 15th of August, before the 15th of the following year. That is completely unacceptable. This is what we are correcting here. We are saying that this supplementary registration will be done, but it doesn't mean that somebody who has already been registered as an elector can go on the supplementary list. That is a separate list for people who have turned 18 after the 15th of August, who are not on the list at the moment, who will be able to go on the list. They will have until 5 days after the writ of the election is issued, 5 days for them to go and ensure that the name is on the list. It is correcting a major injustice that was happening in our system. You have many people who have said that there's a book called How to Rig an Election by Cheeseman and somebody else. And they go on about this. Suppression of voters from a list is one of the ways to commit fraud in an election. This happens in many countries even today. Even in America, they're complaining that there has been suppression of voters. So it's not just Mauritius. What we are trying to do is to ensure that people get a chance, if they want to vote, to go and put themselves, register and be on the list of electors. I must also add, Madam Speaker, this also applies to somebody who wants to stand in a municipal election. If you're not on the register, you cannot be a candidate in an election. So this will also correct this injustice. Especially a young person just turned 18, maybe wants to stand as a municipal councillor. He would not have been able to do so unless he was already on the list, which was closed on the 15th of August of last year. This is what we are correcting, Madam Speaker. The second thing we are also doing, we didn't say this in the bill, but we are also ensuring that the counting is done on the same day. Some people think that we will need to amend the law again. We don't have to. This is done by regulations. Madam Speaker, in Nigeria, I think there are 23 million people. They count on the same day. In Kenya, I can't remember the exact figure, it's over 40 million. Counting is done on the same day, over 50 million. In the UK, it's over around 43 million. Why can't we in Mauritius have counting on the same day? This has the advantage. I understand we did canvass this with the Electoral Commissioner and the Electoral Supervisory Commission as well. There are logistical problems. They have genuine logistical problems. But we must overcome that problem. We are overcoming it now. We do not, in the past, there were not enough staff to start with. They were probably not even paid properly. That's another problem. But we will look into all this to make sure that counting is done on the same day. Because if when you don't count on the same day, this business of carrying boxes, ballot boxes, in all sorts of lorries, in the last, not this, in the preceding general election, 2019, in my own constituency, we have witnesses, boxes were carried in garbage trucks, in CWA lorries, with people we don't know. Our agent, the Electoral Commission, has said it and said it over again, that our agent has a right to go in the lorry. But on the day of the election, we get a policeman who's probably very pro-government, says, no, you can't get in the lorry. Who is going to go now and challenge him or ask the Electoral Commission to come and see what's happening? This has happened in many places. In number 10, in many villages, this has happened. This idea of carrying boxes and then storing them in a place. It's fraught with possibilities. What we are doing is closing the loopholes. It is a loophole. In other countries, ballot boxes were changed. In the country, I'm told they had double floors. And during transporting, they were changing I don't think this happened in Mauritius, but I can't say. For sure, I can't say. Because we're not even allowed to look into the lorries. We're supposed to be allowed, but we were not allowed. In one of the lorries, when in the 2019 election, I asked somebody, what are you doing there? He didn't answer me. I kept asking him, he didn't answer me. You know why? He was a foreigner, not a Mauritian. He's there in the lorry, standing in the lorry, sitting in the lorry, and he was in the lorry to carry out this business of carrying boxes. That is something we're also closing. Counting on the same day is possible, must be possible. Of course, the ESC will need manpower, but we'll have to ensure that this is so, and therefore this is what's going to be a thing of the past. And we want to be able to do this for general elections as well. The third point that was canvassed by the Electoral Commission and the ESC, which we totally agree with, that we should look at the possibility of Mauritians who are abroad to be able to vote in an election. In other words, the diaspora. Today, people from other countries are voting in Mauritius. And yet, Mauritians who are abroad cannot vote for their own country. That is something that we also intend to look at very positively and probably will happen. These are the three main things that I wanted to say on this, Madam Speaker. We've seen, apart from the fact that this is a great leap forward for the youth of this country. My party gave the right to vote to young people at the age of 18. Today, this alliance is allowing people who have just turned 18, who are not on the register, to be able to vote. This is one of the major reforms that we're doing for the electoral reform. This is one of the reforms. We're going to have other reforms as well. Secondly, we're going to have counting on the same day, as I said. Madam Speaker, denying a person of his right to vote, I can't see anything more treacherous and unjust. How can we allow somebody who waits for 5 years to boot out a government, as they did in the last election, and yet not able to vote in that election? There has cases that happened. Sorry? 10 years. 10 years. Thank you for reminding me. The previous government, they postponed elections, not once, not twice, 3 times, Madam Speaker. For 10 years, people have not been allowed to vote for the councillors.
Shame.
It's a great shame. Find all sorts of excuses, as you say, all sorts of excuses. We're going to have it. We had agreed. The Deputy Prime Minister, when we were passing the law about not allowing postponement of the village elections, he mentioned, he was leader of the opposition, he mentioned it at the time, that we should do it for all elections, general elections as well. We will do it this time. We have to do it. We have to do it. Same thing, I forgot my speech in my office. And, but I think I've said what I've said. This is the first step, as I said. I said it better. As you say, we should be reading our speeches.
No, you've done very well up to
so
now.
far. The Representation of the People Act, which is the main piece of legislation governing our electoral process, was enacted back in 1958, at a time when Mauritius was still a British colony. 1958. And that in England, they have modified that law, but not in Mauritius. The law has stayed, just some modifications, has stayed the same. We just celebrated the 57th anniversary of our independence. And yet, a law that was passed in 1950, that is 67 years ago, it still applies for registration of electors. We know, Madam Speaker, that the right to vote is enshrined in our Constitution. Section 44 of the Constitution provides that every citizen shall be entitled to vote if he or she is registered as an elector in this constituency. The first step in a democracy is to make sure that people can vote. Those who are registered should be able to vote. And, Madam Speaker, the other problem, I've already said all this, I'm not going to go through all this, but in this case, the town council for municipalities have already been dissolved. I think it should have been dissolved yesterday. Yeah. So we're going to have the writ, and they will have 5 days after the writ to be able to register again. I remember, if I could, Albie Sachs, the proper quoting, he said, the disadvantage of the present system is that if elections are held after the 16th of August, which I just said, that person cannot vote until he's re-registered on the 15th of August of the following year. Further, he does also say that this house-to-house inquiry depends on the canvasser necessarily reaches the home where the people are there. Madam Speaker, we find it unacceptable that it is an assault on democracy to deny anybody his or her right to vote. With this bill, as I said, we're correcting this injustice. Voting is a civic duty. We should not deprive any citizen of his right or her right to vote. Madam Speaker, I want to quote somebody else, John Lewis, who is a civil rights, who was a civil rights, he's passed away. He said, the vote is precious. It is the most powerful, non-violent tool that we have in a democratic society, and we must be able to use it. Other responsible government, this is exactly what we are doing. Now, Part 2A of the Act, which provides for the compilation of the supplementary register, is also, it will be an addendum to the main register. As I said, people who are already on the main register will not be allowed to go on that other register. The other thing is, whose person, if he is already, as I said, on the register, will not. But the other thing that I need to say is that after the Electoral Commissioner, I must say, was also of the view that the introduction of a supplementary register directly addresses the key issue of voter suppression. It ensures that eligible citizens who were not on the list are able to go on the list. The Supervisory Commission also consulted, was welcome this what we're doing, this move what we're doing. And I must also say, Madam Speaker, that this bill also contains adequate safeguards to prevent fraudulent or erroneous registrations. Provision is made under the new section 39F of the bill for objections to be raised against entries in the supplementary register. The procedure for raising an objection is clearly outlined in the bill, and they can, if somebody is not satisfied, can go to a judge in chambers to get redress if he thinks or she thinks there has been some fraud. It would also be additionally making it an offense to make false statements. It's already an offense, but we are making it punishable by fine not exceeding 10,000 rupees and a term of imprisonment not exceeding 1 year. Madam Speaker, different democracies in the world have different practices concerning registration. In the States, United States, they allow qualified citizens to register and cast their vote on the day of the election itself. I don't know how they managed to do this. Maybe the Electoral Commissioner could tell us, because it's not an easy task to be able to register on the day, because it has loopholes. Others have a continuous voter registration. Australia closes its electoral roll 7 days after an election is called. But the success of any electoral reform depends also on the local specificities to be taken into account. We all know, we all agree that democracy should be inclusive. The fundamental principle that every eligible citizen should have an equal opportunity to vote. With the dissolution of the Municipal City Council and Municipal Town Council yesterday, we now move to the upcoming municipal elections, where the supplementary register will play a crucial role. We should not allow a democratic process to be hindered for administrative reasons or outdated systems. But by extending the voter registration period, we are reaffirming our commitment to a more inclusive and representative democracy, one that truly reflects the voices of all the people. Madam Speaker, I should also say, some people might ask, but why this idea of keeping the boxes overnight? This is the reason being, a long time ago, there was no electricity in the villages. They had to keep, they couldn't, they wanted to, not to count with the candles, because counting with candles, you never know, some ballots could either inadvertently or deliberately be put on fire. It's not an impossibility. discounting on the same day is modernizing our system. And as I said, this has to be done by regulations. There is no need for a law. And let me end, Madam Speaker. As I say, voter suppression is resorted in many so-called democracies. This is the new trick now. Have elections, but have electoral fraud at the same time. In a democracy, there is no higher treacherous act than stealing an election. We should not forget, la voix du peuple, c'est la voix de Dieu. With these words, I commend the bill to the House.
Again, I need it to be seconded. Yes, Dr. Boulel, yes. Okay, we carry on with the... Yes, Mr. Duval? Everybody will be getting 10 minutes as from now.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci. Madam Speaker.
That's my job, part of my job.
Madam Speaker.
Yes.
It is a good thing that we are finally aligning ourselves with other prominent democratic countries, especially, let us not forget, since so many electors have been left out of elections, have been deprived of the right to vote during the past elections, with an S. If we look at 2014, the figures speak of something like 9,000. If you look at 2019, the figures are even more shocking, 45,000 electors left out, and for many of which did not change their residency. It was therefore extremely unfair to leave out electors who, in between the 16th of June of the preceding year and the upcoming elections, was not aware or did not verify through omission, through negligence, whether or not they were on the electoral roll. So we are correcting a grave injustice to democracy. And in fact, the PMSD, together with the Labour Party and the MMM, let us not forget, co-wrote and co-signed the letter to the Electoral Commissioner on the 24th April 2023. And in fact, the PMSD has been advocating for keeping the registration of electors, the roll, open up until the last minute, like in the UK. In the UK, as you may know, Madam Speaker, it is up to 12 days before the election. Here, it will be 5 days after the written election. It will be sufficient to catch all those persons who have been left out. But I have here, though, to deplore the fact that although, and I heard the Prime Minister, even though I do apologize, I came in late, was preparing my speech, but I did hear that the reasoning behind this amendment being brought for this municipal election is first of all for the young electors, the young generation of electors who have either turned 18 after the 16th of June of last year or who are about to turn 18 by the time that they are still eligible to be registered on the supplementary register. However, Madam Speaker, we are catering for the new generation with archaic measures. Instead of doing like other countries, of allowing for online registration, as was pleaded by the Honourable Prime Minister, the Deputy Prime Minister, and the leader of the PMSD to the Electoral Commission, that online registration of electors becomes a reality. It is a shame that this is not the case, because, Madam Speaker, the systems that we have in place today with MOPAS, for example, which is secure enough to allow, for example, for the Civil Status Office to hand over, to apply and to hand over birth certificates, or for the DPP's office, for you to apply and to receive your certificate of character. Therefore, very sensitive documents. If the system is good enough for that, it would have been good enough for electors to register. And the system exists. It is in place. It is used by hundreds of thousands of Mauritians, mainly the youth, because let us not forget that participation at municipal elections unfortunately tend to have lower participation, especially from the youth. And now we're going to require them to first call at the local electoral desk to register themselves, and then, of course, after, to go and register. I think there had been sufficient time, since we are contemplating this since as far back as April 2023, we had sufficient time to do so. So that, for me, est une opportunité ratée pour le gouvernement. Madam Speaker, the other issue, le programme le plus important qui a attiré l'attention des Mauriciens dans son intégralité reste le fait que les électeurs, les résidents ressortissants des pays issus du Commonwealth, puissent, de par notre Constitution, sont éligibles pour être enregistrés comme des électeurs. D'ailleurs, il suffit de consulter les formes qui restent inchangées sous cet amendement. La forme I, par exemple, si on objecte à l'enregistrement des électeurs, cette forme I ou H parle qu'on peut objecter si la personne, par exemple, n'est pas issue de pays du Commonwealth. Et le bureau du commissaire électoral est obligé d'appliquer cette provision de la Constitution. L'agent du commissaire électoral qui est responsable pour l'enregistrement des électeurs est obligé, s'il reçoit des informations de par la loi, d'enregistrer quiconque qui a acquis le statut de résident, qui a eu plus de 2 ans sur le territoire à compter du 1er janvier, 2 ans avant l'enregistrement, d'être enregistré. Et donc, il peut être non seulement un électeur, mais il peut aussi se présenter comme un candidat aux élections municipaux, aux villageoises, municipales, villageoises ou régionales. Donc voilà l'opportunité ratée de ce gouvernement. On a promis ici de changer...
Excusez-moi, je n'ai pas bien suivi le deuxième raisonnement. C'est-à-dire que vous êtes contre...
Non, je m'explique, madame.
Oui, allez-y.
Si je peux m'exprimer.
Allez-y.
Merci. Donc je disais, l'opportunité ratée, manquée encore une fois, aurait été de venir avec un amendement de la Constitution pour changer cette section 42, Qualification of Electors, et retirer cette provision archaïque. D'ailleurs, il faut se rappeler que c'est le PMSD qui a amené ça ici dans la Chambre. Il faut se rappeler, cette provision archaïque qui est la section 42 de la Constitution, qui prévoit bien sûr que suffit d'être ressortissant d'un pays du Commonwealth, et la liste est longue, et on devient un électeur. Et à en croire l'honorable Tim, le manque de main-d'œuvre étrangère, le manque de main-d'œuvre à Maurice, demandant l'importation de main-d'œuvre étrangère, va continuer à accroître ce problème pour les élections d'avenir. Et pourquoi donc, et la question que je pose au Premier ministre, pourquoi donc n'a-t-il pas jugé bon, fort de sa majorité de 64, d'apporter ce simple amendement, simplement amender la section 42 pour enlever le droit à tout citoyen de pays Commonwealth de participer aux élections? Parce que d'enlever le droit. Oui.
C'est ça que
le Premier ministre,
pas clair.
Le Premier ministre lui-même a fait campagne. Le Premier ministre lui-même a fait campagne sur le fait qu'on laissait les travailleurs étrangers voter en 2019. Si je ne me trompe pas, ce paragraphe était un paragraphe important de son propre challenge dans sa pétition électorale, notamment le droit des étrangers. Alors, Madame la Présidente, c'est dommage qu'on parle. Le fait reste, Madame la Présidente, qu'avec 64 députés, c'est une occasion ratée. Parce que le changement, c'est pour tout de suite. C'est pas pour les élections après. Vous avez été élu, le gouvernement, pour un mandat de changer les choses maintenant. Il y a eu tellement d'autres occasions, j'en parlais, on parlait du collège électoral, ce sera pour après. Tant d'autres choses qu'on a mis reléguées pour après. Et malheureusement, on permettra encore une fois aux ressortissants étrangers de voter pour des élections municipales.
Que ceux du Commonwealth.
Alors,
Pas les autres.
I'm sorry?
Que ceux du Commonwealth et pas les autres. J'ai cru.
Mais je parle du Commonwealth, là, Madame la Présidente.
Non, mais j'ai cru à un moment que vous vouliez donner aux autres le droit de
Non,
vote.
vous avez mal cru, Madame. Donc ça, pour moi,
Let me
et là où le bas
do
blesse,
my job.
si on apporte des changements à notre système électoral,
Oui.
qu'on le fasse en profondeur. Parce que nous avons, encore une fois, un document du 24 avril 2023.
Vous avez encore. Je vous donne encore.
De très très bonnes propositions ont été faites. Je suis content d'entendre que le CMD counting, le comptage le même jour, le dépouillement deviendra une réalité. J'espère, il n'a pas été précisé, si ça se fera dans un centre de dépouillement par circonscription. J'espère que ce soit le cas pour permettre non seulement que plus facilement de garder un contrôle sur les boîtes, sur le comptage, quand toutes les boîtes sont emmenées dans un centre de vote, le Premier ministre n'a pas spécifié. Et bien sûr aussi pour préserver l'anonymité des endroits qui ont voté par rapport aux intentions de vote. Parce que pour un politicien, c'est très mauvais demain de savoir si telle ou telle école de vote a voté avec ou contre lui. Et c'est pour ça que quand il y a un dépouillement dans un centre de vote, c'est impossible de savoir d'où les ballottes sortent. Parce que tout est cassé et mélangé. Mais s'il y a le comptage dans le même, s'il y a un comptage dans les écoles de vote, ce sera très facile.
Je vous ai donné une
Oui,
minute.
Madame la Présidente.
Vous avez déjà une minute en plus.
Madame la Présidente, une autre chose, bien sûr, c'est l'importance et l'occasion ratée d'organiser les élections des collectivités locales le même jour, que ce soit pour les municipales, que ce soit pour les villageoises. Ça aussi est important. Pour finir, Madame la Présidente, si vous me permettez de
Je
conclure,
vous ai déjà donné votre point en plus.
on rattrapera sur la dernière fois.
Non, non.
Madame la Présidente, pour finir,
You can't bring it over.
pour finir, Madame la Présidente,
Allez-y.
c'est dommage qu'on nous a promis un changement, et un changement qui se fait de goutte à goutte. Le changement, ce n'est pas pour cette fois-ci, ce sera pour après. Ce sera probablement par une autre équipe, finalement. Alors c'est dommage que le changement intervient en goutte à goutte et avec une lenteur. Donc merci, Madame la Présidente.
Je vous remercie. Je vous remercie. Honorable Attorney General.
Madam Speaker,
A lot of speech today.
I have listened with great interest to the intervention of my learned friend of the bar, but I think he is labouring under a strong misapprehension of what the law says. Commonwealth citizens cannot vote at municipal elections. This bill, Madam Speaker, is in fact a landmark piece of legislation, as this will ensure that qualified unregistered persons will, once registered after the issue of writs of elections for the forthcoming municipal city council and municipal town council elections, have the opportunity to cast their vote at those elections, thus guaranteeing that they are not deprived of their constitutional rights to vote. Of course, Mauritians and Mauritians only. Madam Speaker, many of the orators in this House today will share the opinions on the amendments that are being proposed to this Act. Much will be said on the need for those amendments, and it would greatly surprise me if there is any pushback, since there is consensus amongst members on the advancements of democratic standards. I will not tread the path that many today will take, but rather my opinion on the legal aspects of the bills, especially on the tight deadlines that have been proposed for registration after the issue of writs for the forthcoming municipal elections. Madam Speaker, clearly spelled out in the explanatory memorandum of the bill, the main object of this legislation, which is to amend the RPA, is to provide for a supplementary register of electors for each electoral addendum to the register of electors already in force for a particular year and for a particular electoral area. Madam Speaker, the idea seems to be very simple, but members of this House will appreciate that this simple amendment to have a supplementary register carries it with it a lot of legal implications. According to Regulation 3.2b of the Municipal City Council and Municipal Town Council Elections Regulations 2012, the nomination day shall be held not less than 15 days and not more than 30 days after the day on which the writs of elections for the holding of the municipal elections are issued. Therefore, Madam Speaker, there is a minimum window of 15 days before nomination day, and during that tight schedule, the Office of the Electoral Commissioner will have to ensure that on the eve of nomination day, the supplementary register of elector is published. Madam Speaker, allow me to explain the legal implications. As per Clause 5 of the bill, in the proposed new Section 39D1, a person who claims to be eligible to be registered as an elector in an electoral area shall not later than 5 days after the issue of the writs of elections present his claim to the registration officer of that electoral area. So if writs are out, for example, tomorrow on the Wednesday 19th of March, the 5 days will extend to Monday the 24th, and I have been reliably informed that the registration offices set up by the Electoral Commissioner will be opened on Saturday and Sunday to ensure full compliance with these provisions. After that preliminary registration exercise is carried out during the prescribed period of 5 days, the registration officer, in accordance with the proposed new Section 39E, shall not later than 2 days after the expiry of the 5-day period publish the supplementary list of claimants who appear to the registration officer to be qualified to be registered as electors. The supplementary list of claimants, as they are called under the Act, will be published for public inspection for a period of 2 days, and the reason for same is to allow a person whose name appears on a register or supplementary list of claimants in that electoral area to object to the registration of a claimant as an elector. Any objection, Madam Speaker, will have to be made during the few days of publication, and that is as per Section 39F2 of the new RPA, of the supplementary list of claimants. If it appears to the registration officer that the objection is frivolous and there's no merit, he will reject the objection, but in case he admits the objection, he will have, in accordance with the new proposed Section 39G, a duty to serve the following day, after receiving the objection, a notice on the person in respect of whose registration the notice of objection is given, calling upon that person to show cause why his name should not be expunged. That person will then have 2 days within which he will have to appear before the registration officer and show cause why his name should appear on the supplementary register. After hearing the objection, the registration officer will have 1 day to decide on the objection, and he will thereafter have to make all necessary corrections to the supplementary list of claimants and do everything necessary to compile that list, so corrected, into a supplementary register. And this supplementary register must be ready at least 1 day before nomination day. As explained earlier, after the issue of writs, there are 5 days for an unregistered person to claim to be registered. However, in case there is no objection, the registration officer will, as soon as practicable, publish the supplementary register. But if there is objection, there are certain procedures to be followed, as we have set out earlier, and from the first day the registration exercise starts, 13 days will lapse until the registration officer decides on the objection. These tight schedules have been rendered necessary so as to respect the 15 days period prior to nomination day. Madam Speaker, the procedures that I've enumerated above are not new. We are not inventing a new procedure for the registration of electors. These procedures already exist in the existing Representation of the People's Act, more specifically with regard to the compilation of registers under sections 9 to 25 of the law. The only difference with the compilation of a register and that of a supplementary register is the time limit provided for objections. And similarly, for the compilation of a supplement register, the time limits are shorter, given that it has to be done at least 1 day prior to nomination day. On another important note, I wish to inform the House that if an objector is still dissatisfied with the decision of the registration officer to include the name of a person whose name has been objected to in a supplementary register, he still has a right under section 36 to make an appeal to the judge in chambers to have that name expunged from the supplementary register. However, Madam Speaker, as is currently provided with regards to an appeal made to the judge in chambers to have a name expunged from a register, the right of a person whose name is for the time being on the supplementary register to vote at the forthcoming municipal elections will not be prejudiced by the appeal, and a vote given at those elections in pursuance of that right will be as valid and effective as if no such appeal were pending, and shall not be affected by the subsequent decision of the appeal. I have therefore brushed on the legal implications attached to the registration of unqualified persons on the register of supplementary register, and as stated earlier, however, the idea to have a supplementary register appeared to be easy, yet there are some hurdles to overcome, and I can assure the House that all the legal implications have been carefully scrutinized and addressed. Last but not least, I wish to inform the House that this process to provide for a supplementary register will not only be made available for the forthcoming municipal elections, but it may also be extended to other elections by prescribing same by way of regulations in virtue of the new section 39B of the bill. The Honourable Prime Minister has also stated that there will be same-day counting, and the Honourable members will have seen that this is not provided for in the amendments proposed to the House today. The reason is very simple. The appropriate amendments will be made to the regulations in order to render this possible. To conclude, Madam Speaker, I wish to draw the attention of the House, and especially to those persons whose name already appear on the register of electors that came into force on 16th of August 2024, that they will not be eligible to have their names on the supplementary register, even if they claim that they are no longer residents of a particular electoral area. This registration exercise will not permit an elector already registered in an electoral area to be registered in another electoral area, as this supplementary register will apply to only those qualified, unregistered electors, more specifically, but not only to those who have attained the age of 18 on or after 16th of August 2024, and for those who will attain the age of 18 1 day prior to nomination day of the forthcoming municipal elections. So the claim can be made even before you're 18, provided you turn 18 before nomination day. With these words, I commend this bill to the House.
Thank you for being well within time. Now I will suspend the sitting for half an hour. Honourable Minister of Housing.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have listened with a lot of interest to the speech, the intervention of Honourable Duval in the opposition. And I must at the outset say that it is a very important piece of legislation, as the Honourable Prime Minister has explained, and as the Honourable Attorney General has expatiated upon. When a piece of legislation comes in order to make it possible for people to adhere to the concept of the right to vote, when you have a piece of legislation that comes to open up the possibility of those who have been left out to get back on this electoral register, it is indeed a fundamental piece of legislation. You see, it takes me back to the time when I was to read the Constitution. When you read the Constitution of Mauritius, you go through the various chapters, you go through the various themes in the Constitution of Mauritius, you come across the issue of elections. You come across this very important fundamental right. And when another part of that Constitution talks about the position that is occupied by the leader of the opposition, that of the Prime Minister, that of the President, of you, Madam Speaker. Therefore, it is important, in my humble view, that the honourable leader of the opposition says something on this piece of legislation. As I said, it concerns le droit de vote. Les jeunes qui n'ont pas pu s'enregistrer ou les jeunes qui n'auront pas eu l'occasion de se retrouver sur cette liste, ou ceux qui n'ont pu se retrouver sur cette liste pour diverses raisons, c'est une loi d'importance fondamentale. Et quand je regarde la liste des orateurs et que je vois avec effroi que celui qui se retrouve dans la Constitution de l'île Maurice ne daigne même pas être présent, ne daigne même pas participer, nous donner un peu son opinion sur this piece of legislation of utmost importance, I wonder what has this opposition ended up becoming. Now, I should not wonder much, because as a piece of government, there was something else. Now, think about it. You can't expect better when they're in the opposition. You see, if he had been here, or if he had thought it important to at least earn his pay by participating, at least sit quietly if you have nothing to say, or you don't know what to say, be present. He decided to himself walk out and not participate in the debate. What a shame. What a shame. And this is what they believe is they want to challenge us in the forthcoming municipal elections. Interesting. Now, let me, before I go back to him in a minute, let me just say that I have come across in my research to some very important documents. Documents that show that the Electoral Commissioner's office has been working very hard on this idea, this very concept of voter registration. It has produced documents. It has had workshops on this issue. Now, I have come across certain documents that have eventually been put in the form of representations that have been sent to government. Back in 2014, on the eve of us losing the 2014 elections. And who, therefore, would have been in possession of those remarks of the Office of the Electoral Commission? It would be the government led by Sir Anirudh Jagnat, Pravin Jagnat, Joe Lejonga, Duval, Xavier, all of them were in that government. And what did that document say? Part of those recommendations was precisely drawing attention to the principles that must be adhered to when registering voters and compiling and maintaining a voter's roll. It talked about the importance of the rule of law, integrity, inclusiveness, legitimacy, accuracy. And on the chapter of accuracy, Madam Speaker, it says that the information in the voter's roll must be valid, accurate, and up to date. This is precisely what this government is doing. Ensuring that it is up to date, but not information that is old already. That's why I say it again, a fundamental piece of legislation that ensures that the objective of ensuring accuracy of the voter roll. The system must ensure that ineligible persons are removed from the voters' roll, such as deceased persons. A voter must also only appear once on the national common voters' roll, and that is for the voting district in which he or she has registered. Madam Speaker, what did the MSM do when they were in power and in alliance with the PMSD? What did they do? What did they do with the Honourable then Colin Dervelou? What did they do when Honourable Obigadou was there? What did they do when they had those representations, and not once, several times, from the Electoral Commissioner's office? Did they at least pay heed to those observations, that there had to be changes brought to the law in order to ensure that there was a rule of law, integrity, inclusiveness, legitimacy, accuracy, comprehensiveness, accessibility, transparency, security, information, privacy steps, etc., etc., etc. He just sent representations, but the MSM ignored those representations. But it is this government that has decided to come up, this Prime Minister, this team that has come up with changes to the law in order to ensure that people who would have been forgotten for statutory reasons, but nonsensical in the process, are brought back and caught back and are allowed to vote. Fundamental, historical. But let me come back to reasons why, not only because of the absence of the minister, the leader of the opposition, former minister, the absence of Honourable Duval, the least he should have done. He has spoken, allow me to rebut him. He should have been present. Maybe he was even speaker once upon a time. He does not even know the l'ABC. I call it good manners. Huh? I ignore it? Anyway, but then you see, the then leader of the opposition on the 23rd of May 2023, you see, it brings me back to the previous mandate. The then leader of the opposition, when he was in government, he was in the opposition. You see, I'm just being confused because he just keeps jumping and changing beds. You know? And what did he say? In his speech, condemning the previous government. And those are the reasons why I'm saying to this House, and I'm saying it for the people outside, to listen to what I say. There are the reasons, many reasons, but only here 2 reasons why I say to you, do not listen and do not believe what the opposition are going to blurt out. Because they are clearly inconsistent, incompetent, and whatever they say it's not even the truth. Look at what the then leader of the opposition said in his speech in a debate that took place in this August Assembly, number 8 of 2023. He said, I quote, "So for all these reasons, Mr. Speaker, sir, I asked the Vice Prime Minister, I asked the government to withdraw this bill." What bill was it? To postpone election for the 3rd time. Let democracy win, he says. He says, let democracy proceed and let the people choose freely who they want to bring about all those changes that I have suggested. And yes, the people chose freely. The people chose us to bring those changes. The people chose those who are in the right and condemned those who are in the wrong. And this very then leader of the opposition decided to jump in bed with those very people that he criticized to bring against democracy. How could you, in Parliament, say, let democracy win? And what he's saying is that those are the very people who are not for democracy. And you jump in the same bed with them, and you take your team, and you jump in with them. Thank God there were those who did not want to follow him in that bed. Some of them are here. And what about the absent leader of the opposition? And I shall conclude on that. You know what he said? And I'll say again, you can't believe him. You should not even believe him. Listen to him. If you wish. But then again, he's not here. How can we hear? What did he say in that very debate? I quote, l'alliance Ramgoulam-Béranger-Duval, allons le reconnaître, pas mot des autres, j'ai ça. Et écoutez-moi, Monsieur le Président, je vais terminer là-dessus parce que je n'ai pas beaucoup de temps. Tellement il n'y a pas de temps, il n'est même pas là. Lors de ces prochaines élections, le peuple mettra un terme définitif à la carrière politique de deux personnes, surtout l'honorable Paul Béranger et Nabil Ramgoulam. Oh my God. If you were wrong then, why do you believe that you're right today? You were wrong then, we were right then. We are right today, you are wrong again, sir. So, when history will judge, it will look in the Hansard and will say, okay, what did the opposition say? Oh, the leader of the opposition, who is supposed to represent those who voted against this government, whom the former Prime Minister Pravin Jagnnath most probably, or somewhere in some kitchen, decided that it should be him. He wasn't here. But how is he going to justify his salary at the end of this month? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Dr. Umia, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The main objective of this bill that has been presented to the House today is to have a supplementary register of electors, be it for municipal council or city election or any other election. It has its high importance in municipal elections, which has been the bedrock of some parliamentarians, namely, notably, former mayors, Honorable Nagalingam and Honorable Bhagwan, who are now members of the cabinet. We have to know why we have such a bill. The purpose of the bill is to ensure that every elector in this country, eligible elector, has access to the right to vote and have eligible access to the democratic process of the election. We will be learning from lessons of the past because that bill, once passed, will show us that what has happened in the past when electoral voters who were supposed to be on the list did not have a chance to exercise their democratic right, which is a constitutional one, to exert their power. This government does not want anybody to be deprived of that constitutional right to vote. Madam Speaker, the power of a voter should not be underestimated. It is through the stroke of a pen that these voters decide who they want and when they want to send who, either to Parliament here or in local government councils. And we do know that the power of the pen, how effective it was in November 2024, unfortunately they are not here, when they have been swept out completely like a tsunami and they have disappeared, and today they are not even here to listen to what we have to say. That pen is so powerful, and the people of this country know the effect of how they're going to use the pen, that during the November 24 election, there was even concerns that people were buying their own pens because they were concerned there were erasable ones that could be used to sway the course of election. This supplementary list, Madam Speaker, will have names added to it for those who are not on the registered list, for those who will attain the age of 18 by nomination day, and who bona fide fulfill the criteria of an election of electors. Such a bill, therefore, puts our government program at the heart of democracy, of a vibrant democracy, and strengthen our democratic values. If we look at the government program, A Bridge to the Future, it is well clear that government is committed to put on track the very founding principles of our parliamentary democracy. Madam Speaker, I will now come to why I said we should learn from the lessons of the past. In 2019, the alliance that was led by the Labour Party, at its head the current Prime Minister, Dr. Ramgoolam, was tipped to win the general election. And we do all know that afterwards what happened. We lost. Various reasons were put forward, various means of explaining and views to say why we did lose. But there was one fundamental cause, an aspect of that loss. Figures, the figures of registered electoral members. Let's look briefly at figures. It is well known that within 2 elections of a 5-year period, particularly when you look between 2009 and 2014, there is a swing of approximately 50 to 60,000 new electors. It's always been that way. But from 2014 to 2019, there was only 4,744 new electors. Where has gone all these new electors? Where did they disappear? Why were they not registered? Who made sure they were not registered? And I'm told that approximately 136,000 people eligible to be registered as voters in 2019 did not have the chance to exercise their right, which make approximately 14.9% of the population who were entitled to vote. And within that 136,000, from people who have gathered the right statistics, 50,000 were defranchised from the list. Madam Speaker, those people who were defranchised, be it deliberately because of their allegiance to one particular party, or the intention of votes to sway the votes and against the will of the government in power, or political gerrymandering by some, did make sure that these people did not have a chance to exercise their constitutional right. Unfortunately for them, now will become the opportunity, a golden opportunity whereby every person who felt he has not had the chance to be registered will be able to do so, let alone in this forthcoming local government election, but I'm sure in further elections where on the day of where the writs of election will be issued, they will have the time to do so. Madam Speaker, and when I have said a swing of 50,000 between 2009 and 2014, and then we saw only 4,900. But what happened in 2019? When we look at the registered list, we once again has a swing of new electors of approximately 50,000. Why? Because the population at large in this country had been made aware. They are alert. They are eager. They want to exercise their right. They are fed up with that government. They want to make sure. And they all use the app that their electoral office has, and they ensure that they were on the list. And it was very difficult for those who have absurd political motives to defranchise them. Today, this bill will give to those who are bona fide electors a window of opportunity to engage in the electoral process. Madam Speaker, a famous topic, the deceased. We all have heard how some people have impersonated during time and time during election to vote for those who are no longer here. And in particular, I will quote constituency number 10 in 2019, where it has been said that the dead rose from the burial grounds at early hours of the morning to return in the afternoon after having voted. Unbelievable. These rumors is because they wanted to make sure such deliberate act, petty-minded and cunning strategies, beside the targeted defranchising of electors, were used and orchestrated to ensure that the current Prime Minister did not get elected. And who was at the helm of such uncast strategies? Nobody else but a brutal, aggressive, belligerent, ill-mannered, rough loudspeaker. And who, depending on his whims and fancies, he used the same tactics against the female in this August Assembly, his favorite target being Miss Joanna Béranger and Shakil Mohammed. Madam Speaker, I cannot be more pleased with such a bill, as nobody will be able to rob the Mauritian elector of his right to vote. I would like to make to the mover of the bill 2 humble suggestions. I heard Honorable Duval, unfortunately, the way he mentioned it, that the way that electoral lists are being compiled is still archaic. He must remember Le temps a évolué, oui, mais il faut rendre justice à tous ces gens qui, pendant des années depuis notre indépendance, ont fait ce détail de registre. Et bien sûr, il y aura des améliorations. Mais aller dire que c'est archaïque, c'est vraiment grotesque et mal élevé. Online registration, I'm sure, will be considered within the broader framework of constitutional and electoral reforms. So therefore, my suggestion would be if an online platform by the Office of the Electoral Commission be made for re-registration of those, together with an acknowledgement receipt, which they can be used as proof during the days of election. And secondly, I'm very pertinent on that one, updated the deceased list from the Department of Civil Status must be displayed in each voting room so that there is tangible evidence of those who cannot vote because they are lying peacefully in their burial grounds. Madame la Présidente, pour terminer, les projets de loi de ce gouvernement se succèdent à un rythme accéléré pour donner un nouvel élan à notre chère démocratie, qui fut l'ombre de lui-même pendant ces 5 dernières années. Et certes, il y a une certaine frustration de certains qui croient que les choses ne bougent pas assez vite. Mais il faut savoir que notre establishment est miné par ce que j'appelle, vous me permettez de servir ce mot, par des tchatois, qui font tout pour mettre du bâton dans les roues et faire capoter le changement. Et il est donc très impératif et important qu'un procès de déminage avancé soit fait et ensuite mettre, comme on dirait, the right man in the right place, que ce soit pour les nominations ou autres.
Yeah,
and the right woman as well.
Right person.
As Martin Luther King quotes, I say to you today, my friends, that in spite of the difficulties and frustrations of the moment, I still have a dream. As far as I'm concerned, I have a special dream for a better Mauritius, led by the current Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. Ça faisait exactement 10 minutes. Honorable Bagwan.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je ne pourrai ne pas intervenir sur ce projet de loi qui concerne l'administration régionale. Je cherche les élections et on parle de toute façon de l'administration régionale, des élections régionales. Ayant été moi-même plus de 10 ans conseiller municipal, maire, à un certain nombre de grands moments où vous étiez vous-même maire de Beaubassin-Rosil. Madame la Présidente, après le discours raté du 4e député correctif de la circonscription numéro 4 de Pauline-Montaillon, j'aurais souhaité qu'il est ici pour lui dire que j'espère que lui et son parti auraient le courage de participer aux élections municipales et de venir rendre des comptes aux citadins après avoir joui du pouvoir dans les mairies pendant autant d'années. Je ne parle pas du leader de l'opposition, lui aussi. J'espère que son parti, qui est en hibernation pour le moment, aurait le courage de venir affronter l'électorat des villes où ils ont beaucoup massacré. Madame la Présidente, le 4 mai prochain, le drapeau de la démocratie régionale ne sera plus en bielle. Il flottera à nouveau, fièrement, je le dis, dans le ciel mauricien. Le gouvernement du changement, à travers le Premier ministre et le travail d'équipe avec le député Prime Minister et avec les membres de la commission électorale, ont fait un travail exceptionnel. Venir présenter à la population ce projet de loi pour amender la Representation of the People's Act, qui veut envoyer un signal puissant à tous les fossoyeurs potentiels de la démocratie. Madame la Présidente, avec ce projet de loi, la démocratie régionale sera élargie, approfondie et protégée. Et les 2 amendements proposés par le Premier ministre vont dans ce sens. L'établissement d'un registre supplémentaire des électeurs pour les prochaines élections des conseils municipaux garantira que chaque électeur éligible a la possibilité de participer au processus électoral et que personne n'est privé de son droit constitutionnel de voter et de se porter candidat. Madame la Présidente, ce sont surtout les jeunes qui viennent de célébrer l'âge de la majorité, qui apporteront du sang neuf à ce corps électoral, et j'espère aussi que de nombreux jeunes brigueront les suffrages. Madame la Présidente, plus qu'une fleur envers la jeunesse. Et cet amendement est surtout un acte de foi de ce gouvernement en faveur de l'engagement de plus de jeunes en politique. Notre société fait face à de nouveaux défis que les générations précédentes n'ont pas pu venir, et l'apport de la jeunesse sera un atout dans la recherche des solutions durables. Madame la Présidente, le dépouillement des votes le jour du scrutin représente définitivement une avancée considérable dans l'organisation des élections libres, transparentes et crédibles. Encore une fois, cet amendement témoigne de notre profonde conviction que la démocratie doit être constamment approfondie et que la participation de la population au processus démocratique doit être encouragée en permanence. Madame la Présidente, la dissolution hier des conseils municipaux par le président de la République marque la fin d'une période sombre pour les collectivités locales. Je suis heureux que le leader de l'opposition soit là. Et la présentation de ce projet de loi inaugure une nouvelle ère pour la démocratie régionale. En effet, Madame la Présidente, nos mairies ont été plongées dans un coma artificiel depuis 2015. Un coma politiquement induit qui correspond à un état de perte de la conscience politique et de la sensibilité humaine et machiavéliquement orchestré par un gouvernement prônant l'autoritarisme. Ce que nous avons vu, ce que nous avons vécu depuis 2015. Il faut se rappeler, Madame la Présidente, que le gouvernement MSM, et avec la complicité du PMSD et les anciens traites du MMM, avait dès le départ affiché ses préférences pour le totalitarisme en amputant unilatéralement le mandat des conseils élus en 2012 de presque la moitié. Des élections municipales anticipées furent organisées en 2015, quelques mois après les élections générales de 2014. Et le MMM avait participé à ces élections. Et ce n'est que 10 ans plus tard que les électrices et les électeurs de nos villes se rendront à nouveau aux urnes. Nous pourrons régler les autres comptes, pas d'intérêt. 10 ans sans élection dans nos villes, permettant à certains élus, Madame la Présidente, sortant, de battre les records de longévité de mandat municipal, mais point de manière démocratique. Les assisés, gain casse. 10 ans, Madame la Présidente, sans élection dans nos villes, et les citadins ont beaucoup souffert en termes de services. 10 ans prolongés dans un profond coma artificiel parce que les pouvoirs des élus, nous avons connu les pouvoirs des élus locaux. Ces pouvoirs étaient confisqués par des PPS, et nous savons tous le rôle de ces PPS et des gâteaux-maris. Et les ministres, que les mairies furent transformées en succursales. Les mairies étaient transformées en succursales du MSM, avec la complicité de certains. Et ils ont été complices. Cette bande ont été complices de cette confiscation de la démocratie artificielle. Ce coma artificiel, Madame la Présidente, a permis la mise au repos des fonctions démocratiques vitales dans nos mairies, en servant de lien avec les communautés de base, en les asfixiant financièrement et administrativement. L'objectif inavoué demeurait cependant le refus et la peur. Ils avaient la peur, madame. Pourquoi n'avaient-ils pas organisé des élections? Ils n'avaient pas organisé d'élections. La peur d'affronter des élections libres et transparentes et résultat, si vous gagnez battu. Cet état végétatif de nos mairies n'a pas été sans conséquences sur la gouvernance et le développement de nos villes. Gestion opaque, transactions douteuses, gaspillage des maigres ressources, tandis que le copinage, en parlons pas, et le népotisme furent institutionnalisés au détriment de la méritocratie. Pour ceux, Madame la Présidente, comme vous et moi, et comme mon ami Devin Nagal, comme les autres qui sont ici présents, qui ont eu l'occasion de servir leur ville, l'état de délabrement de nos villes, l'insalubrité permanente, les dysfonctionnements chroniques et le vide culturel. Hein, à l'époque, les mairies organisaient il y avait le plaza qui était en plein d'ébullition, des manifestations culturelles. Madame la Présidente. Et ça fait mal au cœur. N'en parlons plus, Madame la Présidente, ça récose. Une adjointe au maire de Evacuation, puis sans les valises, ça c'est le dernier exemple. Je ne peux pas entrer dans les détails, tout le monde en sait. Et ça les valises pour qui? Pour qui ça là? Et comment il y a un cas? Comment ne pas éprouver de la peine, Madame la Présidente, de la tristesse, de la consternation en regardant l'état de la démocratie régionale de nos villes? Voilà où la petitesse d'esprit des politicards orange a conduit nos villes au bord du précipice. Voilà le bilan. Voilà le résultat de la politique revancharde. Bien, mais 5 contre des habitants de nos villes, pas de votre autres. Madame la Présidente, vous le savez aussi bien que moi, l'administration régionale de notre pays remonte au milieu du XVIIIe siècle, lorsque l'île était encore une colonie française. L'île était alors divisée en 8 quartiers, administrés par les conseils de communes. Pendant la Révolution française, les conseils de communes ont été remplacés par les municipalités, présidées par des maires. Les mairies possèdent une longue et riche histoire que nous avons dignement célébrée en juillet 90, vous-même, moi-même, Jean-Claude Delestrac, alors, d'autres amis, d'autres fanatiques de la démocratie régionale. Nous avions célébré dignement l'organisation du bicentenaire de l'administration régionale à Rosilles, en invitant à voir la participation de tous les mairies, tous les maires, et aussi ceux des conseils de district, parce que c'était un grand événement qui est resté dans les annales des politiques. Madame la Présidente, quel triste déclin pour la démocratie régionale. La démocratie régionale a connu ses heures de gloire dans le passé. Des grands maires qui ont marqué l'histoire, des grands maires du Parti travailliste, même qui ont marqué l'histoire de ce pays. Madame la Présidente, il faudra commencer par rétablir une nouvelle. Je suis sûr qu'il y aura un changement, le changement va venir, personne ne va vous barrer ça. Il faudra commencer par rétablir un dialogue permanent entre les mairies et les mandats pour que le développement soit participatif et inclusif. Et nous prenons cet engagement au niveau de notre alliance. Remettre sur les rails et refaire fonctionner la machinerie municipale pour relancer le développement de nos villes et les sortir de cet immobilisme paralysant de ces 10 dernières années. Relancer l'animation sociale, sportive et culturelle pour que nos villes soient à nouveau des espaces de convivialité et de solidarité. D'ailleurs, Madame, dans notre programme, nous avons dit, nous ne voulons pas des élus frustrés, nous ne voulons pas qu'il y ait des conseils sans pouvoir. C'est pour cela que mon ami et collègue, l'honorable Bouchi, il travaille sur l'amendement de ce projet de loi. Nous avons invité, il y a un comité ministériel dont je fais partie, l'honorable Nagalium, les autres amis ici présents. Nous avons invité des successions venant de toute la population, que ce soit ville, urbain, rural, parce qu'il faut, et nous travaillons sur cette refonte de l'administration régionale. Et notre ambition n'allait plus d'inscrire peut-être dans la Constitution l'existence de l'administration régionale comme c'est en Sud-Afrique, depuis qu'à l'époque, Feu Nelson Mandela était devenu président. Et j'avais participé à cette époque à une première réunion lorsque j'étais ministre des collectivités locales sous le même Premier ministre, le docteur Amboulab. Il m'avait envoyé en Sud-Afrique Il m'avait délégué d'aller participer à une réunion, je me rappelle, SALGA, South African Local Government Association, pour la mise sur pied de cette organisation. Et j'avais eu l'occasion à l'époque de rencontrer Nelson Mandela et j'avais été partie prenante de l'organisation des réunions de travail pour revoir l'organisation, la mise sur pied de leur association des autorités urbaines. Madame la Présidente, les dernières élections générales ont permis de sauver in extremis le pays de la banqueroute morale et financière. Et maintenant, les élections municipales vont nous permettre de sauver la démocratie et nos villes. Voilà ce que j'avais à dire. Vive les collectivités locales et nous allons participer nous-mêmes, comme nous le faisons au niveau du gouvernement, à une refonte complète de nos villes qui méritent ce changement. Merci, Madame.
Merci. Honourable Minister for Youth and Sports.
Madame la Présidente, c'est avec un cœur rempli de fierté que je m'adresse aujourd'hui à cette auguste assemblée. Cœur rempli de fierté quand nous allons voter un amendement historique. Ce sera une pierre angulaire dans l'histoire politique de notre pays. Que faisons-nous aujourd'hui? Nous redonnons ces lettres de noblesse à notre démocratie, aux principes fondamentaux qui sont le pilier de notre Constitution. La démocratie respire à nouveau. Madame la Présidente, nous assistons aujourd'hui à la consolidation des principes fondamentaux de notre démocratie. Non seulement notre gouvernement a rétabli des élections municipales qui auront lieu bientôt, et cela après 10 longues années, mais nous allons encore plus loin en introduisant cet amendement qui permettra à tous les jeunes qui auront atteint leur majorité après août 2024 de s'inscrire sur la liste électorale et même de se présenter comme candidat à ces élections. Le second amendement introduit pour la première fois à Maurice les élections municipales, le dépouillement le même jour, le CMD counting qui constitue une étape vers la modernisation de notre système électoral. En un mot, c'est un pas de géant pour notre démocratie. Madame la Présidente, do you imagine what it says of a government which deprives its citizens of their democratic rights, and this during 10 years? They invented all kinds of pretexts to twice postpone those elections, depriving around 400,000 of our citizens to choose their representatives to administer their cities and towns. La raison de ce renvoi successif était simple. Ils savaient que le peuple en avait marre de leurs magouilles, leurs mensonges, leurs conspirations. Le peuple ne voulait plus supporter leur corruption, leur passe-droit, leur népotisme et favoritisme. Mais surtout le peuple voulait les punir pour le vol commis dans la caisse de l'État. They kept in power the same incompetent and corrupt councillors at the head of our local government, and this for pure political plans aiming at controlling all institutions of the country. Even the then Speaker at that time, members in this House will remember, at that time he refused to admit questions on local administration. Quel a été le résultat, Madame la Présidente? Une catastrophe. Nos villes sont devenues des fantômes, des villes mortes. Nos villes ont perdu leur splendeur de leur grandeur, fini des activités sportives et des loisirs dignes de ce nom. Voilà le résultat de cette politique de centralisation à l'outrance pratiquée par l'ancien gouvernement. The last government mode of governing was simple. Silence nous peut gouverner. Ou better, silence nous peut coquin. Madame la Présidente, cette dernière victoire de 60-0 que le peuple a offerte à ce gouvernement est le résultat, entre autres, des pratiques antidémocratiques de l'ancien gouvernement qui a usé et abusé de ses pouvoirs et prérogatives. Ne pouvant plus gouverner démocratiquement, étant depuis longtemps devenu impopulaire, il s'est comporté comme un vulgaire usurpateur et a tenté de tous les moyens de bâillonner la population. Outre les renvois des élections municipales, il a tenté quelques jours avant le jour du vote d'interdire les réseaux sociaux, moyens privilégiés des jeunes pour s'informer et se divertir. Ce fut le coup de grâce porté à notre démocratie. Et les jeunes ne se sont pas laissés faire. Ils se sont rendus en masse à nos manifestations politiques. Ils ont voté avec rage contre ce gouvernement pourri. Madame la Présidente, allow me to quote M. Shirin Ebadi, the 203 Nobel Peace Prize for a significant and pioneering effort for democracy and human rights. I quote, "If you want to raise a crop for 1 year, plant corn. If you want to raise a crop for decades, plant trees. If you want to raise a crop for centuries, raise men. If you want to plant a crop for eternities, raise democracies." End quote. Furthermore, the second amendment introducing the same-day counting is to keep pace with the modernization of our democratic electoral system. All modern democracies start the counting process immediately after the closing of voting centers. Madame la Présidente, permettez-moi d'exprimer encore une fois, en tant que membre de ce gouvernement, et pour toute ma carrière politique, ma profonde reconnaissance au Premier ministre et le vice-premier ministre pour leur passion et leur sagesse dans la gestion des affaires de l'État. Ces amendements à la Representation of People Act sont une nouvelle pierre dans la construction d'une République de Maurice moderne, libre, démocratique et prospère. Madame la Présidente, la valeur de nos autorités locales et de nos conseils municipaux ne saurait être surestimée. Ils ne sont pas des simples unités administratives, ils sont les piliers de notre démocratie, les moteurs du développement et les gardiens de nos communautés. N'oublions pas que les administrations locales ont été les berceaux politiques pour de nombreux dirigeants mauriciens qui sont devenus par la suite députés, ministres, premiers ministres et même présidents de la République. Citons Serge Sagar Ramgoulam, Kassamoutim, Rajesh Bhagwan, parmi tant d'autres et qui ont débuté leur carrière politique comme conseiller municipal. Avec la volonté du gouvernement central et des équipes passionnées, des femmes et des hommes d'expérience, de jeunes remplis de la flamme de faire progresser leur ville dans ces nouvelles municipalités, nos villes deviendront plus propres, cela dans tous les sens, et reprendront vie, retrouveront leur gloire et se moderniseront. Continuons donc à investir en notre conseil municipaux et à leur renforcer et à accroître leur capacité à servir le peuple. Car lorsque la démocratie locale prospère, la nation s'épanouira. Madame la Présidente, pour conclure, permettez-moi de faire un souhait. Je souhaite que mon discours aujourd'hui, la Chambre et le peuple de notre République retiendront surtout la volonté de ce gouvernement d'être le facilitateur auprès des municipalités et leur donner tous les moyens pour nettoyer nos villes. Le mot d'ordre est grand nettoyage dans nos villes. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci, Monsieur le ministre de la Sécurité sociale, s'il vous plaît.
Madam Speaker, I know we have a heavy agenda this afternoon, so rest assured, I won't take long. I just want to spell it loud in this House that this bill confirms the democratic fibers of the l'Alliance du Changement programme. I'm standing as spokesperson of Résistance et Alternative to express the deep support of my party to this bill. Madam Speaker, the right to vote is a guaranteed fundamental right in the Constitution of Mauritius, as well as in Article 25 of the Civil and Political Rights Covenant of the United Nations, to which Mauritius is a state party. The Constitution in Section 44 relates to the right to vote at election. It says any person who is registered as an elector in a constituency shall be entitled to vote in such manner as may be prescribed at any election for that constituency, unless he is prohibited from so voting by any law in force in Mauritius. Article 25 of the Civil and Political Rights Covenant of the United Nations stipulates that every citizen shall have the right and opportunity, without unreasonable restrictions, to vote and to be elected at genuine periodic elections. The bill aims at registering new electors in a supplementary register of electors after the issue of the writ of election up to the eve of the nomination day. Previously, registration of electors was confined to a specific yearly calendar and date, which has been described by other members of the Parliament. Every register compiled in a year came into force on the 16th August in that year and shall remain in force until the register that was next compiled comes into force. It was this electoral process which was used irrespective of the date of elections. The bill changes basically the registration process of electors in Mauritius. The bill also ensures fairness, as it guarantees the right of any person to challenge the admission of any electors to the supplementary register of electors it proposes to create. Significantly is the fact that this bill shall apply not only for the coming election of members of the municipal city council or municipal town council, but also specify that this bill opens the doors to be applied for such other election as may be prescribed. This bill, which might appear minor in change, or even rather technical change, in essence is part of, and in a way, complete the very franchise processes started in 1948 when universal suffrage was first introduced in the then colonial Mauritius. The universal suffrage at the time in 1948 was only partial, as the colonial power had the power to nominate non-elected legislative council members, and the right to vote was restricted to only electors who was able to read and write. The 1948 suffrage was enlarged in 1958 to include all citizens to vote, irrespective of literacy criteria. The system of colonial nominees was abolished. In 1976, the universal suffrage was further enlarged to grant the right to vote to citizens aged 18 years instead of 21 years. All the enlargement processes of the universal suffrage was also translated in local government elections and municipal, including municipal elections. The recent elections, especially as from 2019 general elections, highlighted a fundamental problem, whereby the system of registration of electors was leading to some form of disenfranchisement of thousands of electors. In addition, the criteria to confine electors' registration to a specific period of time was de facto eliminating otherwise qualified electors from participating in elections. In fact, it was an unreasonable restriction within the meaning of the Article 25 of the Civil and Political Rights Covenant of the United Nations, to which Mauritius is a state party. The present amendment, proposing to start from the coming municipal elections, is addressing the objective disenfranchisement generated by the registration process under the Representation of People's Act. The bill in this House is in reality leaping towards a new form of presumptive inclusion, whereby the legal and electoral system would protect the voting rights of all subjects by default, in this case, by allowing supplementary register to be opened after the issuing of a writ of election. This amendment inaugurates a series of democratic amendments announced in the government program adopted by this Assembly. After consolidating the right to vote of citizens in the election, the next anticipated step would be to make the right to stand candidate in general elections as a fundamental right in the Constitution of Mauritius, without any compulsory community classification. This amendment marks the opening of a new democratic chapter of the Republic of Mauritius. There are moments in history where what appears to be simple are in fact part of a giant historical process. We are in this historical moment. I appeal to all Mauritians to focus on the fundamentals, to support the democratic transformation underway. And with this note, me and my party, Résistance et Alternative, commend this bill to this House. I recommend all qualifying citizens to rush and register themselves for the coming municipal elections. This government is widening the franchise, while the previous one disenfranchised more than 400,000 citizens living in municipal areas of the vote, of the right to vote. So I again commend this bill to the House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much. Thank you for being well within time. Honourable Lubin.
Yes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will say a few words on this very important bill. We have got the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Attorney General. They have very vividly portrayed the importance of this bill. And the Honourable Attorney General went in length with regards to the legal technicalities involved in this bill. But the very fundamental of this bill, Madam Speaker, is the right to vote, which is a constitutional right embedded in Section 44 of our Constitution. And the way this bill has been drafted, Madam Speaker, I wish to salute the officers, the state law officers, yes, the Attorney General's office for this very well-drafted, clear and precise piece of legislation. Madam Speaker, I would concur with the Honourable Minister, Suivez, with regard to the historical moment that we are privileged to have in this very august assembly to debate on this very important piece of legislation. Be it a few clauses that are amending a 1958 legislation, but the importance is of paramount importance to the people of Mauritius. We have heard Honorable Minister Bagwan, Honorable Minister Nagalingam, yourself, Madam Speaker, you were previous mayors of Beaubassin-Rosil, and today you are honorable ministers in this very august assembly. So giving back the power of the people of the townships of all these 5 towns and the city of Port-Louis to vote in the near future is a big achievement in itself, when we know in this very august assembly how municipal elections were postponed on 3 occasions for no reason. The last one was that they were preparing a very comprehensive piece of legislation, but to no avail. There is no major reforms that they did, and they just postponed because they knew very well that the people were waiting for them, were waiting to give them an electoral correction. And I salute the team of Honorable Minister Wuchit and the Interministerial Committee that are looking at a comprehensive legislation for the local elections and the local authorities. Madam Speaker, with regard to the right to vote to the youngsters that will turn 18, just one day before the next municipal elections is a big step towards participative democracy. And we know how the youth of this country participated in bringing the Alliance du Changement in this very august assembly with an overwhelming majority. And today, I'm very sad to see that, well, the honourable leader of the opposition is present, but he has not participated in the debate. Very important piece of legislation. And a lack of decorum from Honourable Adrien Duval. I would not comment on his expose because it was most of the time irrelevant to the subject matter of this present bill. But it is unfortunate, lack of decorum, lack of respect to this august assembly, that he is not even present when he has debated on this very bill to listen to the other orators. This is a lack of respect to democracy, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, with regards to the municipal elections in a few weeks' time, I would like here to pay a particular tribute to the Honourable Prime Minister, to the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, and to the Cabinet of Ministers, that they are walking the talk. Because coming with another amendment to another big piece of legislation, a 1958 piece of legislation, in a very few months is a big step forward to consolidate our democracy. And, Madam Speaker, I was looking at the debates in 1958, whereby several orators at that time, the bill was presented on the 10th of June 1958 by the then Honourable Attorney General, Honourable Lavoie-Pierre. And I found a paragraph that is very interesting from the then Ministerial Secretary to the Treasury, the then Dr. Ramgoulam. And I will conclude with what he said, which is very relevant today itself. And I quote, "Constitutions, I think, sir, should safeguard the interests of the people. May I make bold to say that it preserves, to my mind, the rights and privileges of every citizen. Every citizen henceforth will have the same right in law, in practice, and in other ways. I think that it is a good thing. I do not think that anyone today can argue that universal suffrage is not right, that universal suffrage is not practicable because a man or a woman cannot read or write. I think that idea has now been exploded." This is what the then Dr. Ramgoulam, father of the nation, said in the debate on the 17th of June 1958, which, to my humble opinion, is very relevant with regards to preserving and consolidating our democracy. That's why I congratulate the Honourable Prime Minister and the Honourable Attorney General for bringing this bill to the House, and I thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Honourable Junior Minister.
Merci Madame la Présidente. Je vais aller directement au projet de loi proposé, l'amendement au projet de loi. et ne pas répéter ce que les autres orateurs avant moi ont dit pour gagner du temps, mais je ne peux m'empêcher, en pensant aux notes que j'ai lues du professeur Jocelyn Chanlao, l'histoire politique de Maurice, être d'accord avec les deux orateurs avant moi que nous vivons un moment historique. Un moment historique parce que ce qui pourrait sembler être une petite formalité vient compléter effectivement l'exercice de suffrage universel, puisque nous allons bientôt aux élections municipales et il y aurait eu des jeunes, beaucoup de personnes qui n'auraient pas eu ce droit de vote. Donc je salue ce travail abattu, la proposition des dirigeants de ce gouvernement, le Premier ministre, le Deputy Prime Minister et tous les partenaires de l'Alliance, le gouvernement dont je fais partie. Je suis heureux de faire partie de cet exercice démocratique que nous vivons en ce moment. Je crois que l'histoire retiendra la date du 19 mars 2025 comme l'accomplissement, l'aboutissement du vote universel. Vous savez, il y a beaucoup de choses, même si ça semble être, pour reprendre les mots de l'honorable Duval, être à compte-gouttes. Ce n'est pas à compte-gouttes. Quand on retire l'homme de l'eau qui était en train de se noyer, il faut également retirer l'eau de l'homme, puisque c'est encore plus douloureux que de le retirer de l'eau. Ce bateau était déjà rempli d'eau. Maintenant, à chaque fois que nous avançons, nous voyons qu'il faut retirer de l'eau. Mais je suis reconnaissant au chef du gouvernement qui, à part de retirer l'eau du navire, revient aussi approfondir la démocratie promise dans le programme gouvernemental. Je vais prendre une citation de Jacques Derrida, « Être démocrate, même si souvent on voit que le verre est à moitié vide, être démocrate, ce serait agir en reconnaissant que nous ne vivons pas dans une société assez démocratique. Et c'est ce qui nous fait pousser nos limites pour amener encore un peu plus de démocratie. Je prends note que cet amendement amène avant tout un registre complémentaire qui donne l'occasion à tous ceux, je crois que c'était le 16 août et non juin, comme mentionné par l'honorable Duval, tous ceux pas inscrits sur un registre au 15 août de 2024, la possibilité de voter pour les municipales qui arrivent bientôt. Je reprends également ce que dit l'amendement, que ce projet ne concerne pas que les élections municipales. C'est pour ça que c'est encore plus important, cet exercice qui nous amène aujourd'hui à ce projet de loi. Ça concernera toutes les élections. Et je profite pour saluer dans l'histoire tous ceux qui ont combattu pour la démocratie, dont le MMM en 82, qui avait voté la loi pour que les élections législatives ne soient pas renvoyées. Nous arrivons maintenant à d'autres projets de loi pour amener cet approfondissement de notre démocratie. Ce registre complémentaire, la démocratie ne marche pas tout seul. Ce n'est pas que le travail du gouvernement, c'est le travail de la société civile, le travail des médias, le travail de tout un chacun, de faire en sorte que la population comprenne qu'ils n'ont que 5 jours, une fois le rite proclamé, pour se faire enregistrer, puisque ces batailles, ces luttes et ces combats, des fois, a pris du sang dans l'histoire pour nous donner notre droit de vote, mentionné par l'honorable Soubron et l'honorable Lobine. Ce droit de vote dont nous parlons aujourd'hui, il faut que la population puisse comprendre l'importance de ce combat pour qu'il puisse se faire enregistrer. Et je salue, j'ai entendu l'Attorney General parler que les bureaux seront ouverts samedi, dimanche, pour donner l'occasion à tout le monde de se faire enregistrer. Vous savez, quand on prend le droit de 400 000 électeurs des villes pendant 10 ans, je suis dans la circonscription numéro 19, Stanley-Rosil, et je connais la problématique des citadins tous les jours. Quand nous comprenons la gestion d'une municipalité, d'une ville, connaissant le souci, les problèmes que connaissent les gens dans les villes, prendre ce droit équivaut à ce que le gouvernement précédent ne savait pas ce qui se passait dans les villes où il n'avait aucun souci des gens des villes ou peut-être des deux. Donc, je trouve inconcevable que le régime précédent ait voté des lois pour repousser 3 fois les élections municipales. 400 000 personnes privées de leurs droits constitutionnels pendant 10 ans. Et je suis reconnaissant de voir que ce gouvernement a à cœur le droit fondamental, constitutionnel des gens. Vous savez, ce n'est pas qu'un approfondissement de la démocratie. C'est une leçon de bon sens. Et je suis tout à fait d'accord de la façon que ce projet a été rédigé, et je salue le travail de l'Attorney Général également, et de tous les techniciens, puisqu'il y a aussi la manière de faire. Je prends note que quelqu'un peut contester un nom qui est inscrit sur le registre électoral, et que l'officier doit obligatoirement informer la personne dont une correction est faite à son nom. Donc la manière de faire, ce n'est pas juste la loi, mais c'est la façon de faire aussi qui nous amène à la façon de gouverner. La façon de gouverner, vous savez, le Premier ministre, en ouvrant les débats, a parlé de suppression de la liste électorale ou les gouvernements qui ont repoussé les élections. Pourquoi est-ce que vous enlèverez les noms d'une liste électorale? J'ai été témoin dans 3 circonscriptions où j'ai travaillé, dans la circonscription Savane-Rivière-Noire, Belle-Rose, 4 bornes et maintenant Stanley-Rosil. À chaque fois, le traumatisme connu par les agents, par même les électeurs dont les noms n'étaient pas inscrits, ils n'avaient aucun recours. Aujourd'hui, grâce à cette loi, à l'amendement à cette loi, les électeurs ont la possibilité de se faire inscrire. Ou nous savons que les noms étaient mal inscrits, des fois volontairement. Donc, ce qui ne leur donnait aucun moyen et aucun recours pour amener leur devoir électoral. Aujourd'hui, nous avons devant nous un exercice qui redonne à la République de Maurice ses lettres de noblesse. Vous avez un gouvernement qui n'est pas dans les calculs politiques, qui amène la démocratie avec lourd de sens. Une démocratie qui ne calcule pas qui c'est qui va voter, où est-ce qu'il va voter, combien d'électeurs doivent être enlevés de la liste, quel découpage doit être fait. Vous avez un gouvernement aujourd'hui qui a vraiment à cœur, quand vous voyez tous les amendements, le premier aujourd'hui, il y en aura d'autres, promis par l'Attorney General et le Premier ministre. Nous savons qu'aujourd'hui, nous avons un gouvernement qui n'amène pas le traumatisme à la population. Je vais terminer pour rappeler à tout le monde, aux dernières élections, ce qui s'est passé quand un trauma a saisi la population, se rappelant de ce qui s'était passé en 2019. 2019, quand les bulletins disparaissaient, quand les boîtes disparaissaient, quand les camions étaient truqués, tout était truqué. Et nous avons tous vécu, tous les candidats ici dans l'hémicycle, le trauma causé, que ce soit la veille des élections, que ce soit le jour des élections ou que ce soit le jour du dépouillement. Nous ne voulons pas revivre ce trauma. La population ne veut pas revivre ce trauma. J'ai été témoin une foule entassée près des écoles qui empêchait les camions de sortir, fouillait les policiers, leurs sacs. Maurice ne veut pas revivre ça. Et je suis reconnaissant à ce gouvernement, reconnaissant à cette équipe de démocrates qui amènent un vrai sens démocratique à notre République. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci. Honorable Mouchet, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to address the representation of the People Amendment Bill number 4 of 2025. A significant legislation reform aimed at strengthening our democracy by making the electoral process more inclusive and accessible to our electoral system. This bill introduces a supplementary register of electors, allowing individuals who missed the initial registration deadline to still exercise their right to vote. By removing barriers that hinder voter participation. It upholds the principles of fairness, democracy, and inclusion. Recognizing the challenges many citizens face in meeting the official deadline, this amendment establishes a mechanism for supplementary registration after the issuance of election writ, ensuring that no eligible voter is excluded and reinforcing our commitment to an open and participatory democracy. Now, why is the need of electoral modernization? Madam Speaker, a modernized and inclusive electoral system is a backbone of any strong democracy. A robust electoral process ensures that every citizen's voice is heard and that our government truly reflects the will of our people. However, outdated procedures, bureaucratic inefficiencies, and unnecessary delays erode public trust in governance. As it stands, the Representation of the People Act requires a register of electors be compiled annually, becoming valid on 16 August, and the remaining in force until the next update in the following year. This rigid time frame creates a major flaws. Citizens who attain the age of 18 after this date or who fail to register within the initial period are barred from voting in elections held within that year. This exclusionary system is particularly problematic for the municipal city council and municipal town council elections scheduled for May 2025. Madam Speaker, under the present framework, voter eligibility is based solely on the National Assembly election 2024 register, valid from 16 August 2024 to 15 August 2025. This means that any newly eligible voter who turned 18 after 15 August 2024 will not be able to vote. Any unregistered but eligible voter will also be barred from participating. This unfairly deprives thousands of citizens, violating the principle of equal representation and universal suffrage. This problem is further compounded by the repeated postponement of municipal elections, last held in June 2015 and originally due in June 2021. These elections were postponed 3 times. First in June 2021 under the pretext of COVID-19, then again in June 2022 without valid justification, and finally in June 2023 through amendment of the Local Government Act enacted without transparency or proper consultation. Madam Speaker, this unprecedented move bypassed the democratic process, depriving citizens of their fundamental right to elect their local representatives. Recognizing this failure, our Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Chandra Ramgoolam, has taken decisive steps to restore faith in democracy by ensuring that the municipal council elections proceed in May 2025 without further delay. On a parallel line, an interministerial committee and a technical committee has been established to oversee the necessary reform. Additionally, citizens have been invited to submit their views on electoral improvements by 31st March 2025, reaffirming our commitment to participatory governance and democratic engagement. Madam Speaker, the Representation of the People Amendment Bill directly addresses these systemic flaws by introducing a supplementary register of electors for the municipal and town council elections of 2025, and the key provisions include, first, creation of a supplementary register of electors. This register will be compiled immediately after election writ are issued. It allows individuals who missed the initial registration deadline a second chance to register. Ensures that no voter is denied their constitutional rights due to the rigid administrative deadlines. Second, strict eligibility criteria. Only unregistered eligible voters may apply. Applicants must meet all legal voting requirements, including citizenship, residency, and age. Voters must be 18 years old by nomination day and submit valid proof of residence. Third, public scrutiny and verifications. The supplementary register will be published and available for inspection at the Office of Electoral Commissioner at least 1 day before nomination day. Citizens will have the right to verify their details and raise objections if necessary. Fourth, prevention of electoral fraud. Duplicate registration will not be permitted. The Electoral Commissioner will oversee a rigorous verification process to maintain electoral integrity. Fifth, oversight by electoral authorities. The Electoral Commissioner will have the authority to verify and process claims fairly. Fraudulent registration will be punishable by fine up to 10,000 rupees or imprisonment up to 1 year. Madam Speaker, this proposal has been reviewed and endorsed by the Electoral Commissioner, who has welcomed the measure as a progressive step towards greater voter participation and integration. The Electoral Supervisory Commission, which has raised no objection and has encouraged further discussion on enabling Mauritian expatriates to vote by proxy. Furthermore, consultations are underway with the Office of the Electoral Commissioner for same-day vote counting in the coming election, an initiative aimed at enhancing transparency, efficiency, and public confidence. Madam Speaker, this bill is not just about voter registration. It is about strengthening our democracy. It will increase voter turnout, ensuring a more representative government, restore faith in democratic institutions after years of electoral uncertainty, empower young voters, ensuring first-time voters are not excluded due to bureaucratic delays, enhance public trust, making elections more transparent, fair, and inclusive. While concern may arise regarding potential administrative challenges, the government has implemented a strong safeguard to mitigate risks, and these include a strict verification process to prevent fraudulent registration, transparency mechanism with independent observers overseeing the process, public awareness campaigns to educate citizens on registration process. Madam Speaker, before I conclude, I wish to inform the House, democracy is more than just election. It is about ensuring that every eligible citizen has a fair and equal opportunity to shape the future of our nation. The representation of the People Amendment Bill is a bold and necessary step forward and towards securing this fundamental right. It reaffirms that no voice should be silenced, no right denied, and no citizens excluded from the democratic process. I extend my sincere appreciation to the Prime Minister, Dr. Navin Chandramulam, for his visionary leadership in advancing this initiative, not for momentary recognition, but to strengthen our democracy by fostering a fair, inclusive, and transparent electoral system that upholds the fundamental principle of representation and integrity. Let us work together to strengthen our electoral system, ensuring it reflects the true will of the people and serves as a lasting legacy of justice and participation. Madam Speaker, I thank you for your attention.
Yes, Honourable Minister of Labour.
Madam Speaker, the bill concerns compilation of a supplementary register of electors for the forthcoming city and town council elections. So there was an urgency. When I listened to the Honourable Fourth Member for Constituency number 4, who is not here, he tells us why we're coming with piecemeal amendments. The reason is urgency. We have an election for city council and town council, and now we are amending the law to allow those who had been disenfranchised and those youngsters who have not been able to register themselves to register so that they can participate in this election. Of course, we will come later on, after consultation, with amendments, because it is in our program. We are going to have electoral amendments. We are going to review the electoral systems. And we'll do it after consultation. But right now, there was an urgency. And it is important, Madam Speaker, to note that whereas Section 41, subsection 3 of the Constitution requires the Electoral Supervisory Commission and the Electoral Commissioner to be consulted before we bring any bill before this House, which relates to registration of electors. In our case, even before the bill was circulated, after the Electoral Commissioner heard the Prime Minister announce that we're going to dissolve the town and municipal council after celebration of Independence Day to come with the elections, he wrote to government. And he told government, now that you're going to bring elections, now is the time. Amend the law to permit registration of those who had been disenfranchised and those who turn 18 after the 15th of August. And why did the Electoral Commissioner do that? Because we have had a number of meetings since the last election of 2019. And the Honourable Fourth Member for Constituency number 4 is correct. There was a letter dated 24th April 2023, signed by the Honourable Prime Minister, who was then only Dr. Ramgoulam, Paul Béranger, and Xavier Gilral. I was privileged to form part of the team that drafted those proposals. And those proposals relate to improving the registration process of electors, the voting and counting process. So not just the registration. There were 26 proposals. Today we're applying only one of those 26 proposals. So we still have time, and we will come, and we will make the appropriate amendments. The Electoral Commissioner and his office received us several times, explained to us. We worked together, we tried to find a solution. But the major stumbling block was change in legislative provisions. We could not extend the registration, we could not come with a supplementary register of electors without legislative changes. And in front of us, we had the MSN. And they were totally reluctant to bring any amendment to the law. This is the truth. And today, Honourable Duval is sitting next to the MSN, the same MSN who refused to bring any legislative change to permit disenfranchised voters to vote at the elections. Madam Speaker, there has always been complaints by people who did not vote, who could not vote. They turned up to the polling station and their name was not on the list. But what happened in 2019 was unprecedented. Unprecedented. We had officially, I'm talking about the official figures published by the Electoral Commissioner, 6,813 people turned out to vote. People who are usually entitled to vote, who usually vote, whether it is for general election or municipal election, they're used to vote. They went there, their names were simply erased. They didn't have their name there. And that had an outcry. Because 6,813 people, if they were allowed to vote, they could have made a difference. I'll give you some figures, official figures, Madam Speaker. Election of 2019, constituency number 1. the difference between the fourth member and the third member was 47 votes. And 550 people complained, they turned out and they were not allowed to vote. Constituency number 15, the difference between the fourth and the third was 49 votes. And 486 people turned out and was not allowed to vote. Constituency number 16, where Honorable Anctil is there was only 25 votes between Honorable Anctil and the third elected member. And 500 people turned out to vote and were not allowed to vote. Constituency number 19, 443 people were not allowed to vote, and the difference was only 80. So you can see, Madam Speaker, if people who usually vote were allowed to vote, we may have had a different result in 2019. This is why it was very important for the leaders of the parties in the opposition to come together and meet the electoral commissioner and come with proposal, because we could not continue with this infringement. And today what we're doing is truly historical, because today we're giving a chance to everyone whose name is not on the list, which has already been published, who did not make any complaint in the month of May, which they could have done. Today we're giving all these people, not just those who turned out 18, but even those whose name are not on the register, to go after the writ has been issued, to register themselves for 5 days. Why only 5 days? The Honorable Attorney General has explained very clearly. The reason is because we have to work backwards. There's only 15 days between the day of writ and the day of nomination. The minimum is 15 days. So you have to you have to make concession for people who are going to object, the hearing of the objection, the determination of the objection, and the publication of the updated register. So that's why we could only give 5 days. But of course, as he has carefully explained, the Electoral Commissioner has taken all the necessary precautions to make sure that the electoral centers the registration centers would be open even during weekend for people to be able to go and register themselves if their name is not on the list. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Prime Minister also talked about the counting on the same day. Again, we had extensive meetings, Honourable Béranger, Honourable Ramgoulam, myself, and other members of the MMN, and even Nouveau Démocrate was with us, Honourable Lobin. Before the election, general election, we wanted same-day counting. And we came with proposal. We didn't want the ballot boxes to move from the polling station. Unfortunately, for practical reason, and also because in order to give effect to same-day counting for general election, we needed to amend the law through regulation. But it is the president who makes a regulation. It is the president acting on advice of cabinet to do so. We did not control government. Now that we're in government, now we're able to pass the necessary regulation to ensure first day that same-day counting is a reality, at least for now, for the municipal and town election. But of course, this is still work in progress, Madam Speaker. As I said, we had 26 proposals. We still have time to hold consultation, and we will come with amendments. For example, we will have, that was one of the suggestions that we made and was accepted by the Electoral Commissioner, we will have to have a system of continuous registration. At the moment, you know, there's candidates who come for a few months per year, and then the list is computed in May, you object or you don't object, and then it is finalized in August. So we have to have a system where you can have registration all year round. You should not have a cut-off date. And also, and I agree with Honourable Omir, it will have to be digitalized. We need to have online registration. Of course, you have to provide all the necessary proof of address, the identity, everything, but then it will be online because it's going to save time, and you will also avoid what the Honourable Prime Minister mentioned about candidates who come, they say they didn't see you, they came back and say again they didn't see you, but we don't know if they were lying or not, but if you have a system of online registration, everybody will be able to have their name and will be able to exercise their fundamental right to choose a representative of their choice. Madam Speaker, as I said, disenfranchisement is not new. It was already referred by Albie Sachs in his report more than 20 years ago, but history will have it that it is this government, led by the Honourable Prime Minister and the Deputy Prime Minister, who came with the appropriate legislative changes to allow every citizen of this country to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Madame Speaker, the Alliance du Changement, under the luminary leadership of Dr. Navin Ramgoolam, is the voice of the people. With Paul Raymond Béranger, dignified leader of the MMM, of our political landscape, together with our friends from Résistance Alternative and Nouvelle Démocrate, this alliance is the powerhouse of democracy. The bill moves the democratic process, and the key word is inclusivity. No voter is left behind. It is an amazing feat of democracy. The Attorney General is right to state emphatically the amendments to the Representation of People Act is a landmark legislation. It is a reform which is prominent in the government program of 2025-2029. The right to vote being extended to 400,000 eligible voters, and the circle of opportunities has been widened to all qualified unregistered voters. Yesterday, the President of the Republic, acting on the advice of the Prime Minister, under Section 10(3)(a) of the Local Government Act, issued proclamation for dissolution of municipal council. Tomorrow, he will give his assent and the bill will be gazetted. Democracy has no price, and it is of an essence. The opposition, Madam Speaker, has been caught with pants down and has blurted almost anything. I do not know of any voter who would be against the amendments to the Representation of the People's Act. The Attorney General has thoroughly explained the merits of the amendment. The relevance of the supplementary register will be extended to other elections by way of regulations. Madam Speaker, the MSM councillors are all out. Flat out, total exit. They have left a mess. The forthcoming municipal election will be an opportunity now to redress the situation with dignified, effective, meaningful, and transparent leadership at local government. Be it local or central government, Madam Speaker, the management was the fantasy, was the politics of fantasy, corruption, lies, and fake news. It's good to recall we made provision for at least one person of opposite sex to stand as a candidate in every ward. Of course, Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister gave firm commitment in International Women's Day celebration for fair representation at the next general election. The bill may be halfway home in anticipation of a comprehensive legislation on electoral reform. May I remind the House, the MSM regime deliberately denied the voters of the Municipal City Council and Municipal Town Council their legitimate rights. Under false pretenses, elections were postponed till the decadent, filthy, corrupt regime was wiped out. It's good to recall that since 2015 to 2023, the then Vice Prime Minister and Minister of Local Government brought the Local Government Act to the House to be amended 4 times. It was a cowardice act, the fear of being trounced at the polls, and it had nothing to do with pandemic COVID. Besides, borders were reopened to commercial flights in July 2021. Village councils were held on the 22nd of November 2020. Rodrigues had held its regional elections, Rodrigues Regional Assembly elections, on the 27th of February 2022, as scheduled despite fair or foul weather. In 2023, the regime came with a certificate of emergency to amend the Local Government Act so as to empower the President, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, to further extend the lives of the entire municipal city council and the municipal town council or the entire village council for another 2 years. There is a constitutional underpinning to the Local Government Act, since there is provision for fair representation of women in every ward. This bill is a great stride. Prime Minister's moving amendments to the Representation of People's Act to enfranchise all eligible and qualified voters for the forthcoming municipal election. Counting will be held on the same day in the voting center, and as Prime Minister has stated, it can be done by way of regulation. Ballot boxes will not be transported. Doubt of tampering will be eliminated. Clarity, certainty, rights and obligations are being fulfilled. The Electoral Commissioner has given firm assurances. It is a reaffirmation of our commitment to democracy, inclusivity, and fairness. Under the current electoral framework, many eligible citizens who turned 18 after the 15th of August have been unjustly deprived of this right to administrative cut-off date. Many eligible voters are unaware of registration procedures and deadlines. The amendments assume people will take the initiative. Government will have to conduct a nationwide voter education campaign, that is SMS, email notification to alert eligible voters about registration deadlines. Collaboration with schools and universities to register students turning 18 since a very long time. For the first time, I must say, it's a real empowerment of young voters. We have to make sure that mobile registration units be set up to reach a vast majority. Madam Speaker, there will be 2 registers that have been stated. I won't go over it, but let me make it quite clear that there is a sizable percentage of the electorate who feel more convenient and comfortable to make online application. And we're told that provisions will be made to ensure that there will be online application to be registered as a voter. Our economy is service-oriented to a large extent, and the supplementary register should be the gateway to comprehensive register, and it will come as and when required. Madam Speaker, who has not complained to the Electoral Commission that the canvasser has failed to act diligently because of omission over registration. And the classical reply is the eligible voter is not at home. People travel, and there should be no reason for omission. The loopholes are being plugged to avoid flimsy arguments for non-registration. Madam Speaker, let me remind the House, there are many who don't have the means and acumen to make the online application as and when it will be done. But it was Mr. Soumaïa Lala, then acting deputy to the Electoral Commission, who advised the Prime Minister, who advised the Premier, Sir Suivez Rambulam, that door-to-door canvassing for registration should stay forever. It was said 2 years prior to 1967 general election. A note of caution, Madam Speaker, and warning to those who want to manipulate the system to register illegal voters. The penalty is clearly spelled out in Section 39D-4A. The provisions are clear and the penalty is heavy. As responsible voters and citizens, those who deliberately want to follow the process should and would be denounced. Madam Speaker, we are yet to be told by the Electoral Commission if voting will start at 7 a.m. and would be over at 5 or 6 p.m. It's good to recall that the last hour of canvassing can make the difference, and it is still in the psyche of many voters that the door of voting centers close at 6 p.m. Let me conclude by saying, Madam Speaker, we have traveled a long way. And we've traveled a long way to consolidate democracy. We've traveled a long way to enfranchise those who are eligible to vote but are not on the register. This is democracy, and the process of democracy is being moved because it's a government well entrenched in a democratic process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Deputy Prime Minister.
Madame Speaker, aujourd'hui, nous allons voter ce texte de loi très important. Nous allons voter ce texte de loi en first, second et third reading, en première, seconde et troisième lecture, ce qui n'est pas la pratique démocratique normale. Mais ceci dit, si nous ne le faisons pas, un certain nombre de jeunes de 18 ans n'auront pas le droit de voter, ne pourront pas voter aux élections municipales du 4 mai prochain et ne pourraient pas non plus être candidats à ces élections municipales. Et cela parce que la façon dont l'exercice d'enregistrement des électrices et des électeurs se déroule sous la loi actuelle. En effet, comme a été dit, comme a été expliqué avant moi, chaque année, une nouvelle liste d'électeurs et d'électrices entre en vigueur le 16 août, après que tous ceux qui y ont droit se sont enregistrés. Et tous ceux qui ont 18 ans à cette date, qui ont désiré être enregistrés, qui ont voulu être enregistrés, ont un droit de vote. Mais ceux qui ont 18 ans entre cette date et la date d'entrée en question l'année suivante d'une nouvelle liste d'électeurs et d'électrices ne peuvent ni voter ni se porter candidat. C'est cela la vérité. C'est cela pourquoi nous agissons d'urgence aujourd'hui et que nous allons voter la conscience claire ce texte de loi en première, deuxième et troisième lecture. C'est d'ailleurs ainsi qu'aux dernières élections générales, 1205 électeurs et électrices des villes ayant atteint l'âge de 18 ans après le 15 août 2024 n'ont pu voter ou se porter candidat. D'où donc le Supplementary Register que cette loi permettra au commissaire électoral de dresser avant les prochaines élections municipales du 4 mai 2025. 2025, hein?
Oui.
Si cette loi n'est pas votée, je le répète, Madame Speaker, si cette loi n'est pas votée en première, deuxième et third lecture, aujourd'hui, de deux choses. Soit quelques 1200 jeunes électeurs et électrices ayant 18 ans n'auront pas le droit de voter ou d'être candidats, soit nous aurions à retarder de quelques jours ou de même quelques semaines les élections municipales. Et cela, nous ne le voulons à aucun prix. Nous voulons que les élections municipales se tiennent à la date annoncée. Madame Speaker, c'est avec plaisir que je dis qu'il faut noter que c'est le commissaire électoral qui a le premier attiré l'attention sur ce problème que nous réglons aujourd'hui. Et la commission électorale, de son côté, est d'accord avec le projet de loi qui est devant nous. C'est donc un grand pas en avant. C'est un signe de respect aussi, un grand coup de chapeau, un signe de respect aux jeunes. Même s'il n'y avait que 2 ou 1 le symbole est très fort. Nous faisons cet effort, nous passons un petit peu outre à la pratique démocratique normale par respect pour les jeunes. Parce que nous ne voulons pas qu'un seul jeune ayant eu 18 ans ne puisse pas voter s'il le désire ou se porter candidat aux prochaines élections municipales, Madame Speaker. C'est quelque chose de formidable que nous réalisons aujourd'hui. Mais c'est notre devoir que nous remplissons vis-à-vis des jeunes une fois de plus. Une fois que nous aurons fait cela, Madame Speaker, le same day voting pour les élections du 4 mai et pour les prochaines élections générales, nous le souhaitons tous, cela se fera une fois tous les problèmes pratiques réglés. De plus, il est à noter que la commission électorale a demandé au gouvernement d'examiner la possibilité que nous allons faire, mais d'examiner la possibilité d'amender la loi pour que la diaspora mauricienne, les Mauritian expatriates, puissent voter par proxy. Ce n'est pas chose facile à faire, et peut-être que d'autres moyens de donner le droit de vote à la diaspora existent. Nous allons nous pencher là-dessus et faire porter une attention particulière à ce que donc la commission électorale nous a demandé d'examiner, mais nous profitons aussi pour féliciter encore une fois le commissaire électoral et son équipe pour les idées qu'ils nous donnent et pour le travail qu'ils font et pour le service qu'ils rendent au pays, Madame Speaker. Et tout cela, nous le faisons, tout cela, nous le réalisons parce que c'est notre devoir, mais nous le faisons en attendant qu'une bonne réforme électorale avec une dose de proportionnel fasse de notre système électoral une démocratie exemplaire. Madame Speaker, je suis fier ce soir d'être avec tous les députés ici présents pour franchir encore un pas en avant sur le chemin de la démocratie et surtout quand nous le faisons tous ensemble au nom de notre jeunesse. Merci, Madame Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is clear there is consensus in the House. There's a positive response in the public, also I see on the media. The Deputy Prime Minister is absolutely right. This was an urgent matter, because otherwise many young people would not have been able to vote if we want to maintain the date of we decided on. But who could really be opposed to giving the people in towns their right to choose their municipal councillors after 10 years? Who could be opposed? Who could be opposed to, as Honourable Ashok Subban rightly said, we are widening the franchise. This is the word he used. Who could be opposed to that? I must also thank Honourable Rezautim, because he pointed out about the narrowness in several constituencies of the votes. I must tell you, Madam Speaker, in constituency number 10 in 2019, I lost by some 632 or 38 votes. But there were more than 1,000 people who actually did not manage to vote in that constituency. That gives you an idea. Some complained, some did not complain. They protested on the media, on the radio, they protested, but they didn't go and complain officially. This is what we have seen. And so it's important. Every vote is important. I thank him for having pointed this out. Honourable Juval was at pains to say he agrees, but. It's always the same. He agrees, but. On ne gouverne pas avec des mais. His confusion about the Commonwealth citizen being allowed to vote in municipal was incredible. I think the Attorney General response was stunning. It was a deadly response. He said, Honorable Duval is factually and legally plainly wrong. It is not the case. As for the question of online registration, which was canvassed, allowing expatriates to vote, allowing the diaspora to vote, this was canvassed also before the last elections, and I'm glad the Electoral Commissioner has taken it up again. There are difficulties in this. We are aware that there are difficulties, but we will examine this further with the Electoral Commissioner and the ESC, because all difficulties, we must be able to overcome them. They have overcome them in other countries. We should be able to overcome them. The last point was about preserving anonymity. If you count on the same day, if you don't move the ballot boxes, you are likely to know which region has voted for whom. But I was just now saying to the Deputy Prime Minister, those who are sur le terrain, they know. I knew. In 91, I knew who the area who voted for me, who didn't actually vote for me. But it is important that we preserve anonymity. The vote must remain secret. We will do everything for it to remain secret. Madam Speaker, with these few words, I commend the bill to the House.
Thank you. The motion needs to be seconded. You're seconding? Seconding the bill? Second reading, you're seconding the second. The question is that the representation of the People Amendment Bill number 4 of 2025 be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it.
Public Bills Committee stage. Clause 1, short title. Clause 2, interpretation. Clause 3, Section 2 of Principal Act amended. Clause 4, Part 2 of Principal Act amended. Clause 5, new Part 2A inserted in Principal Act. Clause 6, Schedule to Principal Act amended.
The question is that clauses 1 to 6 stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it.
Title and enacting clause.
The question is that the title and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The question is that I do report to the House that the representation of the People Amendment Bill number 4 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. C'est pas bon? C'est bon. Honourable members, I have to report to the House that the representation of the People Amendment Bill number 4 of 2025 has passed the committee stage without amendment.
Public Bills, third reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the representation of the People Amendment Bill number 4 of 2025 be read a third time and passed.
The motion needs to be seconded. Secondment. You will then, I am now putting the question. Question is that the representation of the People Amendment Bill number 4 of 2025 be read the third time and passed. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I suspend? Yes. I suspend the sitting for 1 hour. Is that all right?
Public Bills, second reading.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Finance and Audit Amendment Bill, number 2 of 2025, be read a second time.
Motion seconded. Yes, Honourable Prime Minister. Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the Finance and Audit Amendment Bill be read a second time. In the past 10 years, we have seen an unprecedented abuse and misuse of government financial resources. As a result of the irresponsible fiscal stewardship we have today, a most precarious financial situation, to say the least, disastrous. The previous government has been running a high budget deficit, accumulating enormous debts on the shoulders of every citizen of this country, including newborn babies. No responsible government, Mr. Deputy Speaker, can allow such a state of affairs to continue. This is the very reason why we're introducing this bill in the House. And there is urgency. This is why, again, it comes in first, second, and third reading, because budget day is approaching very fast, and there are lots of work which need to be done for us to be able to apply what we want to do. With this bill, government will put greater emphasis on policy outcomes rather than how much is being spent. Judging government policies by the amount of money that is being spent is erroneous and misleading. We want to see the best outcome for every rupee and cent that we're going to spend. I'll give you an example, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Sir, I'm sure the Honourable Minister of Health won't mind my saying so. In the Ministry of Health, we are spending around 17 billion rupees on health alone, one item. But can we say we're getting top-notch public service, public health service? Far from it. What is the point of throwing money without getting results? This is what we're trying to do. This bill will facilitate, we're trying to correct, this bill will facilitate and have a more responsible approach to fiscal stewardship by providing for the reintroduction of performance-based budgeting and the appropriation of funds instead of by programs. The PBB, I nearly said PRB, will be a simpler version that is focused primarily on achieving outcomes and improving service delivery. In other words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it will be result-oriented. The previous government never understood, I think, the importance and the merits of performance-based budgeting. In 2015, they replaced PBB by line-by-line item budgeting, which is based on inputs, but not on outcomes. They changed the direction and they lost focus of the results and outcomes that we're expecting. Our public finances would not have been in such a disastrous situation had they continued with PBB. They've spent money on reckless projects like this White Elephant project, Kodo. Just throw money away. This is why we will also later on bring a Fiscal Responsibility Act. There would have been not so much contingency liabilities that we see now, piled up. Nothing short of criminal negligence from what I can see. Today with this bill, we are restoring the core strength of budgeting. Under the PPB, the budget of ministries and departments will be presented in terms of programs and sub-programs. This will help in improving budget formulation, the whole process, by focusing on the purposes and objectives for which the funds are required, which will lead to a more strategic and result-oriented approach. In this respect, Clause 3 of the bill defines a program as a set of activities or interventions contributing to the achievement of a common outcome. A sub-program is also defined as a distinct set of activities or interventions within a program. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the PBB will promote accountability by linking financial resources to specific outcomes, outputs, and performance indicators. It will therefore make it easier to track how funds are being used and whether they are achieving the intended results. It will also allow ministries and departments to review the processes, identify and eliminate wasteful practices, which will result in greater efficiency and effectiveness in the use of resources. And also, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it will bring more discipline. Throwing money without accountability is not going to help. We need to have accountability. This is why in Clause 3 of the bill, it defines an outcome as the impact that the program intends to achieve, not only in the short term, but also in the medium term. And it is measured by an outcome indicator. It also defines an output as the services to be provided to achieve an outcome. This is measured by key performance indicators. The KPI is linked to the ministries. Therefore, the key element is accountability. If you do not achieve a targeted output, I'm afraid the ministry will have to be accountable. Here, Clause 4 of the bill provides for ministries and departments to submit a progress report on the performance in respect of outputs and outcomes relative to the targets that have been set. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will now highlight the other main provisions of the bill. Section 105(2) of the Constitution stipulates that heads of expenditure should be included in an appropriation bill, which is voted in the National Assembly, in order to incur the expenditure from the consolidated fund. Currently, in the Finance and Audit Act, the head of expenditure is defined as a vote of expenditure. Thus, appropriation has been made by vote of expenditure. With the reintroduction of PBB, appropriation will be made by program instead of by vote on expenditure. Thus, Clause 3 of the bill provides for the definition of a head of expenditure as program instead of vote of expenditure. Mr. Deputy Speaker, presently the Finance and Audit Act refers to estimates as annual estimates. Annual estimates of both revenue and expenditure. And it provides for the estimates to be approved by this August Assembly. It gives the impression that both estimates of expenditure and revenue are approved by the National Assembly, whereas in fact, according to budgeting principles, only the estimates of expenditure needs to be appropriated. Clause 3 of the bill clarifies this issue by providing for estimates of expenditure and estimates of revenue to be defined separately. Only the estimates of expenditure will then have to be approved by the National Assembly. Along the same vein, Clause 5 of the bill is amending Section 22 of the Finance and Audit Act to provide for the Minister of Finance to issue financial instructions for the preparation of estimates of revenue and estimates of expenditure, both separately. In addition, Clause 6 is amending Section 23A of the Finance and Audit Act to provide for the Minister of Finance to present estimates of revenue and estimates of expenditure, again separately, as it will be done as from fiscal year 2025-2026 onwards. Following the enactment of this bill, the standing orders and the rules of the National Assembly will have to be amended accordingly. In this regard, I will shortly present a motion in the House to trigger the process for amending the standing orders. The House may also note that the performance-based budgeting system will also be reintroduced in statutory bodies, local authorities, the Rodrigues Regional Assembly, as from fiscal year 2026-2027. We are, in fact, providing a transition period of 1 year for these bodies. In this context, all these will have to be amended again to align the budgeting framework with that of government. All these, the statutory bodies, the Local Government Act, the Rodrigues Regional Assembly Act, and so on. The amendments will be made in the Finance Miscellaneous Provisions Bill of 2025. Mr. Deputy Speaker, performance-based budgeting should go a long way to addressing this recurrent problem. The Ministry of Finance will work together with statutory bodies, the local authorities, and the Rodrigues Regional Assembly to facilitate this transition period of 1 year towards performance-based budgeting. To conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to reiterate that we're resolute in our endeavor to put our public finances back on a sound footing. And we want to focus again, as I said, on results rather than outcomes. The reintroduction of the PBB is one of our major policy reforms to usher in a new era of transparency and fiscal discipline. It is also a crucial step towards harmonizing budgeting with long-term socio-economic planning. It should also be, I should really point out also that despite the recurrent problems, we've seen it year in, year out, the director of audit every year points out all these wastages. But there's no resulting improvement, at least for the last 10 years, in wastage of public funds. This should address the problem of wastage of public funds significantly. I therefore expect the full collaboration and cooperation of my colleague ministers, but also of all public officers, to ensure the successful implementation of this major reform, which is going to be good for the country, for the finances of this country. With these words, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
Okay. Honourable Leader of the Opposition, now as from now on, everybody will have 10 minutes to debate. Those who will intervene.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci de me donner l'occasion d'intervenir lors des débats sur le Finance and Audit Amendment Bill. J'interviens, Monsieur le Président, sur ce projet de loi car j'estime avoir une certaine expérience en matière de gestion d'un ministère, tout comme certains membres de l'autre côté de la Chambre qui occupent des fonctions ministérielles. Mais il est de mon devoir, Monsieur le Président, de poser un certain nombre de questions avant d'aller de l'avant avec cet amendement qui propose, comme l'a dit le Premier ministre, la réintroduction d'un budget programme axé sur les performances. Je parle de réintroduction, Monsieur le Président, car dans un passé pas trop lointain, nous avions mis en pratique ce système et ce système avait été mis au placard en 2015. Système qui fut introduit en 2008 sous le ministre des Finances d'alors, qui est aujourd'hui le gouverneur de la Banque de Maurice, c'est-à-dire M. Ramassitanen. Monsieur le Président, pendant les interventions, lors des débats sur le discours-programme, j'ai cru comprendre que c'est la même politique économique qu'il y a eu en 2005 et 2010 qui sera peut-être mise en place par l'actuel gouvernement. Est-ce un bon choix? Le temps, Monsieur le Président, nous le dira. Et j'espère que cette politique d'imposer au peuple de serrer sa ceinture, particulièrement aux vulnérables et à la classe moyenne, ne sera pas cette fois-ci à l'ordre du jour de ce gouvernement. Monsieur le Président, le budget programme axé sur les performances a pour but d'améliorer l'efficience et l'efficacité des dépenses publiques en liant le financement des institutions publiques aux résultats qu'elles doivent obtenir en utilisant systématiquement des informations sur les performances. And there will be even more scrutiny of public expenses, and I believe even the way the budget is prepared will change as stated by the Honorable Prime Minister. Mais le BPP, Monsieur le Président, exige la mise en place de mécanismes de planification efficaces et fiables, des systèmes performants de collecte, de stockage, d'analyse des informations sur les performances non financières. In other words, it requires a paradigm shift at the level of the country and a change in the way government functions and the way government communicates. Monsieur le Président, la première question qu'on est en droit de se poser, c'est est-ce que ces conditions sont aujourd'hui réunies afin de permettre ce gouvernement d'aller dans cette direction. Pourquoi je dis cela, Monsieur le Président? And I wish to refer to a report published by the Collaborative African Budget Reform Initiative, rapport qui a été publié en 2013 et qui fait référence à 15 pays africains qui ont implémenté le Performance-Based Budgeting System. Et sur ces 15 pays, que 2 pays qui sortent du lot, c'est l'Afrique du Sud et l'île Maurice. And when it refers to Mauritius, Mauritius have been only successful, totally satisfied 9 out of the 16 preconditions for the implementation of the performance-based budgeting system, and that was back in 2013. That's why I asked the question, Mr. Deputy Speaker, whether the conditions now are there for the implementation of the performance-based budgeting system. Autre chose que je voulais savoir, est-ce qu'il y a eu des consultations avec les responsables administratifs de la fonction publique sur l'implémentation d'un tel système? Déjà, la lourdeur administrative du secteur public est souvent décriée par la société et même par les médias. Ne sommes-nous pas en train de ralentir encore plus l'administration de nos ministères ou des corps parapublics, Monsieur le Président? Autant que je me souvienne, Monsieur le Président, les fonctionnaires avaient eu toutes les peines du monde à cette époque pour pouvoir s'adapter au performance-based budgeting system à tous les niveaux. Avant d'aller de l'avant, est-ce qu'il ne faudrait pas, et j'ai vu ça dans certains rapports, est-ce qu'il ne faudrait pas aller plutôt à une réforme en profondeur de l'administration publique et de la fonction publique, visant à augmenter, Monsieur le Président, la motivation des fonctionnaires et à élaborer des mesures incitatives à leurs égards? J'ai comme l'impression qu'on veut introduire ce système sans préparation. Et là, je comprends, j'avais posé cette question il y a quelque temps de cela, est-ce qu'il ne faudrait pas une période de transition? Mais là, je comprends que cette période de transition va toucher seulement les statutory bodies et le Rodrigues Regional Assembly, Monsieur le Président. En ce faisant, est-ce qu'on ne court pas le risque de démotiver l'ensemble de la fonction publique? Pourquoi je dis ça, Monsieur le Président? Parce que nous avons une nouvelle génération des officiers de haut rang dans la fonction publique. C'est pourquoi moi je pense qu'il est impératif que cette nouvelle génération à la tête de la fonction publique soit exposée à ce nouveau mode de pensée et ces nouvelles pratiques de gestion. Monsieur le Président, autre aspect à prendre en considération, ce sont les modifications et réallocations des projets. Par exemple, il peut arriver qu'un projet est sujet à des modifications au cours de son implémentation. On a un budget accordé pour un projet et ce budget doit être réalloué à un autre projet qui est entre-temps devenu prioritaire. Et là, comme exemple, nous avons vécu ça sous la pandémie de Covid, où il y a une urgence sanitaire et il faut agir vite en termes de ressources financières, en termes de logistique. Et puis, il y a aussi un autre aspect important, c'est-à-dire la variation, et aujourd'hui c'est d'actualité, la variation des coûts liés au changement climatique. La budgétisation verte est pertinente, Monsieur le Président, à toutes les étapes, que ce soit au niveau de la planification, la formulation, l'approbation, la mise en œuvre et le contrôle. Est-ce qu'on va rendre, et ça j'ai cru comprendre qu'il y aura des KPIs, est-ce qu'on va rendre responsables les fonctionnaires pour le retard ou pour une augmentation des dépenses dans un cas où un projet est retardé, par exemple à cause des dégâts liés à des inondations ou à une sécheresse, Monsieur le Président? On est en droit de se poser certaines autres questions, Monsieur le Président. Est-ce que nos fonctionnaires dans les différents départements maîtrisent cet aspect? C'est, Monsieur le Président, ce qui n'est actuellement qu'une simple lettre à la poste, si je peux me permettre de le dire de cette façon, risque de prendre plusieurs mois à être exécuté sous cet amendement que nous sommes en train de voter. Premièrement, est-ce que le performance-based budgeting peut être adapté à tous nos départements? Je pense qu'à certains ministères, oui, mais peut-être à d'autres, non. Par exemple, le ministère de la Santé. Mr. Deputy Speaker, what realistic targets can we set to achieve and how do we manage the ministry which requires the most amount of funds ahead of the Ministry of Social Security? Un autre exemple, le ministère des Infrastructures publiques, où on a beaucoup de projets, mais avec des variables difficiles à maîtriser. Par exemple, comme les contestations concernant l'expropriation des terres qui peuvent retarder considérablement l'implémentation d'un projet pour plusieurs mois, des fois pour plusieurs années, Monsieur le Président. Monsieur le Président, certains parmi les membres de cette auguste Assemblée qui sont de l'autre côté de la Chambre et qui avaient des responsabilités ministérielles en 2008-2010 se rappellent comment c'était une casse-tête pour les fonctionnaires, pour uniquement, par exemple, je vous donne un exemple, pour uniquement mettre sur papier les chiffres pour les loyers et les salaires où il existe plusieurs départements sous un même ministère. Certains ministres, ne s'y retrouvaient même pas. Surtout, Monsieur le Président, pendant l'analyse des différentes dotations
Your 10 minutes
budgétaires.
is over. I am allowing you one additional minute. Your 10 minutes is over. So
Do I understand that I have only 10 minutes also?
Yes, this is what I've said.
That wasn't
told to me.
I don't know. Yes, it has been agreed that everyone will have 10 minutes. Anyway, I'll give you one additional minute to conclude.
Bon. Le message n'est pas parvenu jusqu'à moi, Monsieur le Président. Je suis navré. Je vais essayer de conclure. Je vais essayer de conclure.
Okay, thank you. Let's listen to his conclusion.
Monsieur le Président, on va mieux comprendre. Par exemple, au bout d'une année, quand les dossiers sur des projets seront encore à faire des va-et-vient entre les différents ministères et le ministère des Finances. Je comprends l'intention du Premier ministre. Son intention est correcte, parce qu'il faut réduire des gaspillages, Monsieur le Président. Mais selon moi, on va ajouter encore plus de procédures. Et je pense, Monsieur le Président, la priorité pour moi, c'est de poursuivre l'informatisation de la fonction publique. Nous avons démarré ce projet et j'espère que ce sera complété sous son mandat. Comme ça, nous pourrons avoir un vrai contrôle sur la gestion des fonds publics. Monsieur le Président, j'en ai terminé. Merci.
Thank you. The Honourable Mr. Lieber.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I've listened carefully to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition. I have to admit that I still don't know, after the 10-12 minutes he's spoken, whether he will support this bill or not. Because he started criticizing it and then he concluded by congratulating the Prime Minister for trying to reduce. So I'm confused. I'm confused the more so, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, because it's the third attempt to reform budgetary system in Mauritius. The first one started when he was minister in 2003 under the medium-term expenditure program with a pilot project on 6 ministries. Then in 2006 it was applied to more ministries, and in 2008 the law was amended and we had the program-based budgeting, where the budget moved from a line-by-line budget to a program and sub-program based budgeting. And when that bill was voted in 2008, he was also here, and everybody voted in favor of that bill. So everybody back in 2008 was in favor of moving from line budgeting to program-based budgeting, to program and sub-program based budgeting. Then in 2015, after the election, with the MSM-led government, they changed it again to line budgeting, and today what we're doing is bringing back performance-based budgeting in a slightly more simplified version than it was in 2008. Now, what is performance-based budgeting? It is simply a budgeting approach where funding decisions are based on specific results, on specific outcome. And then you have the output that you need to achieve the outcome. And the outcome, you have key indicators, KPI, key performance indicators, to find out whether you are on track and whether you're meeting your objective. So this is something which will last, for example, a project for 3 years. So every year, you will have the minister come to this house and explain during budgetary time, what was supposed to be the outcome, what has happened last year, whether they are on track or they are not on track, whether the amount which has been voted for that program is being well spent, whether they need more money, or whether they have decided to change it. Because as the Honourable Leader of Opposition has mentioned, there may be changes in circumstances. There may be new priorities. So it's not a case where if you started on a program, you definitely need to continue with it on 3 years. So it's a dynamic process. But what this performance-based budgeting does, it requires planning. It forces line ministries to sit down with the Ministry of Finance and plan. Think, not spend, think. Then decide, then plan, identify priorities. Ministries may have a lot of spending, prioritize it. You know, for this year, we will prioritize this sector, this program, this outcome. Then effective resource allocation, make sure that the money that is voted goes for that program. And that includes monitoring. I think he's still going to find out whether he's in favor or not. So we need, with this performance budgeting, ministries are forced to monitor spending. They're forced to evaluate service delivery and ensure that we get value for money. So this section will bring transparency and accountability. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I still don't know, and I was hoping that he will indicate whether he is in favor or not, because I was here in 2015. I was in this House in 2015 when the newly elected MSM government decided to reverse all the good work that had been done. The Honourable Minister mentioned CABRI, Collaborative Africa Budget Reform Initiative.
Honourable Leader of Opposition.
The Honourable Leader of Opposition mentioned the Collaborative Africa Budget Reform Institute and how we got 9 out of 16. There was a teething problem. We're not saying it. We're not saying that it was perfect. But at least we were on the right track. And I was reading an article which said program-based budgeting, a successful Big Bang approach. So even in the international community, Mauritius was cited as example as a country which was implementing this. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, why did the government in 2015 get rid of this program-based budgeting? I went back to Hansard and I read it because I just wanted to refresh my memory. There were 3 reasons. The first reason, and I'll read it, that was Lakshmi Naidu, then Minister of Finance. Okay, the reason why he changed the law. Yes, because he amended the law. PBB, program-based budgeting, is so complex. Madam Speaker, it's so complex that even professionals in this House cannot make any sense out of it. I was having problem understanding it because it is very, very complicated. Because the minister didn't understand, so he changed it. So all that we've done, you know, all the work, all the FME's advice, all the economists, all the good works that the ministers were doing, all goes to water because you have a new Minister of Finance who finds this too complicated, he doesn't understand it, and therefore he changes it. That was the first reason. The second reason is even more laughable. The second reason is, and you'll all laugh, we are moving away from a program-based budgeting approach to a more performance-based budget approach. He's eliminating program-based. He's going back to line budgeting. And he's saying that he's doing it and moving to performance-based. So I don't know what he had taken on that day before he did his speech. And then, yeah, maybe that. And then the third reason was that this amendment to the bill, he said, will also contribute to promote accountability and transparency in the management of public money. Totally the opposite, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir. Because it did not bring any accountability and transparency. Every year, the Director of Audit in its report highlights wastage of public funds. Wastage of public funds mainly due to lack of planning, lack of proper monitoring in the implemented phase. I was chairman of Public Accounts Committee. You were chairman of Public Accounts Committee. We could see week in, week out how projects were not being implemented because there was no thought process in it. There was no regular monitoring and planning that went through. Transparency? Not at all. You would recall, honourable members who were here in the last mandate. We could not ask questions. What they did is they took money from the budget, put it in special purpose vehicles, including Mauritius Investment Corporation. We were not allowed to ask a single question on Mauritius Investment Corporation. We were not allowed to ask questions on CB, subsidiaries of CB, because they were companies. So there was absolutely no transparency. Management, it was totally mismanaged. You know what they did the last 5 years, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir? The budget had become a mockery. Because the then Minister of Finance, every single year, would come with supplementary appropriation bills and put us in a fait accompli. Sometimes he would come twice, sometimes 3 times. In 2020, 2021, he came out with 3 supplementary appropriation bills, which shows that they couldn't care less about budgeting. They were just spending, they were just doing whatever they wanted, and they had a majority. They would just come, après les faits accomplis, tell us to ratify whatever they're spending. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, now what we're proposing is a simplified version. And I agree with the leader of the opposition that we will need to have training. I agree that the civil servant will have to change their mindset, because it was easy to have just an expenditure item every year in the budget. Now they will have to actually think about a program over 3 years or more, middle term or long term, and then they will have to monitor it, and they will be answerable to Parliament for that. So we'll have to come up with output and outcome. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I fully support this bill. It is a step in the right direction to bring fiscal discipline, transparency, accountability in management of public funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Rukni.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, I stand before you today in strong support of the Finance and Audit Amendment Bill 2025. A landmark reform that will revolutionize how public funds are managed in Mauritius. This bill not only sets the pace by which this government intends to manage taxpayers' monies, but it also sends out a clear message. The message is that we will adhere strictly to discipline, something that was sadly missing in the MSM-led government. We need to look at this bill in the current context. On the one hand, we have the failing state of the economy that MSM left this country. And on the other hand, we have a nation full of hope, tired of waiting, and thirsty to see these things happen immediately. We will undoubtedly take the appropriate steps. On a la volonté politique. But as the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Honourable Paul Béranger said, l'économie s'en fout de la volonté politique. To gauge the full weight of this bill, we have to look at it in the wake of the series of bills that will be introduced in this Parliament, the regulations that will follow the enactment of this bill, and the reforms that will also follow shortly. This is not just another financial amendment. This is a necessary transformation ensuring every rupee spent by the government aligns with results, efficiency, and transparency. Why do we need this bill? We do not need to go very far from today. The report of the Director of Audit for the government's accounts for year 2022-2023 said it loud and clear. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, allow me to quote the part that hit me harder. I quote, 83% of ministries and government have not complied with Section 4B of the Finance and Audit Act in respect of submission of their report on performance within statutory deadlines." End of quote. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, the previous regime did not only spy on its people, they lied to Mauritians and deprived them of information altogether. Everything was put at play to put our people under anesthesia in a state where the MSM thought our people would not be able to take any informed decision at all. We may have coined the name of our alliance as Alliance du Changement, but change was really brought about by Mauritians, who by their will and their pen booted out an autocratic regime. It is now our job to make sure that our génération future will have the right tools to be able to make informed decisions. Maybe everybody will not always agree with us, but at least they will have the information available to intelligently agree or disagree with us. This is one of the intended consequences of this bill. Once enacted, those who spend or invest taxpayers' money will be incentivized or compelled to provide information, or risk being deprived of funding. That's what performance-based budgeting is about. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, public sector budgeting has focused primarily on inputs, allocating funds based on past expenditures rather than performance. But does simply spending more money guarantee better services? Does a larger budget automatically mean greater efficiency? The answer is no. One of the major problems we have in Mauritius is drugs, be it drug dealing or drug addiction. Government is spending huge sums of taxpayers' money in repression and on treatment. The question to ask is whether the money is being spent are achieving the intended results or if they are achieving anything at all. Aren't we funding failures? Shouldn't we be having different programs? The same thing applies to the health sector. We may have the best health minister. We may have the best people in the hospitals. But at the same time, we may be running the wrong programs. At the moment, we know we are on the podium for diabetes, heart disease, and kidney disease. Apparently, our score for cancer is not great either. It is about time to tie up our objectives with the resources we want to invest on resolving our problems. This bill, when enacted, will ensure that government funds are not just spent, but invested in programs that deliver measurable benefits to our people. The two main elements that appeal to me in this bill are performance-based budgeting, where results achieved will be tracked and not just amounts spent, where ministries will have to define objectives clearly and measure outcomes, where we will have to impose on ourselves greater fiscal discipline to government operations. Also, increased transparency and accountability. Nothing needs to be said on this. In what world more transparency with what is done with taxpayers' money harmful? Citizen oversight of tax expenditures will be improved. Real power will be placed where it ought to be, that is, in the hands of our people. Today, Mr. the Deputy Speaker, sir, we have the benefit of hindsight. We must learn from the shortcomings of other countries and of our own. Countries that have implemented this budgeting methodology. Numerous papers having examined the methodology now recommend that we need to make sure we have meaningful performance indicators and not just carry out a tick-the-box exercise. We need to ensure proper training for government departments and also modernize financial reporting systems, maybe use of AI to simplify tasks that are complex or cumbersome. This is not an experimental law. Countries like the US, UK, Australia, and France have successfully implemented performance-based budgeting, though not without challenges. France initially struggled with excessive reporting requirements. South Africa saw agencies prioritizing easier-to-achieve indicators. New Jersey experienced resistance due to fundamental shifts in budget structure. Now, we can learn from this. Therefore, we know there will be merit in addressing resistance to change by maybe implementing, as the Prime Minister said, a gradual transition with capacity-building programs, and data collection and measurement by using strengthened data systems and independent audits. We also need to address the tick-the-box bureaucracy by having realistic indicators linked to national priorities. This reform will bring tangible benefits: better public services in healthcare, education, and infrastructure, reduce wasteful spending, stronger economic growth, and investor confidence. Mr. Deputy Speaker, sir, this bill is about building a more accountable and effective government. Mauritius stands at crossroads. We cannot continue with the statu quo. We have to embrace a modern, results-driven approach to budgeting. Let us ensure every rupee delivers tangible benefits to our citizens. Let us put power back in the hands of our people. I have no doubt that all members will support this bill for a more efficient, transparent, and results-driven Mauritius. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable German.
Merci, Monsieur le Vice-président. Après avoir écouté le leader de l'opposition, je veux conclure qu'il s'est transformé en un prophète de malheur. Il nous souhaite tout le malheur du monde, une approche négative et pessimiste, et il s'est même rentré dans la démagogie. I would like to remind him that we do not want episodes like just today, the Honorable the Prime Minister said, the air traffic